Ishkan was more measured, speaking in a deep, calm voice, while Pacorus stood with eyes narrowed, pondering. At length, the Optio returned. Novius, Optatus, and Ammius were 2 steps behind him. They had clearly been asleep until a few moments earlier, but all weariness fell away when they saw Romulus and Brennus. Novius's face twisted with hate, and he muttered something to his companions. "This young soldier says that you were lying," announced Pacorus without preamble. "That, in fact, you and your comrades were the ones to run." Furious, Optatus opened his mouth to speak, but Novius laid a hand on his arm. "Of course he does, sir," the little legionary said smoothly. "But his word can't be trusted. He and his friend are damned slaves, not citizens like us." Optatus and Ammius nodded righteously. In Rome, slave's testament was only valid if it had been obtained by torture. Pacorus seemed confused, so Ishkan leaned over and whispered in his ear. He had heard about the 2 friends' isolation in the days preceding the patrol. "Idiot!" the commander snapped. "You are all my prisoners. Who or what you were before Carrie is irrelevant." "Not to us, sir," replied Novius fiercely. "It's very important." "That's right," added Ammius. "Sir." Shrewd enough to see how much it meant to the legionaries, Pacorus turned to Romulus. "Is it true?" he demanded. "You are slaves?" There was little point in lying. This was all about who was telling the truth. "We are," he said heavily. Brennus shot him an alarmed glance, but Romulus stayed calm. "I knew it!" Novius crowed with delight. His friends looked similarly jubilant. Pacorus waited. "That doesn't mean I ran away," Romulus growled. "Courage belongs to all men." "True," Pacorus answered. "But I cannot tell which of you is lying." He turned to the Primus Pilus. "The whole damn thing is far more trouble than I need. Crucify them all." Varum saluted with gusto. This would be a duty he would take great pleasure in. It was of little matter to him how many legionaries went up on crosses. And as friends of Tarquinius, he deeply distrusted the huge Gaul and his protégé. The Primus Pilus waved his hand, and the Parthian warriors swarmed around Novius and his companions. They looked terrified. Pacorus frowned at the 3 veterans' reactions. They were very different to those of Romulus and Brennus, who seemed accepting of their fate. "Wait," he said. "I've changed my mind." The commander pointed at Novius, Optatus, and Ammius. "You lot will fight the slaves," he said. "To the death." The little legionary looked uncertainly at his comrades. 3 against 2, thought Romulus. Those odds aren't too bad. Even the Gaul lifted his head. But Romulus eyed Pacorus with suspicion. Why this sudden change of heart? Suddenly Varum, who had been visibly disappointed, grinned. He guessed what was coming. Pacorus wasn't finished. "Slaves are not soldiers," he went on. "They should not bear weapons. It will be 3 swords against 2 pairs of bare hands." Romulus's mouth opened, while Novius could barely conceal his glee. "The gods will decide who is telling the truth," said Pacorus. "When?" asked Ishkan. The commander rubbed his hands together. "Right now," he answered. "Why not?" Brennus's shoulders lifted at last. "This way I can die fighting," he thought. Romulus clenched his jaw, determined to die like a man. The gods had granted them another faint chance. Without further ado, they were marched out to the intervallum. Pacorus wanted as many men as possible to witness the combat, so the sentries from the nearest barracks were hastily assembled as well. The soldiers needed little encouragement. They poured out into the dawn air, eager to watch the unscheduled entertainment. Instead of the rope square used in the ludus, or the wooden enclosure of the arena, the fighting space was formed by dozens of legionaries holding their scuta before them. Parthian warriors were stationed at regular intervals around the perimeter, their bows drawn. Another group stood protectively around Pacorus and the senior centurions. Romulus and Brennus were untied and left to stand in one corner. Rubbing their wrists to restore the circulation in their hands, the two friends paid no attention to the curious stares of the men around them. The insults that filled the air were harder to ignore. These were their former comrades. Romulus burned to deny the charges being thrown at them, but he saved his energy, every scrap of which would be needed in the next few moments. Diagonally opposite were Novius, Ammius, and Optatus. The veterans' armor and weapons had been fetched, and the three were busy donning their mail shirts and bronze helmets. With his left thigh still strapped, Caius was near his friends, his face full of relief that he was not part of it. Romulus racked his brains for their best option. Somehow, at least one of them had to arm himself, quickly. It would not take their experienced enemies long to injure and kill two unarmed men. "We split up," whispered Brennus. Romulus could not believe his ears. "Our only hope is to stick together," he protested. "I'm bigger. Two of the bastards will go for me," said the Gaul confidently. "That gives you the chance to take a weapon from the third." It didn't seem much of an option. "What will you do?" "I'll manage," Brennus answered grimly. "Just get a sword." Romulus had no better alternative, and he had no time to think of one. The veterans had armed themselves. With chainmail, shields, and gladii, they were now a fearsome prospect. "Begin!" shouted Pacorus. There was a pause. The commander bellowed an order, and his men raised their bows. "They will loose on the count of 3, he said. 1. Fury filled Romulus. In the Ludus, Mimor's archers had forced him to fight a vicious Goth called Lentulus. That combat had also been to the death. But at least then I was armed, he thought. His heart pounded in his chest. What chance had they? The 3 legionaries rushed to stand side by side. Drawing their swords, they brought their scuta together to form a small shield wall. 2! They began to advance, their faces grim and set. Satisfied, Pacorus fell silent. "This is better than crucifixion," thought Brennus, adrenaline pumping through him. "Now!" he muttered, and darted away to one side. Obeying, Romulus shot off in the opposite direction. Pleasingly, Novius and his comrades' faces were the picture of surprise. But they regained their composure fast. After the slightest pause, Novius and Ammius followed Romulus. Rolling his shoulders, Optatus went for Brennus. Romulus cursed. The Gaul's plan had not worked. The veterans also planned to take down the weaker man first. Him. "Can't even fight with each other, eh?" Novius sneered as they drew nearer. "We're not the ones who ran," retorted Romulus. "You are, damn liars." Ammius actually looked guilty. "Shut your mouth," hissed Novius, lunging forward with his gladius. "Filthy slave." Angering the little legionary might provide a chink of opportunity, thought Romulus, dodging to the left. A quick thrust from Ammius followed, and desperately he shuffled backwards. Gloating, Novius and his comrades split up. Romulus had a brief moment before he was assailed from in front and behind. Novius was the more dangerous of his opponents, and might see through the only trick he could think of. The young soldier acted immediately. He ran forward, and at the last moment threw himself down on the ground just in front of Ammius, rolling forward to collide with his legs. The risky plan worked, and the veteran fell forward, cursing. Laden down with weapons and his chainmail, he was momentarily helpless. Wriggling free, Romulus jumped to his feet and delivered a huge kick to his enemy's unprotected groin. Ammius screamed and dropped his sword. It was the opportunity he had been praying for. Romulus leaned over and grabbed the veteran's gladius. But there was no chance of getting the shield as well. He pulled back to avoid a lethal thrust from Novius, who had swept forward to aid his friend. Romulus moved away, sliding his sandals carefully to make sure he did not lose his footing on the icy ground. The little legionary did not pursue him, instead helping up Ammius, who looked more embarrassed than anything. Romulus's maneuver had been something only a novice would fall for. Wincing in pain, Ammius pulled out his Pugio and waved it at him. "Ready to feel this in your guts?" he cried. "Come and try," sneered Romulus, holding up the gladius. The two veterans made for him at the trot. Romulus breathed deeply, filling his lungs with cold air. His situation was only a fraction less critical than it had been. He glanced over his shoulder to see how Brennus was doing. To his relief, the Gaul was still unhurt. He was dancing around Optatus, ducking and weaving away from thrusts of the big soldier's sword. Again, Romulus's enemies split up, preparing to hit him simultaneously this time. His fingers closed tightly around the sword's bone hilt as he watched them approach. It was times like this which separated cowards from the courageous. There was only one thing to do, thought Romulus: go on the attack. If he waited until they reached him, it would be over in a few heartbeats. Which one? It took a mere instant to decide. Novius. It was Novius who was smaller. Romulus charged straight at the little legionary, whose eyes widened at his audacity. Preparing himself, Novius ducked behind his scutum, protecting himself from his neck to his lower legs. The curved shield's size meant that it was almost impossible to deliver a fatal blow to the man holding it. But that was not Romulus's intention. Closing in, he feinted to one side, letting Novius think that he was attacking from his right. The legionary raised his gladius, ready to strike. At the last instant, the young soldier danced the other way and dropped his left shoulder. With an almighty heave, he barged into Novius's scutum, using his superior body weight to drive the legionary backwards. Used to having a comrade on his left side to defend him, Novius was caught unawares. Then his caligae slipped on a patch of frost, and he fell, landing on the flat of his back. The impact drove the air from his lungs, winding him. Romulus acted fast. Pulling the heavy scutum up and out of the way, he thrust his sword into his enemy's throat. Novius's pupils dilated with shock as the sharp iron blade sliced through soft flesh to grate off the vertebrae in his neck. Bright red blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground beneath. Novius's mouth opened and closed, like a fish out of water. 2 heartbeats later, he was dead. It was a quick end for the malevolent little legionary, thought Romulus. Too quick. He looked back. Pelting in, Ammius was only a few paces away. His voice was distorted in a scream of fury. Again, Romulus had to retreat, without a shield, but his opponent was able to pick up a gladius as he stepped over Novius's body. They shuffled around, trading blows, each searching for weaknesses in the other. Twice, Ammius shoved his gilt shield boss at Romulus's face, but the young soldier was ready for the classic move and dodged backwards both times. Frustrated and angered by Novius's death, the veteran's attacks grew more frenzied. Stay calm, Romulus thought. He'll make a mistake eventually. They always do. From behind him came the unmistakable sound of a man crying out in pain. Romulus couldn't help himself. He turned to see what had happened. Optatus had sliced Brennus across his left arm, opening a long cut from his elbow to his wrist. As blood welled from the wound, the Gaul desperately retreated, trying to avoid further injury. Too late, the young soldier remembered Ammius. In slow motion he spun back. His enemy's shield boss hit him full in the chest, and Romulus heard a dull crack as 2 of his ribs broke. Used like this, the Roman scutum was an excellent offensive weapon. Stars cascaded across Romulus's vision, and he landed heavily, dropping his sword. At once, Ammius kicked it out of reach. Snarling with rage, he stooped over Romulus. "You killed my friend," he growled, "and the Gaulish bastard did for Primitivus. Now it's your turn." Romulus clenched his jaw in an effort not to cry out. Sharp needles were stabbing him with every breath. Sensing his weakness, the grinning veteran kicked him viciously. He nearly passed out from the pain. "Like that?" gloated Ammius. "Slave scum!" Romulus could not answer. Through slitted eyes, he saw his opponent's gladius rise up. Roars of approval came from the watching legionaries. The unexpected entertainment was proving to be hugely enjoyable. It was all the better if one of their comrades was victorious. Enjoying his moment of victory, Ammius paused. Romulus knew that death was an instant away. When the sword came down, his life would be over. A procession of thoughts flashed through his mind. Now there would be no chance to help Brennus or Tarquinius. No possible return to Rome. No reunion with Fabiola. And no revenge on Gemellus. Had Jupiter and Mithras protected him for so long, only for him to die like a dog? Scrabbling with his fingernails at the hard earth, Romulus managed to scoop up a small handful. Grimacing, the veteran thrust downwards. Ignoring the agony from his ribs, Romulus rolled to one side, sweeping up his arm at the same time. Ammius's move brought him within reach, and at the last moment the young soldier opened his hand. Particles of dirt filled his enemy's eyes, and his gladius plunged into the ground, missing Romulus by a handbreadth. Blinded, Ammius cried out in agony. Romulus seized the moment and punched him in the solar plexus, badly bruising his right fist against the veteran's chainmail. Letting go of his sword hilt, Ammius went down, his mouth open in an O of surprise. A shocked silence fell over the assembled soldiers. Holding his ribs with his left hand, Romulus got to his knees. Beside him, Ammius was rolling around trying to find his gladius. Romulus got there first. Pulling it free with a grunt of effort, he smashed the flat of the blade across his enemy's face. There was a sound of cartilage breaking, which was followed by a strangled cry. Ammius reeled backwards, clutching his ruined nose. Blood poured from between his fingers. His eyes were inflamed and full of grit. He was no longer capable of fighting. Romulus briefly considered killing him. After all, Ammius was one of the men who had tried to murder him on multiple occasions, had been instrumental in turning the whole legion against him. But he was unarmed and unable to defend himself. Ripping Ammius's scutum from his grip, Romulus stood. He was no cold-blooded murderer, and Brennus needed his help. With his opponent already weakened by blood loss, Optatus was doing his level best to kill the Gaul. It was only Brennus's huge strength that had allowed him to continue resisting the legionaries' skillful attacks. When Optatus saw Romulus running over, his efforts redoubled. Punches with his shield were followed instantly by thrusts of his gladius. It was a deadly 1-2 combination, and difficult to resist for long. Ignoring the waves of pain from his broken ribs as best he could, Romulus neared the pair. Finally, Optatus had to turn and face him. "On your own now," said Romulus, buying time. "How'd you like that?" Optatus could see the young soldier's sides heaving, could imagine why he was winded. "2 injured slaves," he replied, his top lip lifting with contempt. "I'll kill you both." It was a bad mistake. While they were talking, Brennus had retrieved Novius's sword and shield. Despite his injury, the Gaul was now a second deadly opponent. A moment later, the friends were poised on either side of the big legionary. Optatus was no coward. He made no attempt to surrender or to run. Instead, he turned this way and that, wondering who would attack first. But Romulus and Brennus held back. Both were reluctant to kill Optatus. Sensing their indecision, the veteran lunged forward at Romulus. He moved back a step, taking the blow on his shield. Optatus did not let up, thrusting again and again at Romulus's face with his gladius. Without doubt, he was the toughest of the legionaries. If he could overcome the young soldier, there was a chance of his beating Brennus. The Gaul could not stand by any longer. As Optatus drew back another time, he leaned in and sliced the veteran's left hamstring with his blade. Optatus collapsed with a loud groan, instinctively holding up his shield to protect himself. Still he asked for no quarter. Yet, lying on his back, he now had no chance at all. Grudging admiration filled Romulus at his bravery. He looked to Pacorus for a similar reaction. Brennus did likewise. It was not forthcoming. The commander's face was creased with anger. Novius and his cronies had lied to him. Romulus and Brennus's clemency to the veterans clearly demonstrated that. He snapped out an order, and his archers raised their bows. Romulus realized what was about to happen. "No!" he cried. Brennus closed his eyes. He had seen things like this all too often. A dozen arrows hummed through the air. 6 pinned Optatus to the ground, while the remainder spitted Ammius through the chest and abdomen. Both were killed instantly. Silence fell over the intervallum. Reaching into their quivers, the warriors fitted new shafts to their bowstrings. "So die all those who lie to me!" shouted Pacorus, the veins in his neck bulging. "I am the commander of the Forgotten Legion!" Unwilling to meet his furious stare, the audience of soldiers looked down. Even Varum avoided Pacorus's eyes. Romulus and Brennus moved closer together, uncertain how the volatile Parthian would react next. Another order from the commander rang out. At full draw, the archers' bows swung to cover the two friends. Chapter 14. A New Ally. Rome, Winter 53-52 BC. "Only devotees may enter the Mithraeum," said Secundus in a hard voice, "and death is the penalty for those who break that rule." Fabiola trembled. In this, the centre of his power, she saw him in an entirely different light. Now Secundus was a tall, powerful figure, his authority exuding from every pore. Produced from a wooden chest, a golden staff had appeared in his left hand, and a red Phrygian cap sat on his head. This was no impoverished army cripple begging for a coin to feed himself. The face that Secundus gave to the world outside was a complete facade. Ringing them angrily, his men shouted in agreement. "Take her up to the courtyard," Secundus ordered. "Make it quick." Without a chance to explain herself further, Fabiola was bundled towards the passageway to the stairs. By entering the Mithraeum, she had unknowingly crossed an invisible line. Mithras had shown her where Romulus might be. But now, she was going to die. As her brother would, if he was present at the battle she had seen. If the vision was real at all, Fabiola thought bitterly. What had the strange-tasting liquid done to her mind? Curious to know before the end, she threw a question at Secundus. "What's in the phial?" The veterans holding her faltered. "Wait!" snapped Secundus. His face had gone pinched. "You drank from this?" he said slowly, lifting the blue glass from the altar-top. She nodded. Seeing that it was empty, Secundus's nostrils flared with fury. Swords slid from scabbards at the new outrage, but he raised a hand to stop any hasty action. "Did you see anything?" he asked quietly. Fabiola tensed, aware that everything hinged upon her answer. Faced with death, she wanted life. "Answer me," muttered Secundus, "or by Mithras I will slay you here and now." Fabiola closed her eyes, asking the warrior god for his help. The truth, she thought. Tell the truth. "I became a raven," she said loudly, thinking that the men listening would laugh, "flying high over a strange land." Disbelieving gasps met her comment. She heard the word Corax whispered repeatedly. "You're sure?" Secundus barked. "A raven?" Fabiola stared into his eyes. "I am." He looked confused. "How can this be?" demanded one veteran. "A woman?" As a sacred bird? Cried another. The chamber resounded with questions. Secundus raised his arm for quiet. Remarkably, his men obeyed. Tell me everything you saw, he said to Fabiola. Do not leave out a single detail. Taking a deep breath, she began. No one spoke as Fabiola recounted her vision. When she had finished, there was a stunned silence. Secundus moved to stand before the 3 altars and the depiction of the Tauroctony. Kneeling, he bent his head. No one spoke, but the grip on Fabiola's arms relaxed slightly. A sidelong glance at the veterans holding her revealed fear and awe in their expressions. She did not know what to think. If they believed in her vision, did that mean it could be relied upon? After a few moments, Secundus bowed from the waist and got to his feet. All his men tensed, eager to hear if the god had spoken. She is not to be harmed, Secundus said, his eyes moving steadily around the room. Anyone who drinks the Homa and then dreams a raven is favored by Mithras. The faces around Fabiola registered shock, disbelief, and anger. Even a woman, said the guard who had admitted them earlier. But it's forbidden. More dissenting voices joined in. Secundus lifted his hand for quiet, but the clamour grew louder. This is blasphemy, shouted a figure near the back. Kill her! A knot formed in Fabiola's stomach. These tough ex-soldiers would show as little mercy as Scavola's fugitivarii. Secundus watched without reacting. Eventually there was a brief lull in the noise. I am the Pater, he announced in a firm voice. Am I not? Men nodded their heads. The angry mutters died away, leaving a sullen silence. Have I led you astray before? No one answered. Well then, said Secundus. Trust me now. Release her. To Fabiola's amazement, the veterans holding her arms let go. They moved away awkwardly, avoiding her gaze. Come here. Secundus, the Pater, was beckoning to her. Feeling relieved yet scared, she moved to his side. Back to your beds, ordered Secundus. I will take charge of her. With plenty of backward glances, the hard-faced men did as they were told. A few moments later, Fabiola and Secundus were the only ones left in the underground chamber. Fabiola raised an eyebrow. The Pater. In the eyes of Mithras, I am their father, he answered. As the most senior member of this temple, I am responsible for its security. Alone, Secundus seemed even more intimidating. He regarded her sternly. You breached our trust to come in here without permission. Consider yourself lucky to be alive. Tears formed in Fabiola's eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. It is done, said Secundus in a more forgiving tone. Mithras works in strange ways. You believe me? She asked, her voice trembling. I see no deceit in you. And you dreamt a raven. Fabiola had to ask. Was my vision real? It was sent by the god, he replied evasively. Yet the Homa can take us far away, too far, sometimes. I saw Roman soldiers, and my brother's friends, she protested, about to fight a battle that no one could win. No one. Fat tears rolled down Fabiola's cheeks. What you observed may never happen, said Secundus calmly. Or it has done already, she retorted, filled with bitterness. That is true, he acknowledged. Visions can show all possibilities. Fabiola hunched her shoulders, trying to hold in the grief. It is remarkable to have such a powerful dream, after drinking Homa for the first time, said Secundus. and surely a sign from the god." "Your men don't seem convinced." "They will obey my orders," said Secundus, frowning. "For the moment." Fabiola was somewhat relieved. His next words were startling. "The first step in Mithricism is to become a Corax, a raven. Many initiates never even see one." He stared at her. "Your vision means that we have met for a purpose." "How do you know?" "Mithras reveals many things to me." Secundus smiled, infuriating Fabiola. She felt as if he was playing with her. "What are your plans?" Fabiola reflected for a moment. She had originally intended to return to the latifundium. That was now impossible. So was staying in Rome. The uncertain political situation was proving to be even more dangerous than she had imagined, and Scaevola was still at large in the city. Denied twice, the fugitive Arius would not give up his pursuit of her now. Fabiola had no doubt about that. Yet without protection, where could she go? "I don't know," Fabiola replied, eyeing the figure of Mithras hopefully. "You can't stay here," he said. "My men wouldn't stand for it." Fabiola was not surprised. She had broken one of the veterans' most sacred rules, and the threats shouted at her would not go away. "More than one wants you dead for what was done here tonight." She was at his and Mithras's mercy. Closing her eyes, Fabiola waited for Secundus to go on. "Your lover is in Gaul with Caesar," he said, "trying to quell Vercingetorix's rebellion." Her heart rate quickened. "He is. Brutus can protect you." "It's hundreds of miles to the border," Fabiola faltered. "Even more beyond that." "I will guide you," he announced. She controlled her shock. "Why would you do this?" "2 reasons," grinned Secundus. He bowed towards the tauroctony. "One is that the god desires me to." "And the second?" "Caesar needs all the help he can get in Rome," he answered with a sly wink. "We'll see what he says to the offer of more than 50 veterans' swords. If he agrees, we'll get the recognition and pensions we deserve." It was a shrewd plan, thought Fabiola. Years of absence from Rome had allowed Julius Caesar to write himself an undeniably impressive curriculum vitae. The conquest of Gaul, and the immense wealth it yielded. Following this came incursions to Germania and Britannia, short but forceful campaigns to hammer home Rome's military superiority to the natives of those areas. Kept up to date with every victory by Caesar's messengers, the plebeians loved him for his dash and his martial tendencies. Yet it was not enough. He was not daily on the ground in the city, pressing flesh, showing his face to the public, courting powerful nobles and senators' favour. Bribes and the work of his minions could only do so much. Caesar still needed the influence of his surviving partner in the triumvirate, Pompey Magnus, who, delighted by Crassus's death in Parthia, was paying lip service to his erstwhile ally, while simultaneously making friends with every little faction in the Senate. Few of these loved Caesar, Rome's most illustrious general. As someone who had flouted the law before, he was too real a threat to the Republic. And now, with the political situation in real flux and anarchy threatening, Caesar was bogged down in Gaul for the foreseeable future. The offer of tough men in the capital would be tempting indeed. "You have my thanks," Fabiola said gratefully. "But there will be bandits on the way, and Scaevola and his fugitive Arii might follow us." Seeing her involuntary glance at his stump, the veteran laughed. "It won't just be me. We'll have whatever comrades I can persuade." It only took Fabiola a moment to decide. The road north would be full of danger, and the situation in Gaul even more perilous. But what real option did she have? Fabiola extended her arm in the man's fashion. Secundus smiled and accepted the grip. Leaving the city turned out to be a wise plan. The sun had barely risen before plumes of smoke filled the sky, yet more buildings were going up in flames. The mob was making the most of the fact that the Senate was paralyzed by a combination of corruption, indecision, and infighting. As civilian politicians, the senators were unprepared for, and rightly fearful of, such blatant armed insurrection. The Republic's military was almost never needed within Italy itself, and to avoid attempts on power, legionary garrisons were prohibited within many miles of Rome. This rule left the city vulnerable to precisely such civil unrest. Now, having burned down the capital's most important building, Clodius's men were brimming with confidence. And when Milo's gladiators regrouped, they would want only one thing: revenge. Chaos had descended on Rome. More violence was as inevitable as dusk followed dawn. Only trained soldiers could quell the bloodthirsty mobs, could bring safety to the warrens of dangerous streets and alleyways. Secundus and his men were too few to bring the situation under control. Crassus was gone to Hades, and Caesar was far away. Without Pompey Magnus's involvement, Rome's future looked very bleak indeed. Unless they wished to see more public structures such as the markets and law courts, or even their own homes, burned down around their ears, the senators and nobles would have no choice but to ask for his help. As they left the city walls behind, Fabiola remembered Brutus's prediction of this exact maneuver by Pompey. This was the man who had outwitted Crassus to take the credit for quelling the Spartacus rebellion, and then done the same to the general Lucullus, after he had almost crushed Mithridates' uprising in Asia Minor. Pompey was not about to be beaten to the ultimate prize. Bringing armed legionaries into the Forum Romanum for the first time since Sulla would give Pompey physical control of the Republic itself. Yet the Senate had no other choice. 5 days later, it was as if the violence had never been. The screams of people caught up in the rioting had been replaced by birdsong, the creaking of the litter, and the muttering of Secundus and his men. Leaning her head out of the litter's side, Fabiola peered into the distance. Docilosa clicked her tongue disapprovingly, but Fabiola ignored her. Horrified at what had happened to Fabiola on the street, her middle-aged servant had refused point-blank to be left behind. Glad to have the female company, Fabiola had not put up much protest. Now, though, after bumping up and down for hours on end, she was bored. Snatching an occasional glance outside was perhaps not wise, but Fabiola needed to do so to stay sane. The other person who had declined to stay in Rome was walking directly alongside. Despite his horrific wound, Sextus had insisted he accompany Fabiola north. The one-eyed slave followed her like a shadow. It was a most comforting feeling. Apart from Docilosa, no one was allowed within 3 steps of her without his nod of approval. Passing between rows of empty fields, the paved road stretched on to the grey horizon. Far from the nearest town there were few other travellers in sight. Those that were abroad generally hurried past with the hoods of their cloaks turned up. With no official force to protect ordinary citizens in Rome or outside it, the Republic's roads were dangerous by day or night. The countryside was regularly dotted with latifundia, their lands lying fallow until the spring. Like Fabiola's, each was made up of a central building complex, with the obligatory vineyards, olive groves, and fruit trees. Dense groves of oaks and cypresses grew near the entrances. Large packs of guard dogs ran loose all around the properties. Secundus and his men had frequently been obliged to throw stones at the fierce animals. Gangs of armed men in grubby tunics also lounged at the gates to many of the villas, protection against robbers. In these dangerous times, rich landowners guarded their estates even more closely than normal. The parties of unshaven heavies eyed the litter and its accompanying guard of 12 men with suspicion, but dared not delay their passage, even when their hounds were stoned into submission. The distinctive bronze-crested helmets, the thigh-length mail and army weapons marked out the tough-looking figures as veterans. They were all equipped with bows to boot, which made any attempt to rob them especially perilous. At these times, Fabiola was careful not to show her face. Presuming the passenger in the litter to be a wealthy nobleman or merchant, the thugs sullenly stood back. In this fashion they had travelled without trouble. Every night, Secundus chose a place for their camp as far from the road as possible. Avoiding attention was their main aim. Once he was happy with their position, the tents were swiftly put up. It did not take Secundus's 11 followers long to hammer the iron pegs into the ground and erect them. Until this journey, Fabiola had never seen the 8-man leather tents used by legionaries on the march. She and Dosilosa had one to themselves. The men shared 2 others, and the 4 slaves who carried the litter slept in a 4th. Refusing all other offers, Sextus spent every night wrapped in a blanket at the entrance to Fabiola's. Inside, the women's sleeping arrangements were simple. The bedding consisted of cushions and blankets from the litter. The Spartan decoration was still more than she was used to from her childhood. As then, there were few opportunities to bathe. This did not trouble Fabiola either. The weather was so cold that washing did not appeal much. There had been no sign of Scaevola since they had left Rome. Fabiola prayed daily that the malevolent Fugitivarius had not managed to regroup his men sufficiently to mount a pursuit. So far her prayers had been answered. If their run of good luck continued, the main problems to overcome would be the Pompeian forces that lay to the north, and any rogue tribesmen in Gaul. Although spring was around the corner, the days were still short. Finding a suitable spot to stop for the night, Secundus called an early halt to their march that afternoon. Sticking his head inside the litter, he beckoned to Fabiola. "It's safe to come out now," he said. Gratefully she emerged into the cold air. Being able to stretch her legs in daylight was a real pleasure. Today, Secundus had picked a secluded location by a river. Although it was only 100 paces from a bridge over the fast-flowing water, it was protected by a grove of trees. Despite their bare branches, they provided plenty of cover. With darkness about to fall in the next hour, their camp would remain well hidden overnight. "Don't go far," Secundus advised. Fabiola had no intention of doing so. Even with Sextus at her back, she did not feel safe unless there were plenty of armed men in view. They walked to the river which swept past, swollen by winter rainfall in the Apennine Mountains. Huge pieces of wood spun in lazy circles, revealing the immense power of the water carrying them. Like most Romans, Fabiola could not swim. Falling into the torrent would mean certain death by drowning. She shuddered at the thought and turned away. Anxious to lift her somber mood, she looked up at the sky. Clouds were scudding across it, illuminated from beneath by the setting sun. The strong wind was from the north, and it promised more snow. Fabiola knew this from the grey-yellow colour of the clouds and from the biting chill that numbed her fingers and toes. Their journey was going to get even more difficult, she thought wearily. Unease sneaked over her, and Fabiola hurried back to the tents, eager to get away from the threatening weather. Sextus followed, also glancing unhappily into the darkening air. The wind speed increased through the evening until it had become a shrieking voice that drowned out all sound. Extra pegs had to be placed to hold the tents securely to the ground. Secundus ordered the sentries doubled, positioning them close enough so they could see each other. Chilled to the bone, Fabiola and Dosilosa went to bed fully dressed and even earlier than normal. It was rare to stay up past sunset anyway. What was there to do by the light of guttering oil lamps now, other than brood, which is what the young woman found herself doing anyway. Even if they reached Gaul without further mishap, who knew if they would find Brutus amid the carnage and mayhem? With the whole country in revolt against the Romans, travel had become more dangerous than in Italy. Bands of brigands competed with dispossessed tribesmen for whatever pickings could be found. While the men accompanying her were solid veterans, they would not be able to withstand a large Gaulish war party. Fabiola sighed. What point was there in worrying about the future? Right now, surviving from one day to the next was enough to deal with. Tomorrow, was another day. Trying to keep this sentiment to the forefront of her mind, she finally fell asleep. Cries of alarm roused her from a deep slumber. Thankfully, the howling wind had died away. Dull light penetrated through the tent fabric, telling Fabiola it was early morning. Throwing off the thick blankets, she pulled her Pugio from under her pillow. Never again would Fabiola be overcome as she had been on the street in Rome. Dosolosa was also awake. "What are you doing, mistress?" she asked, looking alarmed. Without answering, Fabiola moved to the door and partially unlaced the flap, which allowed her to see the area in front of their tent. "Sextus is gone." "It could be dangerous," warned Dosolosa. "Stay here." Ignoring her, the young woman stepped into the morning air. To her relief, Sextus was only a few steps away. Clutching his gladius with white knuckles, his gaze was fixed on the blood-soaked figure which lay in the thick snow just beyond the next tent. Fabiola joined him. Secundus and 2 of his men were crouched over the body. It was one of the sentries, and his throat had been cut from ear to ear. The frozen snow around him had turned red, a shocking clash of colours in the dawn light. "What happened?" "Don't know, mistress," answered Sextus grimly. "I've heard nothing all night." Noticing Fabiola, Secundus turned to face her. His face looked older than she remembered. His hands were covered in blood. "His name was Antoninus," the veteran said heavily. "He served with me for 10 years. Fabiola's heart went out to him. "Who did it?" Secundus shrugged. "The same bastards who killed Servius, I guess." Shocked, she looked at him questioningly. "There's another one over there," he revealed. "Both were covered in snow, so it must have happened during the storm. Any footprints have been well covered." Fear clenched Fabiola's stomach. "Bandits?" she asked. "Could be," said Secundus angrily. "Damn smart ones, though. To get so close, without any of us knowing. Antoninus and Servius were good men." Fabiola went white. She knew a man who was a real expert at tracking. Scaevola. Chapter 15. A New Threat. Margiana, Winter-Spring, 53-52 BC. The archers stared down their arrow shafts at Romulus and Brennus, waiting for the command to release. Despite the friends' chainmail, the short distance between them meant that the barbed iron points would tear their flesh to pieces. Romulus's pulse was pounding in the hollow of his throat. Resignation filled Brennus. The pain of Optatus's sword cut was as nothing compared to having the satisfaction of victory taken away and replaced with the threat of summary execution. Again. As a gladiator, at least he had been applauded after winning a fight. Here, he was an expendable piece of meat. If he was to die, Brennus wanted it to be as a free man, not as a prisoner or a slave. Pacorus was about to speak when one of the sentries on the rampart bothered to glance out eastwards. Like his companions, the soldier had been totally absorbed by the combat being fought below his position. His hoarse cry of alarm drew everyone's attention away from the pair of sweating figures standing over the legionaries' corpses. "A messenger comes!" he roared. "He's signalling that an enemy is near!" As with all units on guard duty, there was a trumpeter standing by. Quickly he put his bronze instrument to his lips and blew a short, sharp series of notes that everyone recognized. The alarm. Pacorus's mouth twisted with apprehension. Before they came within shouting range, riders could raise their right arm to warn their comrades of danger. This was clearly what the sentry had seen. "Get to the gate," he barked at Barham. "Bring him to me, at once." The squat Primus Pilus snapped off a salute and trotted away. Pacorus turned back to Romulus and Brennus, who were still being covered by his archers. "How many did you see out there?" 1 to 2,000, sir," answered Romulus confidently. "Perhaps more." "Mostly infantry?" asked Pacorus hopefully. A much weakened people compared to their heyday centuries before, the Scythians were still feared opponents of any army, especially their skilled horsemen. "About half of each, sir." Grey-faced, their commander sucked in a ragged breath. His forces were nearly all foot soldiers. 500 to 1,000 horse, he muttered to himself. Mithras! Damn them all! The friends waited. So did the Parthian bowmen. The Primus Pilus arrived with a warrior on a lathered mount a few moments later. His words confirmed those of Romulus. But instead of advancing further towards the fort, the Scythians were heading north again, in the direction of their own lands and the other fortlets. Satisfied for the moment, Pacorus muttered an order to his men, who finally lowered their bows. Suddenly there were more important things on the commander's mind than the execution of 2 ordinary soldiers. The tension in Romulus's shoulders began to dissipate, and he let out a long, slow breath. "Present yourselves to the Optio in the 1st century of the Primus Pilus's cohort," Pacorus snapped. "He can keep an eye on you there." "Gladly, sir," said Varum, leering at them. "There'll be no question of desertion while I'm around." Romulus imagined the punishment duties that the sadistic Parthian would come up with. Yet they were alive, he thought, gratefully. Brennus nudged him, and they ran off, both trying to not let their injuries show. It was best not to wait for Pacorus to reconsider, and what the volatile Primus Pilus might do later scarcely seemed to matter. Behind them, they heard Pacorus speak to Varum. "I want the whole legion ready to march in an hour. Have all the long spears issued as well. Sir? The silk-covered shields should withstand their poison arrows," he went on, "and the spears will break their charge." It was the last thing that Romulus heard. Rounding a corner onto the Via Principia, they trotted along, ignoring the curious stares thrown in their direction. Soon they found themselves at their new barracks. The most important cohort in the legion, the first was under Varum's personal command. Being the Primus Pilus was in fact 2 jobs, running his own unit of 6 centuries, as well as being the ranking senior centurion in the Forgotten Legion. The Optio of the 1st century was a dour Capuan called Aemilius, and they found him standing in the narrow corridor yelling orders at his men. He looked surprised to see the pair, as did the legionaries present. Everyone in the camp had heard Novius's malicious gossip, and sour comments immediately filled the air. Ignoring them, Romulus relayed their orders and saluted. "Pacorus himself sent you," Aemilius repeated. "Yes, sir," answered Romulus, stiffening to attention again. Brennus did likewise. If it was humanly possible, they had to get on Aemilius's good side from the start. Otherwise, the 2 most senior officers in the century would be out for their blood, and that was before the legionaries became involved. Aemilius rubbed his chin, thinking. "Escaped slaves, eh?" All the men listening craned their heads to see. There was no point in denying it any longer. "Yes, sir," Romulus replied, although he no longer felt like one. Training as a soldier, fighting battles and surviving this far had given him a seasoned confidence beyond that of an ordinary slave. Slavery had never sat easily on Brennus's broad shoulders, but he held his tongue too. Here, remaining silent was the same as agreeing with Romulus. While the nearby soldiers hissed with disapproval, Aemilius did not react. Romulus hid his surprise at this. It was a tiny spark of hope. "You were on Darius's patrol," both nodded. "And what they say," said the Optio, his stare piercing, "is it true? Did you run away?" "No, sir," protested Romulus fiercely. "The men who did are lying dead on the intervallum, sir," added Brennus. "We just bested the 3 of them unarmed." Gasps of disbelief filled the corridor. The 1st cohort's barracks was beside the Praetoria, a long distance from the front gate. Busy with routine duties, none here had witnessed the dramatic duel. Aemilius's eyebrows rose. "Did you, by Jupiter?" "Ask any of the other officers, sir," urged Romulus. "We're no cowards," said Brennus. Something told Romulus that the Optio was a fair-minded man. He threw caution to the wind. "The gods helped us." The Gaul shook his shaggy head in agreement. After what they had been through, it did seem that way. Superstitious mutters rippled between the legionaries. Emilius looked dubious. "I've seen you two on the training ground before," he said. "You're good, very good. More likely that's why you're standing here now." Romulus kept silent, breathing into the waves of pain from his ribs. Emilius relaxed. Then, noticing the deep cut on Brennus's left forearm, he frowned. "You can't hold a shield with that." "Bit of strapping and I'll be fine, sir." "Don't want to miss the fight," answered Brennus stolidly. "There are some deaths to be avenged." "Whose?" "The men of our centuries, sir," Romulus interjected. A slow smile appeared on the Optio's face. These two soldiers were brave, at least. Time would tell if they were liars or not. "Very well," he said. "Have it seen to in the valetudinarium. Your young friend here can go to the armory for kit and weapons." Romulus and Brennus hurried to obey. There was a battle to fight. In the event, the expected clash with the Scythians did not occur. Realizing perhaps that the response to their attack would be rapid and ruthless, the nomadic warriors had pulled back from where they had been spotted by the Parthian rider. Pacorus's order for the men to carry enough supplies for several days turned out to be a fortunate one, as the legionaries marched fruitlessly after an enemy which had the advantage of being many miles away at the start of their pursuit. The exercise proved to be nothing more than an extended training march in winter conditions. Naturally, the soldiers were not pleased by this, but they had to obey. After 3 days, with his men's food running low, the Parthian commander was forced to call a halt, but he was determined not to give up. Upon their return to the fort, 6 cohorts were immediately provided with enough rations for a month and sent out again. Much of the winter passed in this fashion, searching an empty frozen landscape for a wraith-like enemy. There were occasional skirmishes with the Scythians, but nothing decisive. Like all the others, Romulus and Brennus took part in the sorties, marching alongside Emilius and his men. Forced to join a contubernium, they had achieved grudging acceptance from the 6 legionaries with whom they lived, slept, and ate every day. Yet there was no friendship, and the other men in the century shunned them entirely. It was no better amongst the rest of the cohorts. Like Romulus and Brennus, Caius had fully recovered from his wound, and he was ceaseless in his efforts to foment bad feeling against the 2 friends. No one made direct attacks on them, but the threat was always there. They could not leave each other's company, even to visit the latrines or baths. It was an extremely wearing existence, and Romulus grew heartily sick of it. He and Brennus could not fight the entire legion. Desertion was their one option, although there was virtually nowhere to go. Well over 1,000 miles of barren wilderness lay between the fort and the city of Seleucia in the west. It was hundreds more beyond that to Roman territory. To the north and east were unknown areas, populated by savage tribes like the Sogdians and Scythians. The land of Serica, where silk came from, lay even further eastwards, but he did not know where. Romulus had a single idea: to head south through the kingdom of the Bactrians. Occasionally some of the Parthian warriors mentioned a great city called Barbaricum, where a mighty river met the sea. Romulus had seen it once on the Periplus, Tarquinius's ancient annotated map. He knew that Barbaricum was a bustling trade centre where precious items such as spices, silk, jewels, and ivory were bought and sold. From it, ships apparently sailed to Egypt, carrying goods that were worth a king's ransom in Italy and Greece. But Romulus had no idea how to reach it, the only possible route home. And he would not leave without Tarquinius. Neither would Brennus. There was still no sign of the Haruspex anyway. He was alive, yet, as before, he was kept under close guard in Pacorus's quarters. Any attempt to free him would doubtless end in disaster, and so the pair watched, waited, and endured for many cold months. All they could do was pray to the gods. Spring arrived, and the 6 cohorts which were out on patrol surprised the Scythians in their camp. Utilizing the dusk for an unusually timed attack, Varum led his men to a stunning victory. Almost the entire force of raiders was annihilated in one short, brutal encounter. With little threat remaining, the Primus Pilus hurried back to the fort the next day. He was doing everything in his power to regain Pacorus's approval. A pair of riders was sent on in advance to relay the good news. When they returned, Pacorus was waiting at the fort's main entrance with a party of his warriors. He called Varum to his side and exchanged a few words with him before indicating that the legionaries should enter. As the ranks of the first cohort began passing by, the commander dipped his head in acknowledgement. He seemed genuinely pleased by their victory. Anger filled Romulus at the sight of the swarthy Parthian in his richly cut cloak, the picture of arrogant superiority. He longed to plunge his javelin into his chest, but of course he wouldn't. He might gain his vengeance, but Tarquinius would still be a prisoner. The young soldier dared not act. He and Brennus had been fortunate to escape with their lives and avoid the commander since. He hoped that Pacorus had forgotten them for now. With Mithras's blessing, it would stay that way. All the two friends could do was keep their heads down. The first cohort came to an abrupt halt, and Romulus almost walked into the soldier ahead of him. Confused, men stood on tiptoe to see what was happening. A loud commotion came from the front. Angry shouts were met by a low, insistent voice which held one's attention. Recognition tickled the edges of Romulus's memory. Taller than nearly everyone, Brennus raised a hand to his eyes. "You see anything?" asked Romulus. "No," came the annoyed reply. "What's going on?" snarled Pacorus impatiently at the nearest centurion. "Move on!" The officer scurried to obey, using liberal strokes of his vine cane on his men. But no one would budge. A stooped figure, wrapped in a heavy blanket, emerged from the gateway. Shuffling, rather than walking, it limped towards Pacorus. Superstitious gasps rose from the soldiers as they saw who it was. Positioned on the outside of the rank, Romulus could see more than the Gaul. Sadness and euphoria filled him at the same time. All the colour drained from Brennus's face. "Is it?" he began. "Yes," answered Romulus simply. They had not seen him for months, but only one person in the camp had the ability to cause such confusion. Angry that his order had not been obeyed, Pacorus snapped out another. 2 of his men ran to stand before the figure, challenging it first in Parthian and then in bad Latin. There was no answer. Another command rang out, and one warrior stepped forward, roughly pulling away the blanket from the newcomer's head. Obviously weak, he tottered backwards and nearly fell. Somehow he regained his balance and stepped forward. The Parthians blocked the move at once, but the man stood proudly, staring at Pacorus across their outstretched arms. As Tarquinius's face was revealed to those nearby, Romulus bit back the cry of horror that sprang to his lips. The Haruspex had aged 10 years. There were grey streaks in his long blonde hair, and new worry lines furrowed his entire face, giving him the appearance of an old man. The blanket had slipped away from his now bony shoulders, exposing his flesh, which was beaten and badly bruised. But the worst thing of all was the red, recently healed burn on Tarquinius's left cheek. It was the shape of a knife blade. "They've tortured him," hissed Romulus, moving out of rank. The Gaul's great hand gripped his right arm, stopping him. Romulus's protest died away. "Each man's fate is his own," was one of the Haruspex's staple sayings. It was not his place to intervene. Tarquinius had engineered this situation. "You?" said Pacorus with a sneer. "Come to see what my troops have done without you?" His warriors laughed. Tarquinius licked his dry, cracked lips, and Romulus's heart ached. "Enough!" barked the commander. "Move on!" he shouted at the centurions. "Hold!" Tarquinius's voice was not loud, but every man heard what he said. Remarkably, no one moved. Pacorus swelled with fury. Yet the two Parthians holding the haruspex also seemed less certain. "The Scythians have been defeated," said Tarquinius. "That danger is gone." Pacorus could not stop the smirk that formed on his lips. He raised his arms in triumph, and his warriors cheered. Even the legionaries looked pleased. Tarquinius waited until they had all stopped. "What of the Indians, though?" he asked softly. Shock replaced the happiness in men's faces. The 5 words hung in the air, which had suddenly turned clammy. Romulus glanced at Brennus, who shrugged. "The Indians?" Pacorus laughed, but it rang hollow. "They would have to defeat the Bactrians before coming anywhere near Margiana." "They have already done so." Pacorus's complexion turned pale grey. "Spring has only just started," he retorted. 100 miles to the south, the snows have melted early," came the instant response, "and Bactria's army has been crushed." The commander was visibly deflated. "A huge army is on the move towards us," Tarquinius continued. "The Indian king, Azes, desires more land. Unchecked, he will sweep through Margiana." Pacorus's miserable expression spoke volumes. Tarquinius had mentioned this once a long time ago. "How many?" he asked. 30,000 infantry, intoned the haruspex, "and perhaps 5,000 cavalry, battle chariots too." Shouts of disbelief rose into the air from the nearest legionaries. "A small threat," growled Pacorus, trying to shrug it off. Tarquinius's eyes were dark pits. "There are also elephants, 100 of them at least." Now the soldiers began to look scared, and the Parthians' shoulders slumped. Romulus's joy at seeing his mentor again began to dissolve. This was the doom of the Forgotten Legion, and of his friends, too. He knew it. Wrapped in new misery, he did not notice Brennus's reaction. There was a long silence before Pacorus finally regained control of his emotions. "Back to barracks, at once," he muttered. Morale would be affected if even more was revealed, but judging by the unhappy voices among the ranks of the first, that was already happening. The centurions and optiones hurriedly obeyed. With kicks and curses and blows from their vine canes, they got the men moving. "We must talk," the commander said to Tarquinius. The haruspex gravely inclined his head. Despite his horrific injuries, there was still an air of gravitas about him. Romulus and Brennus marched on. Tarquinius's head turned as they came alongside. Romulus's eyes and his met, before Tarquinius's gaze moved to Brennus. He grinned at them, and it was impossible not to respond. The greatest threat to their lives might lie ahead, but they were all still alive. And then they had tramped past, under the arched gateway and the sentries on the ramparts. A maelstrom of emotions could be felt in the first's ranks. The legionaries' elation at their stunning victory had been utterly diluted by the haruspex's ominous words. After Novius's accusations, Tarquinius had automatically been tarred with the same brush as Romulus and Brennus. Being incarcerated, no one could accuse him of being an escaped slave, yet he was guilty by association. But kinder memories of the terrible march east from Seleucia were also vivid. That was when Tarquinius had become widely known, nursing the sick and wounded. Moreover, his prophecies invariably came to pass, which had earned him huge respect throughout the Forgotten Legion. If Tarquinius said that an invasion was imminent, few men would argue. They would soon need all the luck Fortuna was prepared to throw their way. Pacorus had indeed taken Tarquinius's words to heart. That evening, all centurions were ordered to the Praetoria. There it was announced that the legion would march south the next day. Only a small group of warriors and those who are unable to march would be left behind. Every single ballista made by the board armourers during the quiet winter months was to be taken. Fortunately, the tough mules which had accompanied the prisoners east from Seleucia were well fed. Theirs would be a tough job too. As well as food, spare equipment, and the engines of war, the pack animals had to carry hay for themselves, the long spears, and the tents. The announcement was quickly disseminated by the grim-faced centurions. Although Parthian, they too were dismayed by Pacorus's decision. Going on campaign this early in the year was not an appealing prospect, yet the news wasn't of much surprise to the weary legionaries. They had been looking forward to celebrating their victory over the Scythians and the pleasure of sleeping in their own beds. Instead, they were brooding over Tarquinius's words, which had already been repeated a dozen times in every barracks. One perilous battle was to be followed by another yet more ominous. As darkness fell, thousands of prayers rose up into the empty windless sky. Few men slept well. Romulus, in particular, lay awake for much of the night, considering his future. It seemed utterly hopeless. Everyone was out for their blood: Pacorus, Varus, Caius, and now the Indians. For every danger that he survived, 2 more seemed to spring up. As ever, deserting seemed pointless, while trying to rescue Tarquinius was tantamount to suicide. Marching to face the Indians was the only option. South, into the unknown, to a battle that no one could win. A dense gloom enveloped Romulus, but Mithras had seen fit to keep him alive this far, and Tarquinius would be travelling with the legion. Perhaps there was a faint chance. Brennus did not like talking much. Instead, he had fallen asleep and was snoring contentedly nearby, a tiny smile playing on his lips. Wrapped up in his own troubles, Romulus still did not notice his friend's relaxed manner. In the courtyard of Pacorus's quarters, Tarquinius studied the stars filling the heavens. Try as he might, the Haruspex could not see past the battle that lay ahead. As at Carrhae, the slaughter would be immense. Too many men would die to allow the paths of 3 single individuals to be discerned on their own. But where were the visions that had shown the possibility of returning to Rome? Had Olenus, his mentor, been wrong? Tarquinius, too, was filled with unease. As Romulus and Brennus emerged from the confining sides of the narrow pass and the men in front began to descend, they were granted a view of the land that awaited them. 11 days had passed, and the Forgotten Legion was about to complete its traversal of the mountains to the south of its fort. With Pacorus's expert knowledge of the area, the legionaries had marched safely through a narrow defile, well below the snow line. "Great visibility," said the Gaul, pointing due east. "I'd say 50 miles at least." It was hard to disagree. With a cloudless sky overhead, the crystal-pure air allowed them to see every tiny detail below them. Rivers thundered down from the peaks to divide the landscape into huge irregular portions. This was more fertile land than that to the north. Small villages were dotted throughout, their patchwork fields spread unevenly around the houses. On the foothills that ran down from the mountains were thick clumps of trees. Unlike the Romans, the Parthians and Bactrians did not build roads, but plenty of well-worn tracks joined the areas of human inhabitation. It was not dissimilar to parts of southern Italy. Pleased mutters rose from the other soldiers. There was no sign of a huge host. Romulus sighed. He did not know which was worse, the expectation of doom or the actuality of it. Brennus threw a comforting arm around his shoulders. "We're all still alive," he said. "Breathe the air. Enjoy the view. You might as well." He managed a small smile. From the following dawn they advanced steadily, covering a good 15 miles before dark. The next day it was 20, and the day after that a few more. No one knew exactly where they were going, but the rumor was that their destination was the river Hydaspes. This was proved correct when, after nearly a week's march, an enormous watercourse eventually halted the Forgotten Legion's progress. Running almost directly north-south, it was at least a quarter of a mile wide. A less imposing barrier than the mountains, the river still acted as a formidable natural border. Tarquinius sat astride his mule, watching the water glide past at speed. Around him were Pacorus and many of the senior centurions on their horses. A ring of dusty warriors stood ready at their backs, secretly relieved to rest. To get a better view, the commander's party had advanced to the river's edge. Low trees and heavy vegetation grew right down to the water on both sides, restricting the view of the far bank. "The Hydaspes," announced Pacorus, gesturing expansively. "The eastern limits of the Parthian Empire." "Alexander's army finally came to a halt not far from here," said Tarquinius, "because his troops would go no further." "They were wise men," the commander answered. "Since deepest antiquity, the Indian kings have fielded huge armies, far bigger than that damn Greek might have had." "That damn Greek had more military talent in his little finger than you do in your whole rotten body," thought the Haruspecs. "Nothing has changed, then," added Varum dryly. "Where are they, though?" asked Ishkan. Nervous eyes turned to Tarquinius. "The gods help you if this was a wasted march," growled Pacorus. Varum gripped his sword hilt, always keen to administer a quick revenge. Tarquinius did not answer immediately. Surviving the Primus Pilus's torture had, if anything, helped him to consider everything for longer. Raising his head, the Haruspex smelt the air. His eyes never still, he searched the sky. Over the previous week, the weather had improved steadily. Spring was now well underway. In the fields belonging to the settlements that they had passed, the new wheat and barley were sprouting pale green shoots. Away from the colder climate of the mountains, the plants and trees were beginning to bloom. The river level would have fallen from its winter highs, the Haruspecs thought. It was about 2 months before the monsoon began. A perfect time for an army to cross safely. Varum was growing impatient, but Pacorus sat quietly astride his black stallion. Although he hated it, he had grown used to Tarquinius's contemplative manner. Waiting for a few moments more would not change the course of their fate. Tarquinius's gaze was drawn to a solitary, huge vulture flying over the far bank. Its appearance was striking and unusual. Black circles dramatized its eyes. The rest of its head was white, while the neck and body were a pale brown color. Even its long diamond-shaped tail was distinctive. Its presence had to be of significance. Clutching a large tortoise in its talons, the vulture was climbing steadily into the air. When it had reached a height that he judged to be at least 200 paces, it simply let go. The tortoise plummeted to the ground, its rigid shell guaranteeing a certain death. It was followed in a more leisurely way by the bird. A striking example of intelligence, Tarquinius thought. A good lesson when the odds seemed insurmountable. In the eastern distance, over the trees, he glimpsed banks of massing thunderclouds. Tarquinius gave silent thanks to Tinia and Mithras. Since Varum's torture, divining had become more difficult. But his talents had not completely disappeared. "We're late," he said. "There are shallows. 2 days' march to the south. They're already crossing there." Ishkan's tanned face paled. He knew where the ford was, but there was no way that Tarquinius could have. None of the Parthians would have mentioned it. This was more proof that Tarquinius's abilities were indeed real, thought Varum. It was good that he had not killed the Haruspecs. Yet, he reflected, what faced them was as ominous as the fate which awaited any who killed such a man. A week earlier, the Forgotten Legion had abandoned the easily defendable pass through the mountains. The plan had been to reach the Hydaspes before the enemy, to deny them the crossing, or at least to make them pay dearly for it. Now the realization that the Indians were already on this bank hit home. On the open ground by the river, their situation seemed even more vulnerable. Pacorus set his jaw. A brave man, he was not about to run from his duty. Better to die honorably in battle against Parthia's enemies than suffer an ignominious end at the hands of King Orodes' executioners. He looked searchingly at Tarquinius. "Well," he said. "There is much to be done." Varum sneered. "What can we possibly do except die?" "Teach the Indians a lesson they will never forget," growled Pacorus. Tired and footsore after yet another long march, the legionaries were unhappy at having to erect a marching camp a good mile from the river. The distance meant that those on water-hauling duty would spend far more time driving the mules to and fro than normal. Romulus wasn't concerned by the camp's location. He had seen the Parthian horsemen take off at dawn, and knew that something was up. When it was announced that every man would have to work the next day as well, the grumbling grew even louder. No one dared to question the order, however. Opening one's mouth guaranteed severe punishment. Besides, it made sense to build defences. The following dawn they started. Brennus took to the task with gusto. In his huge hands, a shovel looked like a toy, but the amount of earth that he moved proved otherwise. The Hydaspes was to shield the Forgotten Legion's left flank. Under Tarquinius's direction, the soldiers dug lines of deep curved ditches parallel to the riverbank, but about 800 paces away. This was the approximate width of the legion in battle formation. Branches were cut and trimmed and dug into the bottoms of the defences. Facing outwards like one half of a circle, the trenches would protect the right flank. Without significant numbers of cavalry, this was the haruspics' way of improvising. Inside the ditches, hundreds more sharpened wooden stakes were buried at an angle in the ground, jutting forward like so many crooked teeth in a crocodile's jaws. In between them were scattered the caltrops, their iron spikes sticking jauntily into the air. The dozen ballistae were split up, half facing forward along the line, and the rest placed to cover the area in front of the ditches. If necessary, they could be turned to cover the rear as well. The men that could be spared from other duties searched out suitably sized rocks by the river and used the mules to haul them back. Pyramidal piles of this ammunition were built up beside each catapult. They varied from the size of a fist to lumps bigger than a man's head. Aimed and fired correctly, all were deadly. Romulus had watched the artillerymen practicing on many occasions and knew that the ballistae would play an important part in the battle. The last, unexplained task was to dig a narrow yet deep trench from the river. It crossed right in front of where the Forgotten Legion would stand. Scores of long side channels were also excavated, until the ground looked like a field with too many irrigation channels. The final part of the trench, which would allow the Hydaspes to pour in and reach all its tributaries, was finished last. As the final clumps of soil were dug away, the trickle soon became a minor torrent, filling the channels to the brim. With their purpose made obvious, there were weary smiles all round. By the morning, the area would be a quagmire. The day of intense physical labour was over, allowing the legionaries to dwell on morbid matters, such as their future and the battle that loomed ever nearer. The remnants of Pacorus's horsemen arrived back that evening, bloody and battered. They had been attacked by a far greater force of Indian cavalry, suffering heavy losses. They reported that the army that followed in their wake was as large as Tarquinius had predicted, or larger. It would arrive the next day. A deep despondency fell on the legionaries. The haruspics had been proved correct, yet again. Every single man in the Forgotten Legion but one wished the opposite. Romulus knew now that he could not escape his fate. He felt it rushing in as if borne on the wings of doom itself. Thoughts of returning to Rome seemed utterly futile, a waste of valuable energy. Better to save it for the fight the next day, when death would find them all on this green plain by the river Hydaspes. 17 seemed too young to die, he thought sadly. A strange sense of complacency filled Brennus. Word had spread that they were not far from where Alexander's incredible advance had been halted. "This is the end of the world," muttered many men as they sat around their fires that night. Even if they could, who would want to travel any further? Their unknowing words reverberated deep in the core of the Gaul's being. A journey beyond where any Allobrigi has gone, or will ever go. After 9 long years, the gods were finally beginning to reveal their purpose to him. Chapter 16. The Road to Gaul. Northern Italy, winter 53-52 BC. Seeing her fear, Secundus moved closer. "Tell me." "It's the fugitive Arii," Fabiola whispered. "I know it." "This would be their style," he said with a scowl. "And they'd be wary of my men. So they creep in like thieves and kill them unawares. To even the numbers, exactly." Secundus scanned the nearby trees and bushes. "The bastards would have been tracking us since we left. Should we go back?" He barked a short, angry laugh. "Whoever it was murdered these lads will find it easier to recruit more men there than if we keep moving. Besides, the rioting has spread. Rome is no place for any of us right now." "And it'll take weeks for Pompey's legions to arrive," said Fabiola. If the rumors sweeping the city as they left were correct, the sole consul would by now be dictator for the year. Nervous of the situation, the Senate had finally acted. But Pompey's armies were scattered throughout the Republic. Most were in Hispania and Greece, while others were dispersed across Italy. "Time we don't have," Secundus declared. "Best move on." "Fast," added one of the others. Sextus bared his teeth in agreement. Fabiola did not argue. The graphic evidence of what might happen if they did nothing was still lying before her. Despite the frozen soil, it did not take the veterans long to bury their comrades. Fabiola was struck by their efficiency as she watched them swiftly shovel out a pair of deep holes, inter the blood-soaked bodies, and cover them with earth. Their weapons were also buried. Everyone stood around while Secundus said a few words. But there was no time to carve a wooden grave marker. Servius and Antoninus had disappeared as if they had never existed. Yet the plain graves were still more than most slaves got, Fabiola thought sadly. Like the excess city waste and the bodies of executed criminals, they were simply discarded in stinking open pits. After a battle, a similar fate awaited the dead soldiers of the losing side. Like Romulus at Carrhae, or wherever the battle she had seen in her vision would take place. She climbed miserably into the litter, followed by a stone-faced Docilosa. Secundus barked an order to move out. Nothing further happened that day, and Secundus made sure that the party reached a town by nightfall. Not wanting others to know their intended route to Gaul, it had been his aim to avoid human contact where possible. The night attack had changed things. Safety now lay in numbers. Secundus hurried them to the best inn to be found, a low-roofed timber affair with a barroom full of unsavory types, and a muddy yard enclosed by stables. Curious glances followed the two women as they quickly descended from the litter, raising the hoods on the dark-coloured military lacernae which Secundus had provided. They had been reduced to skulking like thieves. Once a simple meal had been provided for Fabiola and Docilosa in their room, Secundus left 2 men outside their door with Sextus. He and the others shared the neighbouring chamber, but regularly came to check on them. With Docilosa in bed early, there was time for him to talk to Fabiola in private. Secundus seemed increasingly convinced of her right to become a Mithraic devotee, and had begun revealing fascinating details about the secretive religion, including its central beliefs and rituals. Keen to be part of a cult which recognized slaves as equals, Fabiola soaked it all up. 8 more days passed in this fashion, journeying without pause, followed by a poor night's sleep in a flea-ridden, uncomfortable bed. By the morning of the 9th day, Fabiola was beginning to wonder if her fears had been overreaction. The violent storm and the sentry's murders had sent her mood into the black depths. Perhaps now, though, their deaths could be put down to bandits, a random event that would not be repeated. The border with Gaul was a week's march away, and the thought of seeing Brutus again filled her with joy. Even Secundus and Sextus seemed happier. Only Docilosa remained in bad spirits. Not even the prospect of better weather could please her. All along the roads the frost was melting. Snowdrops were already poking free of the short grass beneath. When the sun emerged from behind the clouds, there was a new warmth in its rays. Spring was coming at last. Birds sang in the trees, alerting the world to the fact. Fabiola could not stop herself from smiling at Docilosa's continued grim demeanour as the litter bumped and creaked along. Later, she would regret not paying more attention to it. Their choice came in the afternoon, not long after the road had entered a narrow valley. Tall trees hemmed in the way ahead, their bare lower branches reaching out threateningly at head height. Entering, the bright sunshine all but disappeared, leaving a small strip of sky visible overhead. Between the closely positioned, gnarled trunks on either side were huge boulders covered in moss, the remnants of an ancient rockfall. Few birds or animals were visible, leaving a deathly silence over the wood. It was most unwelcoming. Unusually, Sextus had left Fabiola's side to check out the way ahead with two men acting as scouts. Secundus conferred with them upon their return, while Sextus stood alongside, nodding his head. According to the three, there was little choice but to press on. The alternative route around the defile would set them back a day or more. "My lads saw no sign of anyone," Secundus announced, "and this section only lasts for a short distance before opening out again." Unsure, Fabiola chewed her lip. "They both have noses for trouble like a hound on the scent," Secundus went on. "We'll be through it in half an hour, no more." Sextus grinned encouragingly. The temptation was too much for Fabiola. If Sextus, her good luck talisman, was happy, then it must be safe. Ignoring Docilosa's grumbles, she nodded her assent. A trio of Secundus's men led the way, bows at the ready. Next came the litter, borne by the sweating slaves, flanked closely on either side by a pair of veterans. The narrowness of the road and the sweeping branches meant that these men were forced to stoop regularly as they walked. Taking up the rear were Sextus, Secundus, and the last two of his followers. It was far from an ideal way to continue, thought Fabiola, as she peered out and almost lost an eye to the sharp end on a half-decayed branch. Time dragged in the semi-darkness. In an effort to lift the mood, Fabiola tried engaging Docilosa in conversation about the possibility of finding Sabina, her daughter. The child had been taken from her at the tender age of 6, sold as an acolyte to one of the temples. It was a bad choice of topic. Docilosa's sour expression deepened, remaining unchanged, no matter what Fabiola said. She determined to try and track down Sabina if she ever got the chance. It would be worth paying good money just to see Docilosa smile. Docilosa sensed it first. "What's wrong?" she asked sharply. Deep in thought, Fabiola did not react. The litter came to an abrupt halt, jolting her into awareness. There was a silence for a moment, and then the air filled with terrifying screams. They came from all around them, and Fabiola froze. "Fabiola!" She came alive at the sound of Secundus's voice. Soft, hissing noises were followed by thumps and shouts of pain. "Arrows," thought Fabiola. "An ambush. Would the gods never leave her alone? Get out! Quickly!" Docilosa looked terrified, but Fabiola took her arm and forced her to follow. Death awaited them if they stayed put. Pulling aside the curtain, she forced her way through a dense clump of branches to the ground. Muttering to herself, Docilosa came too. Sextus was waiting, and protectively ushered them forward. He looked shamefaced. Ducking down, Fabiola moved to the front of the litter. 3 of Secundus's men were crouched there, holding their shields together to form a protective screen. Alarm filled her. The road ahead had been blocked with a combination of large rocks and pieces of fallen deadwood, completely preventing the slaves from carrying the litter past, and from behind the barrier's protection, Cloaked figures were firing volleys of arrows at the ex-legionaries. Thanks to the low-hanging branches and the poor light, their faces were obscured. Whatever their ambusher's identity, they had moved fast to set the trap after the scouts had returned. Her head turned this way and that, trying to assess the situation. There was only one body in clear sight, that of a veteran. An arrow jutted from his open mouth, a fatal shot that would have given an instant of blinding pain before total oblivion. She couldn't see the remaining 5, or Secundus. "Where is he?" she asked. "On the other side of the litter," replied one of the ex-soldiers grimly, kneeling behind his scutum like us. "We can't stay here," protested Fabiola. "They'll pick us off one by one." Reinforcing her point, 2 barbed shafts thumped into the litter just over their heads. The slaves moaned in fear. Jeers and insults from their attackers followed. Sextus and the 3 veterans stared at her mutely. Fabiola realized that low-rankers were used to following orders, not initiating them. They would hardly obey her either, a woman whom they did not trust. Fabiola was therefore very relieved when Secundus appeared behind her. Given the choice of whether to bear arms or protect himself, he had opted for the safer option of using a shield. He was accompanied by 5 others, one of whom had a broken arrow protruding from his left arm. It meant that the sole fatality so far was the unfortunate lying in front of the litter. They all waited to see what Secundus would say. "There's only one way out," he said, "and it isn't by retreating." "Why not?" asked Fabiola. At least they knew the route that lay behind. Who knew what was ahead? "I heard voices back there." "So did I," added the oldest of the group. This was met with uniform scowls. "Another group, waiting to butcher us if we run," said a sallow-faced veteran with pock-marked cheeks. "There are more of them than we thought," muttered Secundus. Crouching down, he beckoned. His men immediately huddled closer, and, knowing she had to be guided in such situations, Fabiola did the same. "We charge the fuckers," declared Secundus confidently. "Go straight across the barrier." "Just like old times," interjected the sallow-faced man. There were fierce nods of agreement. Faced with death yet again, the veterans felt the familiar thrill of battle. Along with the pumping adrenaline and the knot of fear in their bellies, it felt good. None of them had ever shirked their duty. They would not do so now. "Does the first one over the summit get a corona muralis?" asked another. Everyone except the 2 women laughed. Secundus saw their confused look. "It's the golden crown given to the first man on top of an enemy wall," he explained. "What shall we do?" asked Fabiola, keeping her voice as calm as possible. "Tell us." Dorsalosa moved closer and clutched her mistress's hand. Alongside, Sextus snarled silently. Pleased by their willingness, Secundus smiled. "We'll form a small wedge. There are few men who can withstand it," he said. "These dogs will be no different." "We have no shields," said Fabiola stoutly. "Does that matter?" Respect filled the one-armed veteran's eyes. "Don't worry," he replied. "Both of you will be in the middle. And on the other side, we make a run for it. If enough of them are dead, they'll have lost the stomach for a fight. Otherwise, there's a small settlement not far beyond the trees which should provide safety." "Should?" Fabiola inquired archly. Secundus shrugged. "If the gods are smiling on us." "And the slaves?" Secundus grimaced. "They're untrained and unarmed. Have to take their own chances." "We have no spare weapons. Save yourselves," Fabiola ordered the 4 slaves. "Run into the trees when we attack. With luck, they'll never find you. Head back to Brutus's house in Rome if you can." A couple of them nodded fearfully. Then mistress and servant stared at each other, Dorsalosa's face full of uncertainty. Another volley of arrows hit the shields of the veterans at the front. "Give me a dagger," said Dorsalosa abruptly. "That's the spirit," grinned Secundus. One of his men tugged a Pugio from his belt and handed it over. They did not delay any longer. Keeping their helmeted faces low behind their scuta, the ex-soldiers moved away from the protection of the litter. Fabiola and Dorsalosa scuttled behind them, with Sextus by their side. The sallow-faced man assumed the lead position, while 3 others formed each side of the wedge. Ushering Sextus and the 2 women within, Secundus and the injured veteran closed up the rear. Cries of alarm rose as their ambushers saw what was about to happen. More arrows flew through the air. "No!" cried Secundus. Mud squelched underfoot as they broke into a run. 20 paces, and the ground began to grow uneven. The wedge's speed slowed dramatically as each person had to look where they placed their feet. Fabiola concentrated hard on staying upright, knowing that a fall would probably be fatal. "Don't stop!" yelled Secundus. "Keep moving!" Clambering over rough logs with protruding branches that ripped and tore at their lower legs, the veterans pushed up onto the barrier. They were close enough now to make out the faces of their enemies. In between helping Docilosa find her footing and managing not to lose her own, Fabiola scanned the shouting ruffians, searching for any she might recognize. 2 men hurled themselves at the sallow-faced veteran who led the wedge's point. The first got a shield boss full in the face and went down screaming. Wary now, his comrade slowed down a trifle. Then he lunged viciously at the ex-legionary's foot with his curved knife. As the thug bent down, the next man in line leaned over and stabbed him through the chest with his gladius. A gush of blood spattered onto the rocks. Now 2 of their ambushers were out of action. The wedge advanced slowly up the barrier, arrows and small rocks banging off the shields. Several more thugs slammed into it, trying to reach the veterans. They met swift ends from efficient sword thrusts. All that needed to be done was disable the enemy, Fabiola realized. It was not necessary to kill each one. After a gladius blade had opened a man's belly or sliced deep into the muscles of his arm or leg, he wasn't about to pose any further problem. Respect and a little hope filled Fabiola as they continued. It was terrifying and incredible to witness. She could easily imagine how an enemy might be punched apart using the V-shaped formation in a battle. Then, everything became a blur. A ruffian with long, greasy hair shoulder-charged the smallest veteran on the wedge's left side. The impact and the uneven ground were sufficient for the short ex-soldier's caligai to skid on a rock. Stabbing the thug through the chest as he fell, he also collided with the comrade on his left. This, in turn, caused the last man to stumble, and the wedge broke apart. With more men, they might have managed to haul each other up again, but there simply weren't enough. Their heavy scooter were now a hindrance rather than a help, leaving the fallen completely at the mercy of their enemies. With roars of triumph, more ambushers swarmed in, spitting the 3 helpless veterans like boys might spike fallen apples with sticks. Fabiola's eyes opened wide with horror. There was no one between her and the ruffians now. The nearest ones were clearly visible. Fabiola recognized none, but was dismayed to count at least 6, and there were more attacking the other side. Then Fabiola's heart stopped. 20 paces away stood a familiar figure, directing the attack with waves of his long spear. The stocky build, the silver bracelets and 4 long scabs on his cheek from where she had scratched him. It could be no one else. Scaevola. Their eyes met. Making a filthy gesture, Scaevola grinned at her. "I wanted to finish our date!" he shouted. Fabiola felt sick. "Keep going, mistress," Docilosa's voice hissed in her ear. "It's our only chance." Dumbly, she obeyed. Secundus and one of the others swung around to try and close the gap left by their fallen comrades. Sextus darted forward as well, an over-keen thug immediately dying beneath his gladius. Secundus gave another a great shove in the chest with his scutum, sending him reeling back into the men behind. At the front, the sallow-faced veteran had reached the top of the barrier. "Come on!" he yelled. "We can make it!" They were the last words he ever spoke. Scaevola's spear hurtled through the air, striking him in the neck below the cheek guard of his bronze helmet. The leaf-shaped blade sliced through the veteran's flesh to emerge blood-red on the other side. Without a sound, he toppled forward onto the road 10 steps below. Next to die was the man with the arrow wound. He was followed by another on the wedge's right side who was simply overwhelmed by weight of numbers. Secundus, Sextus, and just 2 more were the last men left. Scrambling frantically down over the boulders and logs, the party reached the flat ground beyond. A trio of thugs were waiting for them, weapons raised, while the rest came charging in pursuit. "You fools, don't let them escape!" Above the clash of arms, Fabiola recognized Scavola's voice. "5 aurei to the man who captures the good-looking bitch!" His desperation meant that they had a chance. "Run!" Fabiola cried. Lifting her dress, she raced forward through the trees. Eager to win the huge prize, the fugitive Arius's men tore after them. "Form rear guard!" Secundus ordered his 2 remaining followers. "Now!" Disciplined to the last, they immediately obeyed. Both slowed down and turned to face the enemy, standing shoulder to shoulder, their shields clunked together in a final sound of defiance. "Mithras protect you!" shouted Secundus. Without speaking, the pair lifted their gladii in salute. Looking back, Fabiola saw what would happen. "No!" she screamed. "They are soldiers," said Secundus proudly. "It is their choice to die this way." She had no time to respond. Sextus had taken her arm in a vice-like grip and was propelling her onward. Secundus ran on Fabiola's other side. With her face fixed in a rictus of terror and rage, Docilosa protected her back. Just 3 thugs stood between them and the road north. Sextus killed the first with a no-nonsense thrust to the chest. Secundus feinted to the left at another. Unaware that his enemy could not follow through, the ruffian dodged backwards to avoid the expected sword thrust. His feet slipped on a piece of moss, and he fell heavily to the ground, dropping his axe. The last swept around Sextus and came face to face with Docilosa. Shocked to see a woman bearing a weapon, he hesitated. Docilosa did not. With teeth bared, she buried her Pugio to the hilt in his belly. Grievously wounded, the thug folded over and was gone. The 4 survivors had broken clear. But Scavola and the rest of his men were closing in. There were nearly a dozen cursing figures running along the road behind. With fear giving them an extra turn of speed, they pelted along between the thinning trees. And then they were out. Bright sunlight falling on their sweating, desperate faces. The valley had opened out, its slopes falling away to meet the open plain beyond. A plain which was now occupied by a Roman legion. Fabiola could not believe her eyes. A wide protective screen of legionaries was standing guard while their comrades toiled behind them, digging with their shovels. Using the earth from the defensive fossae, they would next erect the marching camp's ramparts. Safe in the knowledge that there were few, if any, enemies in Italy, most of the soldiers on watch were chatting to each other. But it would not be long before they were spotted. Scavola had seen the troops too. Calling his men back to the protection of the trees, the fugitive Arius watched in helpless rage as Fabiola and her companions moved beyond his reach. Sextus and Docilosa were delighted, but Secundus swore out loud, and Fabiola's face turned thunderous. "Who are they?" asked Docilosa, confused by her mistress's reaction. "Pompey's men," Fabiola replied in a flat tone. "Marching south, to Rome." The shouts of eager sentries reached them at last. Bucinae rang out, and a half-century of men under an optio swiftly formed up to come and guide them in. Fabiola searched the sky for a sign. She could see nothing, not even a raven, Mithras's bird, which was common in hilly areas. Misery overcame the young woman, and a sob finally escaped her lips. One bitter enemy had been exchanged for another. Chapter 17. The Final Battle. By the river Hydaspes, India, spring 52 BC. When day broke, the rising sun lit the eastern horizon with a deep shade of crimson. The blood-red tinge actually seemed quite apt to the poorly rested, irritable legionaries. With a sky that colour, Hades could not be far away. Fervent prayers were uttered as men made their last requests of the gods. As always, wives, children, and family were high on the list. While those in Italy had no doubt given them up for dead, the soldiers of the Forgotten Legion had survived partly by thinking of home. Now, for the last time, they asked the deities to protect their loved ones. They themselves had little need. Those who could face it had a light breakfast. They weren't many. More important were their water bags, which were full to the brim. Combat was thirsty work. Not long after dawn, packers had them march to their position parallel to the riverbank. Positioned about half a mile away, the temporary marching camp with their tents and spare equipment was simply abandoned. It did not need to be defended. If by a miracle the Forgotten Legion was victorious, its contents would be safe. If not, it did not matter what happened to their yokes, clothes, and few valuables. With the most experienced veterans, the first was positioned in the center of the line. It was flanked by 5 more on each side, with 7 cohorts and Pacorus's remaining horsemen held in reserve. His warriors were also kept back, surrounding his position behind the first. A group of Parthian drummers and Roman trumpeters waited on one side, ready to pass on Pacorus's commands. That was also where the Aquilifer was placed, far enough back to protect the Silver Eagle, but close enough that every man could see it if he turned his head. Every single tiny scrap of advantage was to be wrung out. The first 5 ranks of legionaries were armed with the long spears, while nearly 2/3 had a silk-covered shield. The precious fabric obtained from Isaac, the Judean merchant they had encountered en route to Margiana, only covered 5,000 shields or so. It would have to suffice. At the sides and rear, the soldiers manning the ballistae turned and twisted their machines, making sure the mechanisms were well oiled, the washers tightened to the maximum, and the thick gut strings sufficiently taut. Arcs of fire were checked repeatedly, as were the piles of stones alongside. The old hands among the artillerymen had already paced out the ground in front, marking each 100 paces with a distinctively shaped rock or a stake driven almost completely into the earth. It gave them exact range markers and would make their volleys far more lethal. Finally, a party was sent to deepen the trench near the river, allowing more torrents of water to pour through and causing all the carefully dug channels to overflow. Then, the entire area was covered with small branches, concealing the digging that had gone on. Seeing the result helped to lift the men's somber mood a fraction. They all waited. It was a beautiful clear morning. The ominous red color had lightened, and then faded away, letting the sky turn its usual blue. The only clouds visible were groups of delicately shaped lines very high up, but they still managed to dull the bright sunlight and kept the temperature pleasingly cool. The air was calm, and filled with the rich variety of birdsong from the trees along the riverbank. In the distance, a group of wild asses moved through the long grass, flicking their tails to keep flies at bay. Romulus had already seen Tarquinius standing beside Pacorus, pointing here and there as they discussed the best battle strategy. There was no chance of talking with the Haruspecs, and Romulus had to hope that he and Brennus would be with him if the end came. When it came, Romulus thought bitterly. He needed no ability to prophesy here, for the army that came to meet them was vast. The Indian horsemen were the first to arrive. Riding small, agile ponies, the turbaned warriors carried a variety of weapons, from javelins and bows to short spears and round or crescent-shaped shields. Bare-chested, dark-skinned, few wore any armor at all. Instead, a simple loincloth sufficed. Carefully keeping out of arrow range, they watched the Romans with dark, inscrutable eyes. These were skirmishers, highly mobile troops similar to the Gauls who had accompanied Crassus. Their versatility could turn the course of a battle. There were at least 5,000 of them, while Pacorus had perhaps 250 horsemen remaining. Knowing this, many of the enemy confidently rode their horses down to the river to drink, but they made no attempt to attack the Forgotten Legion. In their eyes, there was no need. Pacorus kept silent, saving his men and the stones from his ballistae. Every single one was now more precious than gold. Next to arrive were the battle chariots, pulled by pairs of horses. They were larger than any Romulus had ever seen, built from hardwood and richly decorated with silver and gold inlay on their sides and solid wheels. They were essentially raised, enclosed battle platforms containing a driver and 2 or 3 warriors armed with spears and bows. Romulus counted nearly 300 of them. As the chariots joined their cavalry comrades, shouts and jeers were hurled at the Roman lines. More and more voices joined in, until the mighty din filled the air. The exact words of the insults were unclear, but the meaning was crystal clear. Following normal Roman tactics, the legionaries remained totally quiet. After a while, this had the effect of silencing the Indians, and a strange peace reigned as the 2 sides watched each other warily. Some time later, the air filled with a low thunder. The legionaries peered upwards, but there were no ominous-looking clouds in sight. Then it dawned on them that the noise was from the sheer number of infantry approaching. As the horizon to the south filled with the shapes of marching men, Romulus gradually picked out groups of archers, slingers, and ordinary foot soldiers. The variety of weapons they carried was enormous. It seemed that no 2 men were armed the same. He saw axes, short swords, spears, even long swords like Brennus's mighty one. There were pikes, spiked maces, and knives with angled blades, similar to those used by Thracian gladiators. Like the cavalry, most of the Indians wore no protective clothing at all. Some had leather armor and helmets, and carried small round shields. Just a few were wealthy enough to have mail or scale coats, but all were more lightly protected than the legionaries, with their heavy scuta and thigh-length chainmail. It didn't matter. There were at least 30,000 of them. The enemy numbers were bad enough, but this was not what had the Roman soldiers shifting uneasily from side to side. The low rumbling sound was not just from the men who drew ever nearer. It was being made by animals. Above the enemy ranks loomed the shapes of great grey beasts. Elephants. There were dozens of them, guided by a mahout wielding a short staff topped with a sharpened hook. Each was wearing on its back a thick red fabric caparison, which was held in place by a band of leather that ran around its broad chest. 2 or 3 archers and spearmen perched on this carpet, gripping tightly with their knees to stay in place. Every 10th beast carried a single passenger who was positioned above large drums hanging on both sides. These men's sole purpose was to relay orders during battle. The animals' small ears flapped from side to side as they lumbered along, giving them a deceptively gentle appearance. This contrasted with the heavy layers of molded leather covering their heads and shoulders. To protect the mahout, a protective fan of the same material protruded upwards from the nape of the neck. As they drew nearer, it was possible to see that many of the elephant's tusks were tipped with points or swords. A number even had spiked iron balls on chains dangling from their trunks. They looked unassailable, invincible. Romulus's heart sank further, and even Brennus was dismayed. On either side of them the legionaries looked downright terrified. The junior officers and Parthian centurions shuffled their feet uncertainly. By now the use of elephants in the arena was reasonably commonplace. There they killed or maimed at will. Even if he had not seen it for himself, every Roman knew of the huge beast's capacity to tear apart men like firewood. The Nubian king Jugurtha had used them in his fight against Rome, and no one ever forgot King Pyrrhus or the Carthaginians, enemies who had used elephants against the legions with devastating effect. It had given them a place in legend. And while Roman allies had used the great beasts alongside legionaries for many years now, most men here had never trained or fought with them. Elephants were the ultimate battle weapon, able to smash aside almost any opposition, and the Indians knew it. Romulus could almost sense their confidence as he watched the laughing, chattering men opposite. They were happy to delay the battle until all their forces had arrived. Fearful muttering began in the forgotten legion's ranks. Prayers and curses mingled in equal numbers. The whole pantheon of gods and goddesses were named: Jupiter, Mars and Minerva, Fortuna and Orcus, Neptune, Aesculapius, and Mithras. Even Bacchus got a mention, as every possible divine being was called upon. It made no difference. They were alone on the plain. The solid lines of legionaries began to waver back and forth like reeds in the wind. "We're doomed!" shouted one. His cry was infectious. "It's Carrie all over again!" Fear changed at once to panic. Romulus glanced at the terrified faces around him. Despite the cool air, they were sweating. If something was not done fast, the legionaries would flee, and if they did that, he knew exactly what would happen. The Indians would simply run riot. The plain truly would become another Carrie. He could see that Brennus thought the same, but neither man knew what to say to their comrades. "Take courage!" shouted a familiar voice. Heads turned in surprise. Pushing his way through the ranks, Tarquinius emerged to stand before the frightened soldiers. Pointedly turning his back on the enemy, he held up his hands for silence. A hush fell over the forgotten legion. "This is a long way from Italy," the Haruspex began. "A whole world away." Nervous laughter met his comment. "But that does not mean you should forget who you are. Look behind you," he urged. "At the Silver Eagle." The legionaries obeyed. "It is watching your every move," Tarquinius announced loudly, sensing the moment's importance. The Aquilifer raised his wooden pole high. Rays of sunlight lit up the metal bird, and the golden thunderbolt in its talons glittered and flashed. No one could fail to be impressed by its imperious stare, thought Romulus, taking heart. Even elephants could not scare the eagle. Their pride stirred, men looked to each other for reassurance. "You are Roman soldiers," Tarquinius cried, "who do not run!" This raised a ragged cheer, but many remained unconvinced. "What can we do against those monsters?" shouted a man near Romulus. "The fucking Parthians are no use," said another. "Their mounts will be terrified." Uneasy murmurs met the comment. As many knew, the musty smell of elephants made horses panic. They had to be trained to accept the presence of such strange creatures. "We haven't got any flaming pigs to set among them either," Emilius quipped. There was a burst of laughter from those who got the joke. One of the more successful tactics employed against the Carthaginians' elephants had been to coat swine in grease and pitch before setting them alight and driving the screaming creatures into the enemy's midst. If only we had axes, thought Romulus. Another historical method used to disable the great beasts was to run underneath and hamstring them, but Tarquinius possessed the only such weapon in the Forgotten Legion. "We haven't." Tarquinius smiled thinly. "But Alexander's hoplites learned to defeat them long ago," he revealed, "near this very spot." Hope appeared in some faces. Despite all her previous glories, Greece was now under Rome's control, its formerly invincible phalanxes no match for the legions. Surely they too could equal what a conquered people had done. "More recently than that," Tarquinius went on, "Roman legionaries learned to fight the elephants of Carthage and beat them, without pigs." "Tell us how!" shouted Emilius. Romulus and Brennus roared in agreement, and a more determined air settled over the Roman soldiers. Tarquinius looked pleased. "Use the long spears," he said. "Keep them bunched together. Aim at the elephants' sensitive spots, their trunks and eyes. They won't advance if it's too painful to do so." The nearest legionaries nodded keenly. "And every man with pila!" cried the Haruspex. "Yours is the most important job of all." The ears of those at the rear pricked up. "The mahouts control these beasts. They sit on the shoulders, just behind the head, and wear little or no armor. All that protects them is the fan of leather in front," Tarquinius explained. "Kill them, and the elephants will turn and flee." Determination began to replace some of the fear. "Then it's just the rest we have to deal with," joked Emilius. "No problem, eh?" It was the right thing to say. Men grinned at each other, taking strength from the knowledge that they had been through hell together before. They even laughed, slapping each other on the shoulders. They accepted that death was likely, but they would not run. That was what cowards did. High overhead, a raven croaked. It was a good omen, and everyone's eyes lifted to the sky. Glancing up with the rest, Romulus watched the black bird swooping through the air from behind their position, controlling its flight with astonishing precision. Its head turned, taking in the legionaries arrayed beneath it. Bizarrely, Romulus had a real sense that it was assessing the battlefield. He could not shake off the feeling. Seeing him look, Tarquinius also lifted his gaze as the raven crossed into no man's land. Even some of the Indian troops began to stare upwards. As it flew over the enemy lines, the bird croaked again, a raw, angry cry that pierced the air. It was as if the Indians' presence offended it in some way. Without further warning, the raven pulled in its wings and dived towards the lead elephant. Like a black stone, it hurtled downwards, aiming its powerful beak straight at the beast's head. Brennus had seen it too. "What's it doing?" Awestruck by its suicidal bravery, Romulus did not answer. More and more legionaries began pointing and gesticulating. "The raven is helping us!" cried Tarquinius. "It's a sign from the gods!" Finally, a cheer of approval left the men's throats. Even Pacorus and his warriors were watching agog. "Mithras is watching over us," a number of warriors shouted. "He has sent his Corax to help." Delighted by this revelation, Romulus threw up a prayer to his new favorite deity. Gradually, the mahout on the front elephant realized that something was up. When he saw the raven plummeting towards him, he cried out in fear. His shout was enough to unsettle the massive creature. It raised its trunk and blared an alarm. Its companion's response was immediate. Loud bugles of distress echoed up and down the Indian line, and the mahouts struggled to control their mounts. The response of their infantry and cavalry was most pleasing. To a man, they looked terrified. "See!" shouted Tarquinius. "They're frightened of their own beasts! If we can panic them, they will turn and run!" Now a rousing cheer went up from the legionaries. When it was less than 20 paces above the elephant's head, the raven suddenly pulled out of its dive and banked up into the sky again. Scores of Indian archers shot arrows at it, to no avail. Their shafts flew up in dense shoals and fell back to earth, wasted. Flapping strongly, the raven had soon climbed far out of range. Without further ado, it flew off to the west, its odd action a complete mystery. "It's heading towards Italy," thought Romulus sadly. For some reason, a powerful image of Fabiola struck home, and he took heart. He missed Tarquinius's dark eyes upon him. The black bird left unsettled elephants, angry mahouts, and a less confident Indian host in its wake. The lead beast was still most unhappy, and had barged backwards out of line. Screams carried through the air as some of the closely packed infantry were trampled to death. "If a raven can scare an elephant like that, imagine what a dozen spears in the face will do!" Tarquinius raised a clenched fist. "The Forgotten Legion!" Proud of the name he had originally coined, Brennus echoed the cry. A passionate roar followed the Harrispex's words. Swelling as it rolled through the ranks, the legionaries' response was fueled as much by desperation as it was by bravery. As at Carrie, there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They had to stand and fight, or die. The men's reasons did not matter, thought Romulus. As he knew from the arena, courage was a mixture of many emotions. What mattered was the belief that there was a chance of survival, however slim. He gripped his spear shaft tightly and held on to the tiny spark of hope in his own heart, gathering himself for the titanic struggle. Mithras, watch over us, he thought. The Indian leader did not delay his attack any further. There was no reason to. The raven's odd behavior had already handed a small advantage to his enemies. The sooner they were crushed, the better. His first mistake was to send in the battle chariots. Their wheels creaking loudly, They rolled towards the Roman lines at the speed of a man walking fast. Hundreds of infantry accompanied them, filling the spaces between to form a great wall of men and weapons. Musicians played drums, cymbals, and bells, and the soldiers chanted as they came on. The noise was incredible. Used to smashing apart enemy formations with this initial charge, the Indians were full of confidence. Then the chariots reached the covered water channels, which had turned the earth into a mud bath. Simultaneously, all the lead chariots' solid wheels sank deep into the morass. Cumbersome, hard to maneuver, and immensely heavy, the battle platforms were not made to travel on anything other than flat, firm ground. The frustrated charioteers whipped on their horses. Valiantly obeying, the steeds pulled a few steps further. Now the chariot sank to the axles, and the attack stalled before it had even come near the waiting legionaries. Pacorus's response was instantaneous. "Loose!" he roared at the soldiers manning the ballistae that covered their front. The grizzled Optio in charge had been waiting for this moment, and had already marked the Indians' distance from his position. It was less than 200 paces, a good killing range. He barked an order, and the 6 powerful machines twanged as one, hurling pieces of stone bigger than a man's head in a graceful arc over the Roman lines. Romulus watched in awe. He had not seen ballistae used much since before Carrie. The pitched battles fought by the Forgotten Legion were never large enough to require them. Today, though, every shot counted. What mattered was causing maximum enemy casualties. Through this was their only chance of victory. The volley was a good start. The Optio's range marking was precise. The 6th stone merely smashed the front wheel of a chariot, immobilizing it, but the rest found human targets. Men's heads were cleanly ripped off, chests smashed in, limbs pulverized. The horrified companions of those hit were covered in a red mist of blood from spraying carotids. Their energy still unspent, the boulders went on to tear holes in the chariot's sides or injure more soldiers before they fell to the ground, throwing up great splashes of mud and water. The stunned Indians had barely time to react before the ballistae fired again. Yet more chariots were torn asunder, their crews killed or maimed. With his next barrage, the Optio had his men load smaller stones and aim at the infantry. It was like watching heavy rain knock down a field of ripe wheat, thought Romulus. Gaping holes opened up in the Indian ranks as the projectiles landed, taking out far greater numbers than the previous volleys. It was a complete slaughter. "Stop them with the mud, then massacre the poor bastards," said Brennus, grimacing. "Very efficient. Very Roman." "They'd do the same to us," retorted Romulus. "True," replied the Gaul, "and there'll be plenty left." Keen to conserve the catapult's rapidly dwindling store of ammunition, Pacorus signalled the Optio to cease firing. Their volleys had pulverized the Indian attack. Already the enemy infantry were fleeing in blind panic towards their own lines. The Bucinae signalled that the 1st and 3rd cohorts should advance at once. Leaving their heavy spears behind, they trotted forward, the Caligae squelching through the mud. Romulus gritted his teeth. Their purpose was to kill the survivors. The gruesome task did not take long. It was a necessary evil, reducing enemy numbers and badly affecting their watching comrades' morale. Fearful and in disarray, the main Indian force looked on as the unfortunates left behind were dispatched by the legionaries. Soon the only living figures in the muddy area were those of Roman soldiers. Indian infantry lay scattered in piles, while other bodies festooned the stationary battle platforms, hanging half in, half out, as if still trying to escape. The signal to withdraw rang out. Concerned about the dozens of horses tethered by their traces and struggling in the mud before the immobilized chariots, Romulus was busy chopping through as many leather straps as he could. It was also a way to avoid killing injured, helpless enemy soldiers. He had set free a number of teams when Brennus grabbed him. "Come on," urged the Gaul. "You can't help them all." Romulus glanced at their comrades, already halfway back to their own lines. On the other side, the enraged Indian leader had signalled his mahouts to move forward. With ponderous steps, the now calm elephants began to advance. "We don't want to be caught here when those arrive," said Brennus. Adrenaline pumping, They both laughed at the absurdity of two men fighting an army of elephants. They turned and ran. Their Parthian centurion glared furiously at them as they resumed their position. But it was not the time or place to punish minor infractions like this. It was enough that hundreds of Indians had been killed, with no Parthian casualties at all. Buoyed up by the combined success of the water channels and the catapult's volleys, the legionaries' demeanour was much steadier as they watched the elephants approach. The enemy infantry had finally been rallied by their officers and were marching between the grey beasts, using them as protection from attack. Romulus took in the Indians' tactic at a glance. The elephants would try to smash apart the Roman shield wall, and then the foot soldiers could pour into the gaps. If that happened, the forgotten legion would quickly be overwhelmed. He grimaced. It was vital that they used their long spears, as Tarquinius had said. Whooping loudly, the Indian cavalry broke away from their army and cantered off to the west. There was no point trying to charge through the mass of abandoned chariots and corpses, so the Indian leader had ordered a probing attack around his enemies. Romulus was not worried by this. Thanks to the defensive ditches, any attempt to flank the forgotten legion would not work. He doubted the lightly armed horsemen could break through the reserve cohorts either. At least 1,000 of the long spears had been held back to use in this exact scenario. Romulus shifted from foot to foot, trusting in the soldiers at his back, just as they were depending on him and Brennus. Perhaps if they survived, their status as escaped slaves would not be such a badge of hatred for the other legionaries. In his heart, Romulus doubted that that would happen. It seemed that in the eyes of citizens and free men, there was an inescapable stain on the character of a former slave. The knowledge left a sour taste in his mouth. He longed to be accepted for what he was, a good soldier. Using their short staffs to guide their mounts, the mahouts maneuvered between the stranded chariots full of corpses. The obstacles slowed up their progress, and it bunched the elephants closely. Together with their enormous size, it made them excellent targets. "Loose!" roared the Optio by the ballistae. More stones flew through the air, striking the elephants on their heads and bodies. Some hit the warriors on their backs, hurling them to the ground. The projectiles were not powerful enough to badly injure the huge beasts, but, better than this, they created fear and confusion. Ignoring their frantic mahouts, many elephants immediately whirled around and stampeded into the distance. Any Indian infantry in their path were trampled underfoot without regard. A pair began fighting fiercely, battering each other with their iron-tipped tusks in an effort to wound or disable. Another barrage of stones landed. One beast was struck in the eye and also ran away, trumpeting in pain. But the rest, better trained, continued tramping forward. Close behind marched the tightly packed Indian infantry, allowing the Romans to study them properly for the first time. Many men sported cloth turbans, and they wore an incredible variety of garments from loincloths to leather armor and chainmail. Large numbers carried round shields, while others carried tall ones, fashioned from animal skin. Romulus saw crescent shields, similar to those carried by the Scythians, as well as rounded triangular ones. The foot soldiers were armed with spears, long and short swords, axes, and knives. Like retiarii in the arena, some even carried tridents. Romulus did not even recognize a number of the weapons: leaf-shaped double-ended blades with a short handle in between, and lengths of thick wood wrapped with bands of iron. But none of the men struck fear into Romulus's heart as the elephants did. They were now very near. Terrifyingly, the closest one had a spiked metal ball on a chain attached to the end of its trunk. Romulus could already imagine its destructive power. Suddenly the long spear in his hands, made from Margianian iron and so successful against enemies on horseback, seemed puny. Following orders, half the legionaries had slung their scuta from their shoulders by their leather carrying straps. Only a two-handed grip on their spears would suffice. To combat the enemy foot soldiers, every second man retained his shield and drew his sword. Soon, the elephant's musky odor reached their nostrils. It was strong, but not unpleasant. Romulus thought he could smell alcohol, too. Lines of colored paint had been drawn around the beast's eyes, while an ornate silver headdress covering the head completed its exotic and fearsome appearance. Dangling its lethal ball, the prehensile trunk swayed from side to side, its tip scenting the Roman's alien smell. The mahout shouted and used his goad, forcing the elephant into a shambling run. High above on its back, the warriors readied their bows and spears. Hastily released arrows shot past Romulus, one plunging deep into a legionary's eye. His screams did little for the soldiers' nerves. There were grey faces everywhere now. Men rubbed lucky phallic amulets, cleared their throats nervously, and spat on the ground. Others whispered prayers to their favourite deities. At least one legionary vomited, his courage frayed to breaking point. The acrid smell of bile mingled with those of the elephant and men's sweat. Romulus glanced at Brennus. The Gaul was eyeing him proudly, and he ducked his head, embarrassed. A tickling worry began at the back of his mind. Something Tarquinius had said a long time ago. Could that moment be now?
"Raise your spears!"
bellowed Aemilius, his nerves still steady.
"Those at the back! Ready, Pila!"
Wooden shafts clattered together as the front ranks obeyed. Behind them, line after line of right arms swung back, pointing barbed javelin heads upwards. Indian arrows hummed through the air, but the legionaries just had to ignore them. Some struck home, creating small gaps in the line. More shafts followed, accompanied by a volley of stones from the enemy's slingers. 20 paces separated the two sides. Screaming blood-curdling battle cries, the Indian infantry broke into a full charge. A cold sweat broke out on Romulus's forehead, but his spear tip did not waver. Oddly, Brennus began to laugh, a strange jarring sound coming from deep in his chest. His blue eyes lit up with battle rage. He looked terrifying. Romulus was very glad that the Gaul was fighting with, not against him.
"Hold steady, lads!"
Aemilius shouted. To the legionaries' credit, they did not break. Blaring with anger from the mahout's blows, the lead elephant reached the forest of spears. Bending like twigs, half of them simply snapped in two. Romulus's vision was entirely filled with flashing metal-tipped tusks, a swinging trunk, and the beast's open, angry mouth. He could see streams of thick, pungent-smelling liquid pouring down the sides of its face, but did not realize their significance. He would find out later that it meant the bull was full of breeding rage, but all he could do right then was react, and use his spear.
"Aim at the head!" screamed Aemilius. "Loose javelins!"
A flurry of pila shot up, striking the elephant in the face and wounding the mahout in the right arm. 2 of the warriors on its back fell off, injured or killed, but the last continued to fire arrows at the legionaries. Bellowing with rage, the massive creature swung its head and the spiked metal ball spun forward on its chain, sweeping aside more of the long spears as if they were brushwood. As it swung back, the deadly weapon carried a trio of soldiers into the air, crushing the skull of the first and badly injuring the others. Leaning down towards his mount's ear, the mahout shouted encouragement. Around came the ball again, tearing the front ranks apart. The man next to Romulus had his shoulder smashed into pieces by a glancing blow. With rings of chain-mail mashed deep into his flesh, he collapsed in a heap, screaming. Relieved it had not been him, Romulus stabbed at the elephant's head. It made no difference at all. The beast's destructive power was matched by the sheer terror it caused. All the Romans' efforts were in vain. It was like trying to kill a mythical monster. Even Brennus's powerful thrusts seemed to have little effect. Romulus was beginning to despair, when a lucky javelin took the mahout through the chest. Hurled by a legionary several ranks behind, its pyramidal iron head punched through his ribs. Mortally wounded, he toppled sideways from his position.
"Now's our chance!"
cried Romulus, remembering Tarquinius's advice.
"Attack it!"
The soldiers' spirits rallied, and a dozen long spears were shoved up into the elephant's neck and shoulders, penetrating its leather armor. Blood streamed from multiple wounds. Bellowing in pain, and no longer guided by the mahout, it turned and pounded back into the Indian ranks, trampling men like ripe fruit. Before the legionaries could even cheer, The enemy infantry slammed into their lines. Brennus jumped forward. With a huge slice of his gladius, he took off the head of the first man to reach him. Frantically, Romulus dropped his spear and unslung his scutum. All around him, his comrades were doing the same. But it was too late to form a complete shield wall. Short and wiry, the dark-skinned soldiers swarmed into the gaps, thrusting and stabbing. Plunging his shield boss into a bearded Indian's face, Romulus felt the man's cheekbone break against the metal. As he reeled back, Romulus thrust his sword into his unprotected midriff. It was a disabling blow, and he ignored the Indian as the blade pulled free. Concentrate on the next enemy, he thought. Stay focused. Even as he killed another man, Romulus knew that the Indian's attack was too powerful. He fought on regardless. What else was there to do? Like a machine, he cut and thrust with his gladius, always mindful of the soldiers on either side. Beside him, Brennus bellowed like a lunatic, dispatching every Indian who came near. At last, thanks to good discipline, the shield wall began to reform in their section of the line. Without the elephants to back them up, the lightly armed Indian foot soldiers were unable to break the first's formation. Peering around desperately, Romulus could see that their center was holding fast, but the cohorts on each side were buckling badly under the pressure. Then the left flank gave way. Trumpeting in a combination of triumph and rage, a trio of elephants barged forward, followed by hundreds of baying warriors. Seeing them, Romulus was swamped by a tide of hopelessness. The end was near. The Indians were simply too many. Even the reserves could not stop this. He and Brennus exchanged a significant look. It said many things to both. Love, respect, honor, pride. But there was no time to vocalize any of them. Sensing victory, the Indians facing the first cohort redoubled their attack. Soon 6 more men had died beneath Romulus and Brennus's blades. Then it was 10. But the enemy no longer quailed at the danger. The scent of victory was in their nostrils. Screaming incoherently, they pushed forward, uncaring that a certain death awaited those at the front. As Romulus's gladius pulled free from the chest of a thin man with prominent ribs, the din of battle suddenly dimmed. From behind him came a voice. "Time to go." With Romulus's dying enemy falling in slow motion, there was a moment of safety before another replaced him. He turned his head. The haruspex was 2 steps to his rear, his battle-axe gripped in both hands. Amazingly, there was a new energy about him. Gone was the stoop, the age-old weariness. Instead, the figure looked more like the Tarquinius of old. Romulus was stunned. He felt joy and confusion in equal measure at Tarquinius's reappearance. "Leave our comrades?" he faltered.
"We cannot run."
Brennus glanced angrily over his shoulder.
"You said I would face a battle that no one else could fight. This must be it."
The haruspex regarded him steadily. "It is not over yet," he said. The Gaul stared at him, then nodded once. Romulus's face twisted with anguish. He could not bear it. His hunch was correct. Before Romulus could utter a word, Tarquinius spoke again. "We must leave at once, or our chance will be lost. There is safety on the far bank of the river." Their gaze followed his outstretched arm to the other side, which was completely deserted. To reach it, they would have to fight their way through the bitter hand-to-hand struggle between the elephants and the doomed legionaries of the left flank. "If we stay, certain death. You must each choose," the haruspex replied, his dark eyes inscrutable. "But the road to Rome lies over there. I saw it in the Mithraeum." Mithras has kept faith with me. Grief and joy were tearing Romulus in two. He wanted to return home, but not at this price. Brennus gave him a huge shove.
"We're going, and that's final."
Almost of their own accord, Romulus's feet began to move. He felt numb. With great difficulty, they managed to turn and shove their way through the packed ranks, ignoring the objections that followed. Romulus found it hardest to meet the legionaries' angry stares.
"Where are you going?"
demanded one.
"Cowards!"
cried another.
"Typical fucking slaves!"
added the man to his right. Romulus flushed with shame at the familiar insult. More rained down before the most vocal soldier's voice came to an abrupt, choking halt. Brennus's right hand had taken an iron grip on his throat.
"The Haruspex here has told us we must follow our destiny to the left flank," he snarled. "Like to join us?"
The legionary shook his head dumbly. Satisfied, Brennus released him. No one else dared to speak, and the trio ducked their heads, pushing on. When they reached the edge of the first cohort, it suddenly became easier to move. The narrow gap between it and the next unit, which allowed maneuvering in battle, was still present. Tarquinius darted down it, away from the front line. The two friends followed. In less than 100 paces they were clear. Behind the cohorts was a small open area. It was here that the ballistae stood. It was also where Pacorus, Varum, and the last of the reserves were gathered. Romulus threw a hate-filled glance at the Primus Pilus, whose eyes somehow locked with his. Barely taking time to notify Pacorus, Varum whipped his horse into a gallop.
"After them!"
he screamed at the nearest warriors.
"A talent to the man who brings me any of their heads!"
The amount of gold mentioned was worth more than a lifetime's pay for the average soldier. Every Parthian who heard responded, charging wildly in pursuit. Thankfully, within 20 steps, they had been subsumed into the heaving confusion of men and beasts that was the left flank. The cries of injured soldiers and shouted orders from the officers, mixed with loud trumpeting and the metallic clash of arms. The only discernible detail was that the Roman lines were being inevitably driven backwards. Throwing in the reserve cohorts had failed, and shields and swords could only withstand the weight of angry elephants for so long. Craning his head, Romulus saw that the nearest behemoths were almost within javelin range. If they did not hurry, they too would meet the same fate as the legionaries at the front. Judging by the screams, it was not a pleasant way to die. On they went, occasionally having to use the flat edges of their weapons to create a space. Romulus no longer felt dishonor at this. Theirs was a primeval struggle for survival, and since Optatus's discovery of their status, none of these men had done anything but show hatred towards them. The last comments by the soldiers of his own cohort said it all. Romulus's comradeship with the Forgotten Legion was dead, and Tarquinius had seen a possible road to Rome for him. It was time to take what the gods had offered. They emerged near the river soon afterwards. A narrow band of ground was clear of combatants. The risk of falling in and drowning kept both sides away. Romulus's spirits began to lift. They were all three still alive and unscathed. His chest heaving, he peered at the muddy, roiling water. It flowed swiftly by, impervious to the noise and to the blood being shed only a few steps away. It was a long way to the far side. Branches and other debris swept past, revealing the river's massive power. Crossing it would be no easy task, especially in heavy armor. He cast his eyes up and down the shore, hoping against hope that he might see a boat. There were none. "Nothing for it but to swim," grinned Tarquinius. "Can you manage it?" Romulus and Brennus looked at each other grimly. Then they nodded. Instantly the pair began stripping off their mail shirts. Whatever chance they had would be greatly increased by their removal. Tarquinius knelt down, shoving his map and other precious items into a pig's bladder. It had served him well on their arrival in Asia Minor 2 years before. Unseen, Varum waited until Romulus and Brennus were both in just their tunics. Driven by his hatred, the Primus Pilus and his horse had also emerged unharmed from the fray. Still armed with his recurved bow, Varum calmly drew a shaft from the case on his hip and fitted it to the string. Spooked by the sudden blare of a wounded elephant, his mount jumped as he released. The move deflected his arrow a tiny fraction. Romulus heard Brennus gasp as if shocked. In slow motion he turned to see a barbed metal head protruding from the muscle of his huge friend's upper left arm. Although it was not the mortal wound that Varum desired, swimming the river might now be too much for the Gaul. Romulus knew immediately who was responsible. Spinning around, he took in the Primus Pilus in a blink. Dropping his chainmail, Romulus snatched up his gladius and charged forward.
"You bastard!"
he screamed in rage. Varum panicked and loosed too soon. His next arrow flashed past, burying itself in the ground. And then Romulus was on him. Memories of Felix's anguished face flashed across his vision, lending him superhuman strength. Focusing his anger, Romulus reached up and took hold of Varum's right hand, which was frantically reaching for another shaft. With a powerful downward slice, he lopped it off. The Primus Pilus screamed in agony, and blood gushed from the stump, covering Romulus in a mist of red droplets. With true battle frenzy consuming him for the first time in his life, he did not care. Just one thing was important: killing Varum. But before he could complete the task, the Parthian's terrified horse skittered away on dancing hooves. Spinning in a tight circle, it trotted back towards the battle. Romulus cursed. Even now he was being denied his revenge for Felix's death. It was then that a wounded bull-elephant emerged into view. One tusk snapped clean away, and the other red-tipped with gore. Every few steps it blew out its ears and raised its trunk, letting out a piercing bugle of anger. Romulus was not the only being affected by battle rage. Its mahout was still in place, occasionally managing to direct his mount towards any legionaries within range. A solitary warrior remained on its back. He was firing arrows as well. The bull's armoured head and neck bristled with bent pila, thrown by the legionaries in a vain attempt to bring it down. Yet what had done most damage was the lucky javelin that had pierced its left eye, half blinding it. The remaining eye now gleamed with a piggy, intelligent fury. Unused to elephants, Varum's horse froze with terror. Instantly the archer loosed a shaft, which took the Parthian through his left arm and rendered him totally unable to guide his mount away to safety. A cruel smile played across the Indian's face. Romulus paused, overcome with awe at what he was about to see. And Tarquinius gave thanks to Mithras for granting him the strength not to reveal this during his torture. Moving with surprising speed, the great bull swept forward, wrapping its trunk around Varum's body. A thin, cracked cry left the Primus Pilus's throat as he was lifted high into the air. It was the last sound he ever made. Dashing him to the ground, the elephant immediately knelt down, crushing Varum beneath its front legs. Then, grabbing the Parthian's head with its trunk, it decapitated him. Romulus closed his eyes. He had never seen a man die more brutally, yet somehow it felt quite apt. When he looked up again, a single heartbeat later, the bull was making straight for him. Romulus felt his heart hammer in his chest. Without chainmail, and armed only with a gladius, his life was over too. A massive hand, covered in blood, pushed him to one side.
"This is my quarrel, brother," said the Gaul quietly. "A time for Brennus to stand and fight."
Romulus stared into the other's calm blue eyes.
"I will run no more."
The words brooked no argument. Ever since he had gained an insight into Tarquinius's abilities, this moment was what Romulus had dreaded. Now it was here. Fat tears of grief welled up, but his protest died away. In Brennus's gaze he saw only bravery, love, and acceptance. And the gods had decreed it. Mithras had brought them here.
"Return to Rome,"
Brennus ordered.
"Find your family."
His throat closed with lead. Romulus could not answer. Like a hero of old, the pig-tailed Gaul stepped forward, his longsword ready. Without his chainmail, he was a magnificent sight. Huge muscles rippled and tensed under his sweat-soaked military tunic. Runnels of blood covered his left arm, but he had snapped off and drawn out the Indian shaft.
"You were right, Ultan,"
Brennus whispered, looking up at the terrifying beast now rearing above him. Bunching his left fist, he breathed into the pain that radiated from his arrow wound.
"A journey beyond where any Allobrigi has gone, or will ever go."
"Romulus!" The voice was insistent. "Romulus!" The young soldier let Tarquinius lead him the few steps to the edge. He did not look back. Holding his weapon, Romulus jumped into the river with Tarquinius. As the cold water closed over his head, His ears rang with Brennus's last battle cry.
"For Leaf!" he roared. "For Connell! And for Brack!"
Chapter 18. Pompey's General. Northern Italy, Spring, 52 BC. By the time that the legionaries reached them, Fabiola had regained control of her emotions. The 40 men clattered to a halt, shields and pila at the ready. Sextus and Docilosa were very careful not to raise their bloodied weapons. Any perceived threat would result in a volley of javelins. Yet the soldiers' disciplined appearance was infinitely more appealing than that of Scaevola and his crew. There would be no out-of-hand rape here. Ignoring the soldiers' eager stares, Fabiola took her time, fixing her hair back into place with a couple of decorated ivory pins and lifting the neck of her dress to a more modest level. Then she beamed at the Optio in charge, who had made his way to the front. Brazening their way out of the situation might yet be possible. "Centurion," Fabiola purred, deliberately giving him a higher rank, "you have our thanks." While the Optio flushed proudly, his men tittered with amusement. He threw an angry glance over his shoulder, and they fell silent. "What happened, my lady?" "Those ruffians you saw," Fabiola began. "They ambushed us in the woods, killed almost all my slaves and bodyguards." Not entirely acting, she let her lip tremble at the memory. "The roads are dangerous everywhere, lady," he muttered in sympathy. "But they ran when you appeared," said Fabiola, batting her eyelashes. Embarrassed now, the Optio looked down. Secundus hid a smile. As if the fugitive Arii would have attacked them in front of an entire legion, he thought. Awed by her beauty, the Optio said nothing for a moment. A short man with a scar across the bridge of his nose, he carefully considered the 4 figures, their clothes torn and covered with bloodstains. "Might I ask where you are bound?" he asked eventually. "Ravenna," lied Fabiola, "to see my aged aunt." Satisfied, he nodded. Fabiola thought she had succeeded. "If we might proceed, then," she said. "The next town is not far. I will be able to purchase more slaves there." "That won't be possible, lady." "Why ever not?" she demanded, her voice rising. The Optio cleared his throat awkwardly. "I have my orders." "Which are?" "To take you in," he said, avoiding her eyes. "The centurion said so." Fabiola looked at Secundus, who gave her a tiny shrug. The Optio's superior might want them questioned further, but they could not exactly refuse. "Very well," she said, acceding gracefully. "Lead on." Pleased, the junior officer barked an order. Parting smoothly in the middle, his men positioned themselves on either side of Fabiola and her little party. Before walking away, she glanced at the trees. Nothing. Scaevola and his fugitive Arii had disappeared. Fabiola knew that it would not be the last time that they met. She'd have to kill the merciless slave-catcher on the next occasion, or he would do the same to her. In the event, Fabiola's fear about not being allowed to continue her journey proved correct. The centurion who greeted them nearer the marching camp was no less impressed by her beauty than the Optio, but he was far more assured in his manner. Fabiola's request to proceed was brushed aside with a courteous yet firm refusal. "There aren't many travellers about, lady," he said, tapping his nose. "I'm sure the legate would appreciate a chat with you, find out what's going on. Offer some advice, maybe." "He'd hardly bother with me," Fabiola protested. "On the contrary," came the reply. "The legate is a man of fine taste, who would want me to offer you his hospitality." "Well, that is most gracious," said Fabiola, bowing her head to conceal her dread. "And his name?" "Marcus Betrayal, lady," the centurion answered proudly. "One of Pompey's best generals." Again the Optio took charge. The walk to the temporary camp did not take long. Never having seen one constructed before, Fabiola watched the working soldiers with interest. 3 deep fossae were already finished, their bottoms decorated with caltrops. Now the legionaries were finishing off the ramparts, which were the height of 2 tall men. Tamping down the earth with flattening blows of their shovels, they formed a firm surface to walk upon. Stakes chopped from freshly felled trees decorated the corners, forming protective areas for the sentries. As with a permanent fort, one entrance was being situated in the middle of each side. With the legion on the march, there were no wooden gates to use. Instead, one wall angled just in front of the other where they met, forming a narrow corridor. Fabiola counted 20 paces as they passed through it. Piles of cut branches were being stacked nearby. These would be used to fill the gap once night fell. Inside the camp, leather tents were being erected in long, neat lines. There was minimal fuss as hundreds of men worked side by side. Their officers watched, vine canes at the ready for anyone who slowed down. Secundus explained to Fabiola what was going on as they walked by. A simple standard marked the spot where every centurion's tent stood. Each contubernium then set up theirs alongside by turn, in the same place as their room in a permanent barracks would be. Fabiola marvelled at the organization being displayed, and her sense of unease was slightly dispelled. She noticed Secundus enjoying the scenes that he must have partaken in so many times in his army career. A wide path led straight from the entrance to the centre, where even bigger canvas pavilions already stood. This was the legion's command post, and to one side stood the luxurious quarters of its legate, Marcus Betrayal. As the most important officer, his tent had been erected immediately after the headquarters were thrown up. A red vexillum had been stabbed into the ground by the entrance. At least 20 hand-picked legionaries stood guard outside it, while messengers ran to and fro, relaying Petreius's orders to his senior centurions. A pair of saddled horses were tethered nearby, happily eating from nosebags. The couriers who rode them stood idly by, gossiping with each other. The Optio led his men straight to the main tent. Coming to a halt near the centurion in charge of the guards, he saluted and stood to attention. The officer smiled when he saw Fabiola. This was far more pleasing than some fat, balding merchant come to beg assistance. Swallowing a piece of bread, he strolled over. There was a brief conversation as the Optio reported his news. "My lady," said the duty centurion with a courteous bow, "no doubt you will wish to clean up before meeting the legate." "Thank you," replied Fabiola gratefully. It was vital that she make a good impression. "Come inside." He indicated she should follow him. "Your slaves can find somewhere to sleep with the mule drivers and camp followers." Secundus bit back his retort. This was no time to draw attention to himself. But Fabiola bridled with anger at his dismissive attitude. "They are my servants, not slaves," she said loudly. Sextus's eyes widened and pride filled his face. The centurion stiffened and then inclined his head. "As you say, lady. I will have a tent prepared for them among the soldiers of my own cohort." "Good," answered Fabiola. "Like myself, they will require hot water and food." "Of course." He could not protest further. Docilosa unsuccessfully tried to hide her smirk. Curtly ordering one of his men to accompany Fabiola's companions, the centurion made to lead her into the tent. Secundus stayed by her side. Surprised, Fabiola turned to him. "You still need protection, lady," he muttered. "Don't worry," she said, touched by his loyalty. "Mithras will protect me." Fabiola's answer satisfied Secundus, and he stood back, watching as she followed the centurion inside. A silent prayer of his own went up to the warrior god. The beautiful young woman would have to be very careful what she said. If Petreius got even the tiniest whiff that they were heading north to join with Caesar, there would be little mercy shown. He had heard the legionaries talking as they walked into the fort. Outright hostilities had not yet commenced, but Caesar was already regarded as an enemy. Ushering Fabiola to a large partitioned room, the centurion bowed. "I will have hot water and drying cloths brought, lady," he muttered. "We have no women's apparel, I'm afraid." "Of course not," Fabiola laughed, trying to put him at his ease. "A wash will suffice until my dress can be cleaned." Discomfited, He ducked his head and left. Fabiola looked around, pleased at the level of luxury on offer. Being on campaign did not mean that betrayers had to do without any of life's necessities. Thick carpets and animal skins covered the floor, while richly patterned wall hangings concealed the canvas of the tent's sides. The roof was high, supported by a network of long poles. From these hung ropes, suspending elegant bronze oil lamps overhead. Yet more stood on decorated stone plinths, illuminating the chamber well. A weapons rack near her held a number of gladii with beautifully carved wood and bone hilts. Even their sheaths were ornate, the beaten gold on their surfaces depicting scenes from Greek mythology. Occupying a central position was a well-carved bust of Pompey. Having seen him in Rome, Fabiola recognized his bulbous eyes and mop of curly hair. Iron-bound wooden chests had been placed around the periphery, while a heavy desk sat in the center, a comfortable-looking leather-backed camp chair behind it. Tightly rolled scrolls lay scattered on the desktop, and Fabiola's heart quickened. This was Petraeus's private working space, and vital information about Pompey's plans might be included in the cylinders of parchment in front of her. She longed to understand them. Like most slaves or former slaves, Fabiola was illiterate. Gemellus had seen no value in educating those who served him. Only Servilius, his bookkeeper, had known how to read and write, and Jovina, the wily crone who owned the lupanar, actively discouraged the prostitutes from learning. Uneducated women were far easier to intimidate and coerce. At Fabiola's request, Brutus had started teaching her, but there had been so little time before he was called away. Her thoughts were interrupted by a pair of young, shaven-headed slaves who silently delivered a large cauldron of steaming hot water, drying cloths, and a beaten bronze mirror on a stand. Also offered was a metal tray with small vials of olive oil, a curved strigil, and 2 finely carved boxwood combs laid upon it. The embarrassed slaves bobbed their heads and withdrew, avoiding Fabiola's gaze all the while. Having a beautiful young woman to serve rather than soldiers was clearly too much for them. Fabiola stripped and washed herself down with warm water before rubbing oil all over her skin. Lastly, she used the strigil to take off the grime and dirt that covered her body from the ambush and pursuit. Although not as relaxing as a bath, it felt good to wash. All that was missing was a phial of perfume. But, like all her possessions, such things were lying back in the litter. While Scaevola would have no use for these items, there would be no opportunity to go back for them either. Pulling on her damp, sweaty dress once more, she grimaced at its feel against her skin. At least there weren't too many spots of blood on it. Smoothing back her hair, Fabiola looked into the mirror and combed it as best she could. "Aphrodite herself has come to visit us," said a deep voice behind her. She jumped with fright. A tall, brown-haired man in late middle age had entered the chamber. He was dressed in a well-cut, thigh-length tunic. Soft leather shoes covered his feet. A belt of gold links and a sheathed dagger confirmed his status as a soldier. High cheekbones and a strong chin were the most striking features in his rugged face. "Forgive me, lady," he said when he saw Fabiola's reaction. "I did not mean to scare you." Wondering how long he had been watching her, Fabiola bowed. "My nerves are a little ragged," she replied. "That's not surprising," said the man. "I have been told of the scum who ambushed you. What were they? Deserters or just common bandits?" "It's difficult to know." Fabiola had no wish to reveal any details about Scaevola. "They all look the same." "Indeed." "I'm sorry for even mentioning it," he said reassuringly. "Try to forget the whole episode. You're safe now." "Thank you," said Fabiola, her relief only half-acted. Delayed shock was beginning to set in, draining her energy when she needed it most. It was crucial that she divulge nothing about her journey, while somehow persuading the general to let her party continue unhindered. "Mithras, Sol Invictus, help me," Fabiola thought. Asking help from the warrior god felt appropriate, when faced with this military threat. "Allow me to introduce myself." He bowed deeply. "I am Marcus Betrayus, legate of the 3rd Legion. You are welcome in my camp." Returning the gesture, she smiled radiantly. "I am Fabiola Messalina." Unaffected by her wiles, Betrayus came straight to the point. "I find it most unusual for a beautiful young woman to be traveling alone," he said. "The roads are so dangerous." She feigned surprise. "I have had servants and slaves with me." He raised his eyebrows. "No father or brother to accompany you?" It was usual for unmarried noble women to travel with a male relation or chaperone of some kind. The lies had to start now. Fabiola took a deep breath and began. "Father is long dead, and Julianus, my eldest brother, was killed in Parthia last year." The tiny shred of hope left in her heart stopped her naming Romulus as the fictional sibling who had died. But it was still the likely reality. Fabiola lowered her gaze, real tears pricking her eyes. "You have my sympathies, lady," he said respectfully. "What about the rest of your family?" "Mother is too frail for such a long journey, and Romulus, my twin, is out of the country on business," protested Fabiola. "Someone had to visit my widowed aunt in Ravenna. Poor Clarina does not have long." He nodded understandingly. "Yet these are troubled times. It's very unwise to travel without a large party of guards." "It is no better in Rome," cried Fabiola. "The mobs are burning nobles alive in their own homes." "This is true. The gods curse them," said Betrayus, his jaw hardening. "But I will soon stop that." She gasped in apparent surprise. "Are you marching to the capital?" "Yes, lady, with all speed," the legate replied briskly. "The Senate has appointed Pompey Magnus as sole consul for the year. His main remit is to restore law and order, and the 3rd will do that by whatever means necessary." Fabiola looked suitably shocked. The use of troops in Rome was one of the Republic's abiding nightmares. Forbidden by law, it had last happened more than a generation before. Sulla, the butcher, had ordered it and then assumed total control of the Senate. In the minds of most, that was not a time to be repeated. "This is what it has come to," sighed Betrayus. "There is no other way." She could see the legate believed in what he was saying. "Has no one protested?" "Not a single senator," he said wryly. "They're all too worried about their houses being looted." Fabiola smiled, remembering how many of her clients had been obsessed with nothing more than increasing their own wealth, regardless of how it was obtained. Yet when the poor tried to take something for themselves, the rich were the first to condemn them. Although Rome was nominally a democracy, in reality, for generations, the fate of the Republic had been governed by a tiny elite class of nobles, the vast majority of whom were only out to line their own pockets. Gone was the ancient founding spirit that had seen successful generals relinquish their commands and return home to eat from plain earthenware bowls. In Rome now, just a few ruthless men wrestled for ultimate riches and ultimate power, which is why there was a legion camped outside. It was appalling. "Caesar won't be happy when he hears about this, but there are more pressing things on his mind." Betrayus's lips lifted into a mirthless grin. "Like survival." Fabiola concealed her alarm. She knew nothing of recent developments. "I'd heard there was renewed rebellion in Gaul, but nothing more," she said brightly. "Things go very badly for Caesar, which is good news for Pompey." His expression changed, becoming more pleasant. "Enough of politics and war. Those are no subjects for a lady. Would you honor me with your company for dinner?" With little choice but to accept, she bowed. "It would be my pleasure." Fabiola was terrified. She was walking a fine line between deception and discovery, with no option other than to continue. And what about the others? Hopefully no one would ask much of Docilosa or Sextus, she thought. And Secundus would know to keep his mouth shut. His status as a supporter of Caesar was as good a reason to remain anonymous as hers. Petreius guided her to another part of the enormous tent, where 3 reclining couches were positioned closely around a low table, leaving one side free for food to be served. Typically, each couch was able to accommodate up to 3 people. The level of opulence here was the same as the area where Fabiola had washed, and equaled most banqueting halls in Rome. Even the table was a piece of art, with an inlaid surface of gold and pearl and wonderfully carved legs in the shape of lions' paws. Light from the huge candelabra hanging overhead bounced off large platters of Aretine ware, red-glazed pottery with intricate designs in relief. There was fine glassware in a range of colours, a silver salt cellar, and spoons with delicate bone handles. A trio of slaves sat in one corner, alternately playing the panpipes, lyre, and cithara, a large stringed instrument with a sweet sound. Others stood by, waiting to serve food and drink. Hoping there would be more guests, Fabiola looked around. Petreius met her glance with a wink. Normally I dine with my tribunes, but not tonight. She managed to return his smile, but a flutter of unease rose from her stomach. After her time in the Lupanar, Fabiola could read men like a book. Please. Petreius was indicating where she should lie. It was the place of honor, directly adjoining his position. Her mind in a turmoil, the young woman sat down. Taking off her shoes, she placed them on the floor beneath the seat before reclining. Thankfully, the legate took the central couch rather than sitting right beside her. He waved a hand at the nearest slave, who hurried over, pouring mulsum for them both. Fabiola took the proffered goblet gratefully. After her near escape from Scaevola, the mixture of wine and honey tasted like nectar to her. Without thinking, she drained the lot. The glass was refilled at once. Sipping his, Petreius fixed his gaze on Fabiola. "Tell me of your family," he said warmly. She searched his face for signs of deception, but could see none. Praying again to Mithras and to Jupiter, Fabiola began constructing an elaborate life history. She was one of 3 children of Julianus Messallinus, a deceased merchant, and his wife, Velvina Helpis. The family resided on the Aventine, a mainly plebeian area. To make her story more authentic, Fabiola wove much of her own life into it. Where she had grown up was unremarkable. Like anywhere in Rome, patricians lived there too. Naming her mother correctly somehow felt right, as did mentioning a twin brother. Julianus, the oldest, had joined the army as a bookkeeper and been killed with Crassus in Parthia. At this point, Fabiola's voice wobbled, and she stopped for a moment. Petreius looked suitably sympathetic. Nervously, Fabiola went on. While it increased her danger to invent living people who could never be traced, she wanted to feel that she had some kin still, instead of being alone in the world. So Romulus, her twin, now ran the family business, but was often out of the country on trading ventures. Unmarried, Fabiola lived in the ancestral home with her mother and their retinue of slaves. To avoid Petreius asking why she was still single, Fabiola mentioned a number of regular suitors. So far, none had met with Velvina's approval. "All mothers are the same," laughed the legate. The young woman was amazed by her own inventiveness. Yet it was not difficult for her to come up with a completely fabricated existence. As a child in Gemellus's domus, she had observed much about Roman society. Although he came from impoverished roots, the cruel merchant had achieved a certain level of public recognition because of his riches. He had dealings with all levels of society, and had often entertained his clients at his home. Fabiola had an excellent understanding of the way the trading classes dealt with each other. She paused, her throat dry from talking. Another swallow of the mulsum helped her to continue. Petreius listened carefully, long fingers cupping his jaw. Easy targets because of their awkward table manners or poor social etiquette, former slaves were frequently the butt of cruel jokes. Determined that this would not happen to her if she was ever freed, Fabiola had also absorbed every little piece of information that came her way in the Lupanar. Many of her customers spent large amounts of time in her company, during which they poured out their life stories to her. As the most popular prostitute, she had encountered numerous members of the Roman elite, the senators and equites. Other clients had been prosperous merchants or businessmen. All were men who lived at the pinnacle of Roman society, in a world far removed from that of the average slave, and one which Fabiola had only recently been admitted to. She was careful, therefore, to portray herself as being from the middle class of Roman society, rather than the upper. Betrayal did not appear upset that Fabiola was from trading stock rather than noble. If anything, he looked pleased by her revelation. Her initial story also seemed to satisfy him. To take the focus away from herself, she quickly went on the offensive. "I am so unimportant," Fabiola said, "whereas you are the commander of a legion." Betrayal made a modest gesture of denial, but she could see he was pleased. "You must have fought many wars," she said encouragingly, "and conquered many peoples." "I've seen my fair share of combat," he replied with a shrug. "Like any who do their duty for Rome." "Tell me," Fabiola requested, her eyes shining with false excitement. "I was one of those who defeated the Catiline conspirators," he said, "and among other things I helped Pompey Magnus to quell the Spartacus rebellion." Fabiola gasped in apparent admiration, holding back the riposte that it had in fact been Crassus who was responsible for putting down the uprising. Tellingly, Betrayal had just shown himself to be a liar. As the informed knew, Pompey's role had been only minor. His defeat of 5,000 slaves who had fled the main battle, a helping hand rather than a decisive thrust. Yet he had managed to claim all the credit by sending the Senate a letter informing them of his victory. The stroke was one of Pompey's finest, and clearly Betrayal had jumped on the bandwagon of his master's success. Fabiola noted this chink in the legate's armor. If only the Thracian gladiator had not failed, she thought sadly. Romulus and I might have been born free, had completely different lives. Instead, outmaneuvered and surrounded by the legions, Spartacus had failed. Now slaves were more rigorously controlled than ever before. Of course, the uprising never really posed much threat to Rome, Betrayal sneered. Damn slaves. Fabiola nodded in seeming agreement. How little you know, she shouted inwardly. Like many nobles, Betrayal regarded slaves as little more than animals, incapable of intelligent thought or action. She fantasized about grabbing the Pugio on his belt and sticking it in his chest, but quashed the idea on the spot. While appealing, it would not help her get out of this situation. Any such action would also endanger the lives of the people in her care. Docilosa, Sextus, and Secundus. What other options were there? Escaping from the massive camp without the legate's permission would be impossible. Sentries watched all the entrances day and night, and no one came or left without being challenged. A sinking feeling began to creep over her. Like her previous clients, Betrayal hadn't noticed Fabiola's momentary lack of attention. By simply smiling and nodding her head, the beautiful young woman could keep men absorbed for hours. Her previous profession had taught Fabiola not just how to physically satisfy men, but also the skillful art of making them think that they were the center of the world. While pretending to enjoy their conversation, she also tantalized and teased. The promise of pleasure was sometimes more effective than actually providing it. Throaty laughs, a flash of bosom or thigh, fluttering eyelashes, Fabiola knew them all. Fueled by the wine, and her despair at what to do, she now found herself making more of these suggestive gestures than planned. Later, she would wonder if there was anything else she could have done. I also served in Asia Minor, Betrayal went on. Mithridates was a very skilled general. It took more than 6 years to defeat him. But we did. You fought with Lucullus, then? Although Lucullus had not struck the final blow, Fabiola knew that the able general had been largely responsible for bringing the warlike king of Bithynia and Pontus to heel. Yet Pompey, the leader sent by the Senate to finish the job, had taken all the credit, again. Petreius coloured. At first, yes, but after he was replaced, I continued the campaign under Pompey Magnus. Fabiola hid a knowing smile. That's how it works, she thought. Pompey had stripped Lucullus of his command, but let his friends keep their posts. And now you find yourself leading men again, she purred, to Rome. The legate made a diffident gesture. Merely doing my duty. You're bringing the Republic to the brink of civil war at the same time, thought Fabiola. Caesar could regard Pompey's actions of sending troops to Rome for nothing less than what it was, a blatant show of force. The man who restored peace to the capital would become an instant hero. In addition, having legionaries stationed in the Forum Romanum would place him in a powerful position indeed. And its timing was masterful. Stuck in Gaul, fighting for his life, Caesar could do nothing to prevent it. I'm hungry, announced the legate. Would you care for some dinner, my lady? Fabiola smiled her acceptance. Lining her stomach was a good idea. It might slow down the rate at which the mulsum was going to her head. She was not used to drinking much alcohol. Petreius clicked his fingers, and 2 slaves hurried over with bowls of steaming water and drying cloths. While they washed their hands, the others left, returning at once with a multitude of platters. There were various types of salted fish. Sausages in porridge sat alongside plates of freshly cooked cauliflower and beans. Sliced, hard-boiled eggs and onions were served with piquant sauce. Fabiola stared at the surface of the low table, which was now covered in food. As a child, hunger had been a constant feature of her life. Now it was the opposite, which seemed ironic. Muttering a brief request to the gods for their blessing, Petreius leaned over and began. In the Roman fashion, he mostly used his fingers to pick up his food. Occasionally, he used a spoon. The young woman breathed a slow sigh of relief. His attention had been diverted for the moment. Picking on some fish and beans, she tried to gather her thoughts through the fog that the mulsum had induced. She had a little while. The legate was obviously hungry. Clearing his plate, he indicated that the unfinished foods should be removed. After they had washed their hands again, the second course was brought in. It felt so decadent to Fabiola as yet more serving dishes arrived. Sow's udder in fish sauce, roasted kid and more sausages, baked fish, bream, tunny and mullet, pigeons and thrushes baked on a tray, chestnuts and cabbage sprouts, and the inevitable onions. It was far more food than 2 people could ever eat. Marcus Petreius's athletic stature belied his appetite. She was sure that Brutus would not approve. Her lover ate sparingly, preferring to spend his time at the table in good conversation. A slave slipped past, and filled clean glasses with watered-down wine. Being lighter, mulsum was served with starters. "Drink," encouraged Petreius. "It's a very good Campanian, from one of my latifundia." Fabiola took a swallow, but she was careful not to finish all of the richly flavoured red wine. It had a deep, earthy taste, which was only marginally reduced by its dilution. They made more polite small talk over the main course. Nothing was mentioned about Fabiola's journey or Petreius's mission to Rome. When he had eaten enough, the legate waved at the slaves again. One immediately laid out a selection of food, beside which he poured a little pile of salt. A cup of wine was placed beside this, the traditional dinner offering to the gods. Petreius bent his head, his lips moving in silent prayer. Fabiola did the same, fervently asking not just for Mithras and Jupiter's blessing upon their meal, but for their assistance. She still had no idea what to do. The final course consisted of all kinds of pastries, hazelnuts, and preserved pears and apples. Not wanting to appear rude, Fabiola helped herself to a few small portions and took her time eating. More wine was poured for both of them. "Your aunt in Ravenna," said Betrayal out of the blue. "What was her name again?" "Clarina," replied Fabiola. "Clarina Silvina." "Where exactly does she live?" Unease filled Fabiola. What did he care? "Not far from the Forum, I think," she lied, picking a location that could fit any town in Italy. "Off the street that leads to the south gate." "Is her house large?" "Not especially," she said. "But Mother says that it is well appointed. Aunt Clarina has good taste." He said nothing for a moment. Fabiola's heart began to pound in her chest, and she busied herself with another piece of dried fruit. "The southern quarter of the city was where fire broke out last year," Betrayal announced in a hard voice. "Almost all the houses were burned down." Fabiola felt her cheeks flush bright red. "Clarina mentioned that in a letter," she responded, her voice a trifle too high. "Hers escaped with light damage." "The only ones to be left unharmed were those near my domus," the legate said coldly. "Thankfully my slaves managed to soak the nearby roofs with enough water to ensure that they did not catch fire and thus spread it to mine." She watched him dumbly, a sick feeling in her stomach. How could she have known that Betrayal had a residence in Ravenna? His next words were like the strokes of doom. "The residents were so grateful that they came to pay their respects. I don't recall an elderly lady by the name of Clarina Silvina." Fabiola's mouth opened and closed. In that time he had moved to her couch. They were now close enough to touch. Betrayal's eyes were slate-grey and distinctly unfriendly now. Fabiola was uncharacteristically lost for words. "You have no aunt in Ravenna," the legate said harshly. "Have you?" She did not answer. "And one of your companions is a crippled veteran. What use is he to anyone?" Fabiola's heart rate shot up. Betrayal must have been watching from his tent when they arrived and recognized Secundus's military bearing. It was difficult not to. "Secundus? I found him on the steps of Jupiter's temple," Fabiola protested, angry that Betrayal had no respect for the casualties of Rome's wars. After all, similar things happened to his men. "I took pity on him. He's proved very reliable." "Really? How did he survive the ambush when all the others were killed?" the legate demanded. Fabiola flinched before his practiced interrogation. "I don't know," she whispered. "Perhaps the gods spared him." "There's far more to this than meets the eye." Betrayal sat up. "We'll see what your servant says to a taste of hot iron. That makes men sing like canaries." "No!" cried Fabiola. "Secundus has done nothing." She was not being totally altruistic. Few individuals could resist torture, especially at the hands of the experienced soldiers that Betrayal would have available. If Secundus revealed Fabiola's real destination, all hope of reaching Gaul would be gone. Who knew how the legate would react if he found that out? Disposing of 4 ragged travelers would pose no problem. No one would ever know any different. Fabiola's heart sank. In comparison to the likes of Betrayal, she really was a nobody. He turned back, leaning in so close that the musky mix of mulsum and wine from his breath filled her nostrils. "Unless another solution might be found," he said, lightly squeezing one of her breasts. "A much more pleasurable one." For a heartbeat, Fabiola hesitated. She felt faintly sick. It was an old, familiar feeling, the one she used to get in the Lupanar when a client had just chosen her from the line of prostitutes. Had she any other choice? Rather than pulling away, She drew him towards her. Chapter 19. Elysia. Northern Italy, spring-summer, 52 BC. Trying to reduce Betrayal to a sweating, drained shadow of his former self, Fabiola had used every trick of her previous trade when coupling with him. All the time she was driving the legate mad with lust. She was racking her brains for a way out of the situation. How could she rejoin Secundus and Sextus, and safely continue north to Gaul? Betrayal would have no particular reason to set Fabiola free. A nubile bed companion like her would make his journey to Rome far more pleasurable, and there was nothing she could do if he did decide to keep her by him. With almost 5,000 soldiers at his beck and call, the ruthless legate could behave as he pleased. The possibility of staying and becoming Betrayal's mistress had entered her mind. He was not a bad-looking man, and seemed personable enough. Far away in Gaul, Brutus would be able to do nothing about it. Fabiola decided not to make this choice for 2 reasons. The first was that it meant changing allegiance to Pompey's side. That felt like a bad idea. Her instincts told her that Caesar's former partner in the triumvirate was not the man to back. And the second, more important reason was that becoming Betrayal's lover, and therefore siding with an enemy of Caesar, would probably mean that she would never meet the nobleman who might be her father. A more callous thought also occurred to Fabiola. She could simply wait until the legate fell asleep and then kill him. But even if she left his tent without being discovered, and managed to find Docilosa, Secundus, and Sextus, their next task would prove impossible. There was no reason to think that any of Betrayal's disciplined soldiers would just let her and her companions leave without permission. Fabiola had no desire to be crucified or tortured to death, one of which would surely be the punishment when his body was discovered. What in the name of Hades was she to do? Thinking that she had tired him out, Fabiola was surprised when Betrayal found the energy to take her again a short time later. Kneeling on all fours, she encouraged his deep thrusts with loud moans. When the legate had finished and sagged back on the sweat-soaked sheets, Fabiola climbed off the bed. She desperately needed time to think. Naked, she walked a few steps to a low table that had a selection of food and drink arrayed upon it. Filling 2 cups with some watered-down wine, the young woman turned to find Betrayal admiring her. "By all that is sacred," he said with a satisfied sigh, "you look like a goddess come to tempt a mere mortal." Fabiola batted her eyelashes and flashed a practiced smile. "Who are you?" he asked, intrigued. "No merchant I've ever met would have a daughter like you." She laughed throatily and spun in a slow circle, drawing a loud groan of desire from him. But the question would be repeated. Of that there was no doubt. Fabiola tried to quell the panic rising in her breast. Betrayal was no satiated customer to be ushered out of the door when his time was up. This was a man used to getting his own way, a powerful noble, experienced in commanding soldiers and fighting wars. Completely at his mercy, on his territory, her feminine wiles would only go so far. Like all sleeping chambers, Betrayal's had a small shrine in one corner. Most Romans prayed to the gods on rising and retiring, to request their guidance and protection during both day and night. The legate was no different. As Fabiola's gaze passed idly over the stone altar, her attention was drawn back to it. Prominently displayed in front of deities such as Jupiter and Mars was a small cloaked figure that looked familiar. Fabiola's breath caught in her chest as she recognized Mithras. The delicately carved statue was portrayed in the same manner as the large sculpture in the Mithraeum in Rome. Wearing a Phrygian cap, the god was crouched over a reclining bull and plunging a knife down into its chest while looking away. Fabiola closed her eyes and asked for his divine help. Was this her chance? Betrayal was a follower of Mithras. She had been inside the god's temple and had drunk the sacred Homa. Importantly, Fabiola had had a vision as a raven. The fact that she had done so without permission outraging most of the veterans in the process, was irrelevant right now. A daring idea began to take root in Fabiola's mind. It was all she could think of, so it had to work. A low laugh came from behind her. "Lucky I have no statue of Priapus to beg my case," Betrayal said. "Otherwise I'd keep you awake all night." "We don't need him," Fabiola answered, moving her legs apart slightly, and bowing from the waist towards Mithras. The view this afforded drew a shocked, lustful growl from the legate. With a subtle rolling motion, Fabiola turned back and strode towards him, her full breasts moving gently. The light from the oil lamps coloured her flesh, giving it an alluring amber glow. She knew from long experience that looking like this, no man could resist her. Placing the wine on the floor by the bed, Fabiola put her hands on her hips. "You look like a woman who means business," Betrayal said. She laughed and arched her pelvis towards him. "Do I?" "Little do you know." Unable to take any more teasing, he reached out for her, but she stepped away out of reach. The legate frowned. Quickly Fabiola moved closer again, allowing his eager fingers to grasp her buttocks. "Who needs Priapus?" he muttered, rolling to the edge of the mattress in a desperate attempt to get closer. "I'll fuck you again right now." Fabiola smiled to herself. This was where she wanted him, crazy with lust. Turning, she stared down as Betrayal pressed his face into her groin. "You have a statue of Mithras, I see." "What?" His voice was muffled. "The warrior god." He pulled back, looking faintly irritated. "I began following him during my time in Asia Minor. What of it?" Aware that she had to act with the utmost delicacy, Fabiola fell silent. Stooping, she gently rolled him over and began stroking his erect member. Enjoying what she was doing, he relaxed again. There was silence as Fabiola climbed onto the bed and lowered herself down on him. When he came, Betrayal gasped in ecstasy, gripping her hips with his hands. Then he flopped back on the sheet and closed his eyes. Satisfied that the legate was now as vulnerable as she would ever see him, Fabiola threw the dice. "I've heard that Mithras's followers honor and respect each other greatly," she said. "They give help to one another when it is needed." "If we can, we do," he replied in an already sleepy voice. "What if the situation is awkward or difficult?" "All the more reason to be of assistance." "And most of you are soldiers," Fabiola said, changing tack. "Yes, but some are not." "No," he answered, sounding confused. "There are men of many trades and professions in our religion, even some more worthy slaves. We are all equal before the god." The seed had been planted, thought Fabiola. It was time to act. "I have aided you tonight," she murmured, climbing off him and lying down. He chuckled. "You have. Very much." "Then will you help me?" "Well, of course," he replied, amused. "What is it you want?" "Money? Dresses?" Fabiola clenched her fists, hoping that the primary tenet of honor mentioned by Secundus so many times was also an important part of Petraeus's belief system. There was no way of knowing unless she tried. "More than that." She paused, noticing that her hands were actually trembling. "I need a letter of safe conduct and enough men to protect me on my journey north." He jerked upright, suddenly fully awake. "What did you say?" "I was the first woman to enter the Mithraeum in Rome," she said, "to become a devotee." "That is forbidden, under all circumstances," Betrayal stuttered. "I know the provinces are a bit backward when it comes to new traditions, but this? On whose authority was it allowed?" "Secundus," she replied. "The one-armed veteran who was with me when your troops rescued us." "A low-ranking cripple?" he scoffed. Sounds like he's getting ideas way above his station. Does he want to screw you? It was unsurprising, Fabiola thought, that a man of Petraeus's status would look down on someone as lowly as Secundus. It's nothing like that, she said firmly. And despite what you may think, he admitted me to the path. My rank is that of Corax, which makes me a comrade of yours. You'll be telling me next that he is the pater of the temple, sneered the legate. Correct, Fabiola replied. He is also my guide. Petraeus's nostrils flared, but he let her continue without further interruption. After drinking the Homar, I became a raven, she said quietly, and was granted a vision in which I saw the survivors of Crassus's army. Secundus decreed that it was sent by the god himself. Wait, this is too much to take in. Rubbing a hand through his close-cropped hair, the legate stood up and walked over to a tall, swan-legged bronze ewer. Bending his neck, he vigorously splashed cold water over his entire head and neck a number of times. Pulling a cloth from a wooden stand, he dried himself and donned a clean robe. Fabiola sat on the bed, waiting patiently. Start from the beginning, he ordered, sitting beside her. Tell me exactly how you met this Secundus. Fabiola kept it simple, keeping her original fabrication the same, but accurately recounting how she had met the veteran on the steps of Jupiter's temple in Rome. Her rescue was simplified to take place on the fringes of the riot over Clodius's death. There was no point complicating matters by mentioning Scaevola and the fugitive Arii. That's all very touching, Petraeus said when she had finished. But saving a pretty girl's life doesn't mean that the pater would just invite you to become one of us. His face turned hard. Tell me the truth. This was a crucial moment. I have done. Most of my guards were killed well before the veterans arrived, Fabiola said. Acting modestly, she looked down. It was a case of defending myself or being raped on the spot. Perhaps the gods helped, but I managed to kill 3 or 4 of our attackers. By Jupiter! Exclaimed the legate. Has someone trained you to fight? No. She stared at him wide-eyed. I only ever saw my father and brothers practice in the yard of our domus. It was sheer desperation, I suppose. He regarded her slender arms with new respect. She dared a bit more. Secundus said that he had rarely seen such bravery, even on the battlefield. If what you say is true, I'm not surprised, agreed Petraeus emphatically. With soldiers like you, we would have little to fear from Caesar. Pleased by his praise, Fabiola flushed. A rigorous interrogation about Mithraic practices and rituals followed. Petraeus listened intently, showing no emotion at Fabiola's responses. This made her even more nervous, but by taking her time, the young woman was able to answer every question correctly. When the legate had finished, there was a long silence. You know a lot about Mithricism, he admitted. Only an initiate should know these things. A great wave of relief washed over her, but her ordeal was not over yet. Perhaps an old lover tried to impress you by revealing Mithraic secrets, he ventured, his eyes narrowing. If you're lying to me, I am telling the truth, Fabiola said as calmly as possible. Resting his chin on one hand, Petraeus drummed his fingers against his cheek. He was a tough customer, thought Fabiola. A bad enemy to make. But she had committed herself now. Secundus is the man to ask, he said at last. No pater would lie about something like this. Fabiola quailed mentally at the idea of this trial, which would truly test Secundus's belief in her. The legate called in one of the legionaries standing on guard outside his tent, ordering him to bring Secundus before them. An uncomfortable silence reigned as they waited. After Fabiola's revelation, Petraeus seemed almost embarrassed by what they had done together. Worried that Secundus would reveal what had really happened in the Mithraeum, Fabiola was unable to keep up her usual bright chatter. She took the opportunity to have a wash, get dressed, and tie up her hair. Secundus would draw his own conclusions about what had gone on here, but she still wanted to look her best. Of course, the legate was too smart to talk to Secundus in front of her. When the legionary returned with him a short time later, Betrayal asked Fabiola to remain in the bedchamber. All she could do was comply. The low murmur of voices soon came from the main part of the tent. Fabiola could make out Secundus's tone, answering questions. In an agony of nerves, she knelt before the stone altar and studied the statue of Mithras. "Forgive me, Great One," she thought. "I have lied in your presence about what happened in the Mithraeum, but that does not mean I do not believe in you. Help me now, and I swear to be a faithful follower of yours forever." The magnitude of what she was promising was very great, but Fabiola knew her situation was desperate. If Secundus's version of events did not tie in neatly with hers, then it would be Orcus, the god of the underworld, whom she had to deal with, rather than Mithras. For dishonoring his religion, the legate could easily have her killed. She was still praying when Betrayal re-entered the room. His voice made her jump. "Secundus is a good man," he said, "and no liar." Bile rose in the back of Fabiola's throat, and she turned to face him. "Neither am I," she whispered, sure that Secundus had denounced her. "The Pater has corroborated everything." Betrayal smiled. "He feels sure that your remarkable vision was sent by Mithras." "So you believe me?" "I do," he replied warmly. "I will give you the help you asked for. The god would want it." Fabiola nearly fainted with relief. Her gamble had paid off. Betrayal moved behind her, and she felt his warm breath on the back of her neck. "I've never bedded another follower of Mithras before," he said. Fabiola closed her eyes. There was a further price to pay, she thought bitterly. Would it always be so? Cupping her breasts with his hands, he pushed against her buttocks. Fabiola's hand reached around to his groin. Dawn could not come too soon for her. Betrayal had not even asked where Fabiola was going. Naturally his men would tell him upon their return, but the magnanimous gesture was a remarkable example of honoring one's principles, Fabiola thought. Aid was being given freely, just because it had been asked for. She smiled wryly. Betrayal's help had not been completely free, of course, but even though he had slept with her, the legate had also shown himself to be a cut above the average by respecting one of the central tenets of his faith. From her considerable experience of men, Fabiola doubted that many would have acted in the same way. Despite the fact that Betrayal was one of Pompey's officers, she wished him well. It seemed apt that the Optio and half-century of legionaries who had driven off the fugitive Arii should accompany Fabiola and her companions north. And by the end of the first day, she was very glad to have them marching stolidly around the litter that Betrayal had provided. As Rome grew further away, so the rule of law grew lighter upon the land. The party regularly encountered army deserters, bandits, and impoverished peasants, any of whom would have been capable of robbing and murdering 4 people travelling on their own. None, however, were prepared to tackle 40 well-armed soldiers, and the journey proceeded without incident for more than 2 weeks. Following the Roman road along the coast, and thereby avoiding the Alps, they crossed the border into Transalpine Gaul. It was the first time that Fabiola had ever left Italy, and she was gladder than before to have plenty of protection. Although citizen farmsteads were dotted throughout the countryside, it was clearly a foreign land. Even the presence of regular army checkpoints failed to allay her fears. Most Romans knew that the population of Gaul was made up of fierce tribes, peoples who would rise up at the slightest provocation. And the sullen-looking inhabitants of the miserable settlements and villages that they passed through appeared downright dangerous to Fabiola. The long-haired, moustached men, dressed in baggy patterned trousers and belted tunics, very different to Roman wear. Silver adorned their wrists and necks, and practically every single one carried a longsword, hexagonal shield and spear. Even the women carried knives. This was a fighting nation, and they resented their masters. Fabiola had no chance to explain that, as an ex-slave, she had no quarrel with them, and had no part in Rome's aggressive foreign policy. To those who saw her, she was just another rich Roman passing by. Yet, as the Optio told her, there had been little fighting in this area. Much of Transalpine Gaul had been under the Republic's control for over a century, and fortunately the tribes here had not answered Vercingetorix's call to arms. Thus, Fabiola's unease grew even greater as they travelled further north, towards the regions affected by the uprising. Gossip from the legionaries in the regular outposts and garrison towns did little to reduce this. Caesar had suffered a major setback at Gergovia, during which he had lost hundreds of soldiers. Emboldened by this victory, Vercingetorix had pulled his army back to the fortified town of Alesia, there to await his enemy's arrival. The titanic struggle was still going on. Despite the reluctance of Petreius's Optio, Fabiola insisted they continue their journey. His remit had been to follow her orders, and she wasn't about to let him forget it. She and Secundus had consulted an oracle in one of the towns near the border, and the omens had been promising. False or not, the prophecy had merely gilt-edged Fabiola's determination. At this point she felt there was no going back. Her stubborn pride prevented it. But it was not just that. If Caesar lost the battle at Alesia, all of her plans would have come to nothing. In that case, the young woman did not care what happened to her. With her mother dead, and Romulus probably so, she might as well die too. If Caesar had been successful, however, his ambition and that of Brutus would know no bounds. Moreover, the public would adore him for it. Pompey's suppression of the rioting in Rome would hardly compare with a victory over hundreds of thousands of fierce warriors. The citizens would appreciate such a crushing blow all the more because of the Romans' historical fear of Gaul. The sacking of their capital by the tribesmen over 3 centuries before had left a lasting scar on the national psyche. Caesar had to win, because then Fabiola could continue her quest to find Romulus and discover her father's identity. They travelled on. The escape from Scaevola had been the most frightening and hair-raising part of Fabiola's journey so far. That was, until they neared Alesia. The horror continued for mile after mile, and yet the threat was not living. Just a dozen miles from the last legionary outpost, the countryside was filled with burnt villages and fields of torched crops. Herds of cattle and sheep lay slaughtered, their bloated corpses stinking in the early summer sunshine. Vercingetorix's men had been hard at work, their aim to deny food and supplies to Caesar's army. Any living creatures remaining were wild animals and birds. There were no people. Everyone had either fled or joined Vercingetorix in Alesia. It was a sign of how desperate the struggle had been, Fabiola realized. Surely a chieftain would only order the destruction of his own people's livelihood in the worst of circumstances. Now large tracts of the Gauls' land lay in waste, which meant there would be no food for the coming winter. Long after the soldiers on both sides left, innocent women and children would starve to death. This extra blood price was chilling. But what was she supposed to do? One woman could not change the aggressive nature of the Roman Republic or of one of its best generals. As usual, Fabiola's practical side took control. The people of Gaul were beyond her aid. She would help those she could, such as her slaves. Furthermore, she resolved to locate the boy who had been pursued onto her land by Scaevola. The memory of what the fugitive Arius had done to him afterwards still tortured her. Fabiola had little time to dwell on it. Beyond the devastated farmland lay even more graphic evidence of Caesar's war. By the time they were within a few miles of Alesia, there were dead and dying Gauls lying all along the wayside, men who had fled the battle or been evacuated by their comrades and then left to die when they could no longer keep up. Thankfully, there was no sign of any able-bodied warriors, but the Optio's fears had grown so great that he refused to continue. Red-faced with determined embarrassment, he insisted that Fabiola and 20 men conceal themselves in a large copse several hundred paces from the road. She could only watch in frustration as he and the other legionaries headed off to find out what they could. The Optio was not gone for long. "It's all over!" he shouted jubilantly when within earshot. "Caesar has done it!" Whispers of excitement passed between the hidden soldiers. Fabiola breathed a long sigh of relief, while Secundus grinned from ear to ear. Impatient, they waited until the junior officer had reached them. "The battle finished yesterday, apparently. By all the gods, you should see it," he said, waving his arms with excitement. "Caesar's legions have built miles of fortifications all around the town to prevent any breakout." He paused. "And another set facing outwards to stop any attempt at relieving the siege." Fabiola could not conceal her surprise. They were being attacked by 2 armies? The Optio nodded vigorously. Caesar had 10 legions, yet he must have been outnumbered by at least 5 to 1. There are thousands of dead Gauls everywhere, but they say it's even worse, northwest of the battlefield. "Is that where the battle was decided?" asked Secundus, his face alight. "Yes. The enemy warriors almost broke through the defences there. Caesar sent reinforcements led by Decimus Brutus, but they were nearly overwhelmed." Fabiola blanched. "Then Caesar rallied the soldiers and turned the tide." "You're one of Pompey's men, remember?" joked Secundus. "I follow orders just like anyone," grumbled the Optio. "Doesn't mean I can't appreciate a great general." "Is Brutus alive?" interrupted Fabiola. "Yes, lady. I asked." "The gods be thanked!" she cried. "And is it safe to continue?" "It is. I can guide you to him." He grimaced. "But we'll need to travel straight across the battlefield." "Lead on." Sure that she had seen the worst of it, Fabiola could wait no longer. She had to see Brutus. The Optio paused, unsure. "The danger is over," she snapped. "You said so yourself." The junior officer glanced at Secundus, who shrugged. He tried one more time. "It's not a sight for women. I'll be the judge of that." Used to her domineering nature by now, the Optio snapped off a crisp salute. Signaling the men to follow, he led the way down to the road. Over a small rise, the battlefield proper began. A strange, unquiet air hung over the whole area. It was in marked contrast to the frantic mayhem of the previous days, which Fabiola struggled to imagine. Clouds of ravens and crows swooped and dived overhead, their harsh cawing the only sound. Like a forest of small trees, countless spears jutted from the ground, any gaps in between filled by the smaller, feathered shapes of arrows. But it was the number of dead that drew her eyes, again and again. Fabiola was utterly horrified. Nothing could have prepared her for it, not even the bloodshed she had witnessed in the arena. The ground was littered with more bodies than seemed possible. This was death on an unreal scale. Here was a glut of food that even the flocks of birds could not deal with, and now the corpses were Roman as well as Gaulish. They were heaped in huge piles, draped over each other like sleeping drunks at a feast. There was blood everywhere, on the slack faces, oozing from the countless gaping wounds, on the discarded swords and spears. Pools of it lay clotted around soldiers who had bled to death. Underfoot, the grass had been trampled down from the passage of men, churned into a red, glutinous mud that stuck to the legionaries' sandals. A faint buzzing sound permeated the still air, made by the clouds of flies that clustered on every exposed piece of flesh. Groups of legionaries could be seen moving methodically through the dead, stripping them of weapons and valuables. Occasionally enemy warriors were found alive, but none were being spared. By now, the only ones to remain living on the field were those who could not flee. Badly injured, the Gauls were therefore of no use as slaves. From time to time swords flashed in the sun, and short choking cries bubbled away into nothing. The number of bodies soon made it impossible for the slaves carrying the litter to continue. Alighting, Fabiola raised a hand to her nose, vainly trying not to inhale. The cloying smell of rotting flesh was already sticking in the back of her throat. She could imagine how bad it would be after 2 or 3 more days under the hot sun. Hastily, the Optio directed a number of men to march in front of Fabiola, clearing the way. The walk was still like having to traverse the underworld, but she wasn't going to stop now. Finally, Brutus was within reach. She would be safe once more. The Roman circumvallation came into sight, dragging Fabiola's eyes away from the carnage around her. No one could fail to be impressed by the scale of the engineering, and all these features had been constructed in duplicate on the other side. Fabiola was astonished by Caesar's sheer determination. He truly was the amazing general that Brutus had described. A dangerous man. A rapist? On a large plateau above the fortifications stood the object of Caesar's attention, Alesia. Trying to break through from either direction would have been a suicidal task, Fabiola thought, and defending the ramparts utterly terrifying. The Optio had not been exaggerating about the scale of the slaughter. It was far greater here than what they had left behind. Her gorge rose, and she struggled not to vomit. Is this what Hades looked like? Had Carrie been this bad? Cries of pain drew her attention away from one horror to another. A short distance away, a group of legionaries was gathering around a moaning, prone figure, an old man in a robe. Fabiola watched, horrified, as they drew nearer. He was unarmed, and probably just unfortunate enough to have strayed within their reach. Javelin tips probed forward, drawing blood and fresh screams. Studded army sandals stamped down on unprotected flesh. Fabiola was sure she heard one of his arms snap. Turning her head made no difference. Cruel laughter filled her ears. Again and again her attention was drawn back to the dreadful scene. The torture went on until the soldiers grew bored. First one man drew his gladius, then another. Fabiola was moving before she even realized it. Pushing past her surprised legionaries, she shouted at the top of her voice, "Stop it!" "Come back!" shouted Secundus from behind her. "You cannot intervene!" She ignored him, unwilling to watch such a summary execution. It reminded her too much of what might have happened to Romulus. Fabiola also had a powerful feeling that she should get involved. Her screams had the desired effect. A couple of the legionaries stopped what they were doing and looked around. Leering unpleasantly, they nudged their comrades. Ignoring their lustful reactions, Fabiola stalked closer. Intimidated by her confident manner, the nearest men moved back. But the ringleader, a hard-bitten-looking soldier with rusty chainmail and a battered bronze helmet topped by a simple horsehair crest, did not budge one step. Instead, he licked his lips suggestively at the beautiful young woman who had interrupted their sport. Fabiola went straight on the offensive. Perhaps shame could help. "How brave you are to torture an old man like this," she hissed. "Have you not seen enough killing?" Laughs of derision met this question. Scanning the tough, scarred faces around her, Fabiola realized these were some of Caesar's veterans. After 6 years of constant campaigning in Gaul, war and death was all they knew. Secundus arrived, followed closely by Sextus and the Optio. All three were careful to keep their hands away from their weapons. "Who the fuck are you to order us about?" demanded the ringleader. "And what business of yours is it anyway?" His comrades grinned, and as if to prove a point, one of them kicked their victim. "How dare you speak to me in that manner?" screamed Fabiola. "I will have you all flogged!" Confused looks met this outburst. "Why wouldn't we kill him?" asked a thin soldier. Peering closer, Fabiola took in what, in her rage, she had not noticed before. Although the old man's robe was threadbare, there was a sickle slung from his rope belt. A worn leather pouch had been opened, and its contents scattered on the ground. Dried herbs lay on small stones polished by long use. Beside these were the tiny bones of a mouse. A short dagger with bloodstains on its rusty blade provided the final piece of evidence. Now Fabiola understood why the soldiers were acting so cruelly. Few figures provoked more fear in Roman hearts than the Gaulish Druids. Members of a powerful group, learned in ancient lore, they were revered and hated in equal measure by their own people. It was said that Vercingetorix himself relied on one to provide him with predictions of the future. "See?" said the thin legionary. "He's a damned druid." "Not for much longer, he isn't," quipped their ringleader. There was more laughter. Moving forward, Fabiola saw that while most of the old man's wounds were superficial, one was not. Through his clutching fingers, large amounts of blood had soaked through his robe over his belly. Her intervention had come too late. It was a death wound. And gazing at the druid, she saw that he knew it too. Bizarrely, he smiled. "Some of my visions were true, then," he said to himself. "A beautiful, black-haired woman who seeks revenge." Fabiola's eyes widened. Behind her, Secundus was paying keen attention. No one spoke for a moment. "You are close to one, beloved of Caesar," he rasped suddenly. The watching legionaries exchanged worried glances. Fabiola's threat had not just been an empty one. Without further protest, they let her kneel by the druid's side. Horrified by the whole situation, Fabiola was also intrigued. Here was a man with more power than any of the charlatans to be found at Jupiter's temple in Rome. Yet he was dying. She had to find out what else he knew before it was too late. The druid beckoned to her.
"Do you still grieve as before?"
he whispered. An involuntary sob rose in Fabiola's throat, and she nodded. "Mother, Romulus." He grunted with pain, and Fabiola instinctively reached out to grip one of his gnarled, bloody hands. There was little else she could do. His next words rocked her world.
"You had a brother, a soldier, who went to the east."
It was all Fabiola could do not to break down completely. "Have you seen him?" He nodded.
"On a great battlefield, fighting against a mighty host, with massive grey monsters in its midst."
"Romulus was in my vision." Fabiola glanced around at Secundus. Unsurprisingly, he was beaming. Mithras had spoken through her. Exultant, Fabiola calmed herself. "Is he still alive?" Her words hung in the sultry air.
"Rome must beware of Caesar."
Angry snarls met this comment, and the legionaries pressed forward with ready swords. But the old man's expression had already gone glazed, his eyes unfocused.
"Is Romulus alive?"
Fabiola squeezed his fingers to no avail. A last rattling breath escaped the druid's lips, and then his body went limp. "Good riddance," growled the ringleader. "Our general is the only man fit to lead the Republic." He hawked and spat before skulking off. His comrades did likewise. There was no sport left here, and by leaving quickly, they would escape punishment. Finding nondescript legionaries like them amidst an army was almost impossible. Uncaring, Fabiola sagged down, drained of all energy. There would be no revelation about Romulus. How was she to bear it? Chapter 20. Barbaricum. Barbaricum, on the Indian Ocean, summer 52 BC. Squatting by the edge of the rough-hewn wooden dock, Romulus spat angrily into the sea. The journey south had aged him. There were dark rings of exhaustion under his blue eyes, and a light growth of stubble covered his jaw. His black hair had grown longer. Although he did not know it, Romulus was now an imposing sight. His military tunic might be ragged and dirty, but his height, heavily muscled arms and legs, and sheathed gladius marked him out as a man not to cross. Tarquinius's gaze fell away from the men he had been watching. He took in Romulus's mood at a glance. Brennus chose his own fate, he said quietly. You could not stop him. Unsurprised at his mind being read, Romulus did not answer. Instead, he watched the mixture of objects floating in the water with a mix of curiosity and revulsion. Typical of any large port, there were rotting fish heads, broken pieces of timber, small pieces of discarded fishing net, and overripe fruit bobbing about between the wooden hulls of the moored ships. The shouts and cries of merchants, stall holders, slave dealers and their prospective customers filled the warm, salty air. Just 100 paces away was part of the immense market which formed the basis for Barbaricum's existence. Despite the oppressive temperatures and high humidity, the place was thronged. Bearded traders in turbans were selling indigo, different varieties of pepper, and other spices from open sacks. Naked except for their chains, scores of men, women, and children stood miserably on blocks, waiting like so many cattle. Neat piles of tortoiseshell were stacked higher than a man. Polished tusks, lying in pairs, were mute evidence that not every elephant became a beast of war. Trestle tables were covered in pieces of turquoise, lapis lazuli, agate, and other semi-precious stones. There was silk yarn and cloth, cotton in bales, and sheets of finely woven muslin. It was a veritable cornucopia. But the ships that would carry all these goods away were of more interest to Romulus and Tarquinius. Tied up in their dozens, shallow drafted fishing boats with small single masts knocked gently against larger merchant vessels with neatly reefed sails. Many of the craft were of an unfamiliar shape to Romulus, but the haruspex had mentioned feluccas and native galleys. Here and there he saw sharp-prowed, lateen-rigged ships, their armed, unsavoury-looking crews eyeing each other warily. These were not honest traders. Without a bronze ram or banks of oars, the dhows still reminded him of Roman triremes, of fighting ships. It was a group of men from one of these that Tarquinius was studying intently. But what did it matter anyway? Once more, Romulus's misery settled over him like a cloak. He briefly considered letting himself fall in, to sink beneath the slick, greasy surface. Then his guilt might end. "It's not your fault that he died," said the haruspex softly. The word sprang to Romulus's lips unbidden. "No," he spat, "it's yours." Tarquinius recoiled as if struck. "You knew," shouted Romulus, uncaring that men's heads were turning in their direction, "since that night after Carrie, didn't you?" The haruspex began. But it did not stop Romulus's flow of rage. It had been pent up since the battle, since leaving Brennus to face an elephant on his own. "We could have gone with Longinus and marched back to the Euphrates." Romulus pressed his fists against his head, wishing that were the truth. "At least they had a chance of escaping. But you said that we should stay, so we did." Tarquinius's dark eyes grew sad. "And then Brennus died when he did not need to." Romulus closed his eyes, and his voice tailed away into a whisper. "He could have escaped. And left you." Tarquinius's voice was low but incredulous. "Brennus would never have done that." There was a long silence, during which the onlookers grew bored and turned away. Even that was probably part of Tarquinius's plans, Romulus thought bitterly. Avoiding attention was always a good idea. At that very moment, however, he did not care who saw or heard their conversation. Several weeks had passed since their journey from the battlefield, yet now, as then, Romulus was consumed by one thing. Had the haruspex known about or planned their whole experience since joining Crassus's army? Had he and Brennus been nothing more than unknowing pawns, acting out an already written script? It was a question that Tarquinius repeatedly refused to answer. Overcome with grief after Brennus's heroic sacrifice, Romulus had simply gone along with him. Swimming across the Hydaspes was an ordeal in itself, and the passage south that had followed was even more arduous. Without helmets, chainmail, or shields, with only their gladii and Tarquinius's battle-axe for protection, the two weary soldiers had been forced to travel mainly by night. Otherwise, their pale skins and inability to speak the local languages would have marked them out as foreigners, easy prey for even the ignorant villagers whose land they passed. Strangers such as they might carry money or riches. Fortunately, their combined skills had been sufficient to hunt or steal just enough food to live on without often being detected. It was trying to avoid centers of human population that was hardest. The fertile land near the river Indus, which the Hydaspes had joined, was densely inhabited. Most communities were situated close to the river, the main source of water for agriculture and life in general, and the pair had no choice but to follow its course. The grief-stricken Romulus had no idea which way to go, and even Tarquinius knew only to head south. The Periplus, the ancient map given to him by Olinus, had sketchy details for this part of the world. Consequently, they had to creep their way around all the villages in pitch darkness, risking discovery each and every night. More than once dogs had raised the alarm, forcing them to retreat and wait for another chance, as lurking thieves do. The process was mentally and physically exhausting for both, and 5 days later they had made the decision to steal a small boat from a fishing hamlet. It had proved to be the riskiest but most profitable move of the entire journey. None of the sleeping denizens had noticed until it was far too late, and those who did awaken were not foolish enough to pursue the pair along the river in the pitch black. Romulus and Tarquinius's new boat had 2 crudely made oars, which meant that they could travel whenever they chose. They stayed close to the shore, only risking the strong current mid-river when other vessels were encountered. The ragged nets on board had allowed them to fish daily, providing a simple, if boring, diet. Conversation had been limited after Romulus had accused Tarquinius of failing to prevent Brennus's death. Taking the Haruspex' refusal to answer as a confession, Romulus had lapsed into a furious silence that was only broken by questions about food or their direction of travel. As a result, their arrival in the exotic metropolis of Barbaricum had been muted, but neither could deny that it was an important milestone. Cities had become an alien place to them. It was more than a year since they had been paraded through the streets of Seleucia, the capital of Parthia. Margiana, where the Forgotten Legion had served as a border force, held nothing more than a few towns, and the tiny settlements along the Indus were scarcely more than hamlets. In contrast, this massive city was protected by strong walls, fortified towers, and a large garrison. As in Rome, most inhabitants were poor labourers or shopkeepers, but instead of living in blocks of cramped flats, they dwelled in primitive one-story mud huts. There was no sign of a sewage system. Rubbish and human waste lay everywhere on the muddy streets. Barbaricum also lacked the proliferation of huge temples that existed in Rome, but it was still an impressive sight. Flashy palaces abounded, the homes of wealthy nobles and merchants, and the enormous covered market near the docks was a sight to behold. The portion near them formed just a tiny fraction of the whole bazaar. Romulus had been awestruck by the variety of goods, living or inanimate, human or animal, on offer there. Yet this was one of India's main trading centres, a seaport where every kind of merchandise under the sun came to be bought and sold before being transported away to far-off lands. It was living, breathing proof that Rome was only a tiny part of the world. As if reminding him of that, a line of heavily laden porters emerged from the maze of narrow alleyways that opened onto the harbour. Led by a self-important-looking man in a short belted robe who was carrying a bamboo cane, they pushed through the clamouring crowds, eventually reaching a large merchantman with 2 masts, which lay alongside the main dock. Following close behind the column was a group of guards, armed with spears, swords, and clubs. They fanned out protectively as the valuable merchandise was lowered to the ground. There was a brief pause as the merchant conferred with the ship's captain, and then the porters began the laborious task of carrying their loads up the narrow gangplank. Romulus felt a thrill of excitement. From here, ships sailed westwards once a year on the monsoon wind to Egypt. From there, a man could journey to Rome. All they needed now was to find a captain who would give them passage. So much had happened to bring him here, thought Romulus. He and Tarquinius had survived the carnage of Carrhae and the epic march east, evaded murderous attacks by other legionaries, and escaped annihilation by an Indian king's army, finally ending up in a place whence returning home was actually possible. It seemed incredible, a virtual miracle, in fact. But the price exacted was heavy. Apart from the countless thousands in Crassus's army and the Forgotten Legion who had died, first Felix and then Brennus had lost their lives. The death of the man who meant more to him than anyone apart from his mother and Fabiola had been a particularly devastating blow. Guilt weighed down on Romulus's shoulders. 2 friends had died to give him this opportunity, and there was nothing he could do about it. And the Haruspecs had known what would happen to Brennus all along. What else did he know? "You played us both like a fish on a hook," Romulus hissed, wishing that he could turn back time. "Damn you to Hades." "It may be my fate to go there," Tarquinius answered, moving to his side. "That remains to be seen. No man should die alone, facing insurmountable odds." Tarquinius thought of Olenus, and the manner of his death. Why not, if he chooses it? Unaware of the Haruspecs' past, Romulus bridled at his instant response. It would have been better for Brennus to have died in the arena. Even as he said the words, he knew them to be untrue. The fate of gladiators rested with the fickle and bloodthirsty Roman mob. Instead, the Gaul had died as he had wished, under the bright sun, with his sword in his hand. A free man, not a slave. Romulus chewed a nail. How could he have forgotten the message that had burned so brightly in Brennus's eyes? His friend had come to accept his fate, which was more than most men ever did. Who was he to deny that? Which meant that the anger he had felt against the Haruspecs since their flight was being fueled entirely by the guilt and shame savaging him inside. It was a startling realization. A great gust of sorrow left Romulus's chest, emptying his lungs and leaving him with a feeling of total emptiness inside. Unbidden but welcome tears rolled down his cheeks at the memory of big, brave Brennus, who had died that he might live. Tarquinius looked awkward for a moment, and then he put an arm around Romulus's shoulders. It was extremely rare for the Haruspecs to display such emotion, and, sobbing like a boy, Romulus wept for what it meant. Tarquinius was grieving for their friend too. At last his tears dried, and he looked up. Their eyes met. For long moments they stared at each other. There was an openness in Tarquinius's face that Romulus had never seen before. He was relieved to see no evil there. Remarkably, it was Tarquinius who looked away first. "I did know that Brennus would meet his fate in India," he said in a low voice. "It was written in the stars on the very first night we met." "Why didn't you tell him?" "He did not want to know then, if at all," answered the Haruspecs, regarding him steadily. "You knew that, too." Romulus flushed. "Advising you both to retreat with Longinus would have been interfering with your destiny," Tarquinius went on. "Would you have wanted me to do that?" Romulus shook his head. Few things angered the gods more than trying to change the course of one's life path. "And I was not the first to predict Brennus's future. His druid had told him," said Tarquinius. Believing that prophecy was what helped him survive for so long in the Ludus, as well as Astoria and you, of course. The memory of Romulus's first real meeting with the Big Gaul was still vivid. After killing a Mamillo who was holding Brennus's lover Astoria hostage, Romulus had incurred the wrath of Mimor, the brutal Lannister. Facing a daunting single combat the next morning as punishment, and with nowhere to sleep, Romulus had begun to despair. Brennus was the only fighter to offer him refuge. Unsurprisingly, their friendship had grown from there. Apart from wanting the best for you, Brennus wished for just one thing. Romulus knew what Tarquinius would say next. It was to regain his honor while saving his friends. As he had been prevented from doing before, Romulus finished, with his wife and baby, and his uncle and cousin. A surge of faith filled him. So the gods granted his final wish? That is what I believe. Both men sat for a while, honoring Brennus's memory. Below them, a fish jumped high in the air, catching a fly. There was a loud splash as it re-entered the water. Romulus wrinkled his nose at the unpleasant smell which arose. Bizarrely, it reminded him of his former owner. The cruel merchant had bathed little. Abruptly, he decided to test Tarquinius's honesty. "What about Gemellus?" The Haruspecs looked surprised. "His recent business ventures have not gone well. More than that I do not know." Satisfied and pleased with this simple response, Romulus ventured another question. "Are my mother and Fabiola still alive?" This was his most deeply held hope, the burning ember of which he guarded like the font of life itself. For fear of the Haruspecs' possible answer, Romulus had never dared mention it before. Tarquinius's expression changed, becoming somber. Romulus steeled himself. "Fabiola is," Tarquinius said at length. "I am certain of it." Joy filled him, and he grinned. "And my mother?" The Haruspecs shook his head once. Romulus's initial elation ebbed away, to be replaced by sadness. His mother's death was not a complete surprise to him, however. While not particularly old at the time of his sale to the Ludus, Velvina had been small and slight of build, and her children's sale would have finally broken her spirit. The incredibly harsh environment of the salt mines into which Gemellus had promised to sell her killed even the strongest of men within a few months. To expect that she would survive more than 4 years in such a living hell was unrealistic. Romulus had kept her alive in his imagination because it helped him with his own situation. Closing his eyes, he asked that the gods look after his mother in paradise. "Where is Fabiola now?" Romulus nearly choked on his next words. "Still in the brothel?" "No." "Where then?" "I'm not sure," said Tarquinius. "If I see more, you'll be the first to know." Romulus sighed, wondering why, in his vision, Fabiola had been at the Forum. He would have to wait for the answer. Overhead, the harsh keening of the gulls reminded them of their proximity to the sea, their possible route home. Romulus's heart sang with previously unthinkable ideas. The timbers beneath them creaked as heavy footsteps approached their position. The Haruspecs' eyes narrowed, and Romulus's fingers crept towards the handle of his gladius. In this exotic port, they had no friends, only potential enemies. The gravelly voice that butted in was a rude reminder of this fact. Romulus did not understand the words, but the angry tone conveyed the speaker's meaning very well. "He wants to know what we're doing on his dock," whispered Tarquinius. "His dock?" hissed Romulus incredulously. The Haruspecs raised his eyebrows, and he had to stifle a smile. A brute of a man was standing over them, his hands on his hips. Dressed in a plain loincloth, his deeply tanned body was covered in scars. Thick cords of muscle stood out on his chest and arms. Leather bands encircled both wrists. Greasy black hair fell in long braids on either side of the man's broad, unshaven face. A badly broken nose twisted his features, which were lumpen and crude. He repeated his question. Neither of the friends answered, but they both got to their feet. Facing the newcomer, they moved a couple of paces apart. A sword, with a deeply curved blade, jutted from a wide belt around the man's waist. Tiny brown, discoloured pits in the iron revealed the newcomer was a sailor, or a pirate. Only salt spray affected metal like that, thought Romulus. The fool didn't know that oiling his weapon would prevent it from rusting, or didn't care. Raising his hands in a peaceful gesture, Tarquinius spoke a few words. The response was an angry growl. "I told him that we were merely resting," the Haruspecs said in an undertone. "That doesn't seem to be enough," muttered Romulus, taking in the Corsair's body language. "No," Tarquinius replied archly. "He wants to fight." "Tell him we don't want trouble," said Romulus. Doubtless this brute had friends. Tarquinius obeyed. Instead of standing aside, the man sneered and planted his trunk-like legs even further apart. Now he resembled some kind of deformed colossus, standing astride the wharf. Angered by the threatening move, Romulus took an involuntary step forward.
"Look,"
warned Tarquinius. Romulus peered over his opponent's shoulder to see that the rails of a predatory-looking dhow a short distance away were lined with grinning men. "What should we do?" The haruspex watched two screeching gulls fight over a juicy scrap. He was reasonably sure that they should offer their services as crew on a merchant vessel, rather than get involved with pirates like those watching. But it was best to check. Romulus waited, studying the big corsair. A smile broke out on the haruspex's scarred face as, at the last moment, the smaller black-beaked gull boldly snatched a morsel from the beak of the larger bird. And then things happened very suddenly. Romulus's enemy lunged forward, attempting to seize him in a bear hug. Ducking underneath his swinging arms, Romulus planted an elbow in his back instead. The hefty blow elicited little more than a grunt of anger, but produced gales of laughter from the onlookers. The pair turned to face each other once more. Tarquinius took the opportunity to move well out of range of the struggle. Romulus grimaced. Once more, events had been taken out of their hands. He wasn't going to let a random thug just beat him up. But the consequences might be serious. Be careful, he thought. Don't injure the brute. The pirate approached more slowly this time. Clenching his jaw with anger, he slid his bare feet forward across the dock's warped and cracked planks. Romulus crouched, bending his knees and remembering the dirty moves that Brennus had taught him. He let the other come even closer. There was no room for error. Few men were stronger than Brennus. But here was an example. If a single blow connected, Romulus knew he would go down and not get up again. 2 or 3 paces apart, they stared at each other. The pirate's sunburned, cracked lips peeled back, revealing rows of brown, rotten teeth. His huge fists bunched, ready to strike. As far as he was concerned, Romulus was now within his reach. Victory was already his. The young soldier feinted to the left, and, as expected, his opponent moved away. But Romulus did not follow through with a punch. Quick as a flash, he kneed the other in the groin. He did it with all his strength, and the pirate's mouth opened in an O of surprise and agony. Crumpling neatly, he dropped to the dock with a loud crash. A low, inarticulate moan emanated from his slumped form. Romulus grinned and stepped away, pleased that he had not needed to badly injure the corsair. With luck, his shipmates would also appreciate the restraint. Glancing over, he could see that many of them were laughing. But a sizable number seemed quite unhappy too. Angry fists were being shaken in his direction. A coal-black Nubian with gold earrings stood by, watching to see the outcome. More and more insults rang out, and a few men reached for their weapons. It was the beginning of a trickle effect. Realizing that he and Tarquinius would have to run like cowards, Romulus cursed silently. Just like a rioting mob that pauses before lynching an innocent bystander, the pirates were still stationary. But it would only take one man to move for the whole lot to swarm over the rails. Romulus waved Tarquinius forward, over the groaning heap. Once off the wharf, and mingling with the crowd, they would be safe. A large hand reached out and grabbed at the haruspex's ankle, almost tripping him. Hearing Tarquinius cry out, Romulus spun on his heel and, in reflex, stamped down on the corsair's head. A blow from the hobnailed sole of his army sandal was like being hit with a hammer, and the big man slumped down, unconscious. Rolling gently away, his huge weight gave him just enough momentum to reach the edge of the narrow dock and tumble over it. With an almighty splash, he hit the water, sinking immediately. Aghast, Romulus peered down into the murky depths. Killing his opponent had not been his intention, but that would surely be the outcome now. Already he could see nothing more than chains of rising bubbles. With an inchoate roar of rage, the entire crew of the pirate ship leapt overboard and sprinted towards them. They were on a parallel jetty, but it would not take long for the two friends' escape route to be cut off. Tarquinius grabbed his arm. "Let's go!" he hissed. "Now! "But the poor bastard will drown," protested Romulus. "Do you think he'd care if it happened to you?" retorted the Haruspex. "His friends can save him. It'll be too late by then." He could not leave a man to die yet again. Romulus unbuckled his belt, took a deep breath and dived in. For the second time in as many moments, the water fountained into the air. Horrified, Tarquinius stared after him. His moment of indecision cost him dearly. Several pirates had already reached the end of the wharf he was standing on. Leering with pleasure, they swaggered along the planks towards him, axes and spears raised. Romulus knew none of this. Kicking downwards, he cast his eyes left and right. Fortunately, the visibility was good, much better than on the surface, but he could see nothing. Long fronds of seaweed straggled up from the bottom, threatening to entangle him. Romulus searched fruitlessly for what seemed an age, when a thick rope appeared before him, leading diagonally downwards. It had to be the anchor cable for one of the ships above. Romulus took a good hold of it and pulled himself even deeper. If he didn't find the pirate soon, it would be too late. Half a dozen heartbeats later, he reached an enormous stone anchor. Romulus was running out of air. "Mithras, help me," he prayed desperately. It was the braids of black hair that caught Romulus's attention. Like the seaweed around them, they were swaying to and fro in the current. He swam forward, finding the big man within arm's reach, flat on his back and completely motionless. Not a good sign, he thought. Grabbing hold of the long tresses with his left hand, Romulus placed his feet on the sandy bottom and bent his knees. Using the power of his muscular thighs, he pushed upwards with all his might. The surface seemed miles away, and the weight dragging down his left arm like a sack of lead. But he transferred his grip to the corsair's chin, and stroke by slow stroke they ascended. When two heads broke through the scummy water, great cries of relief went up. Tarquinius's voice was among them. With a sinking heart, Romulus saw that the Haruspex had been disarmed and was surrounded by corsairs. But he had no time to think. Although he could feel a pulse beneath his hand, the big man was limp in his grasp. His lungs could be full of water. Realizing the same thing, his comrades quickly lowered a rope. Romulus tied it fast around the unconscious pirate's chest and watched as he was pulled up to the dock. Lying the big man on his front, a swarthy figure delivered a few sharp blows to the back of his chest. Nothing happened, and Romulus's heart sank. The procedure was repeated a number of times to no avail. Just when he thought his rescue attempt had been pointless, the hulk coughed violently before vomiting up a large amount of seawater. His friends cheered with delight. Again the rope was dropped, and Romulus eagerly swarmed up it, hand over hand. Surely he would be well received. After all, he had saved the man's life. As Romulus reached out to pull himself up onto the dock, a pair of calloused black feet stepped in his way. He looked up into the eyes of the Nubian with gold earrings. This had to be the pirate captain, and there was a large, wide-bladed cutlass in his right hand. "Tell me why I shouldn't cut this rope," the Nubian said in passable Parthian, "before my men kill your friend." Chapter 21. Reunion. Central Gaul, summer 52 BC. After a long time, Fabiola managed to pull herself together. Muttering reassuring words, Secundus moved her away from the druid's body. Fabiola hardly noticed the gore any longer, as the Optio led his men towards the camp of tents on a promontory overlooking the corpse-strewn ground. The terror of the previous few weeks had been overwhelming, and her encounter with the dying druid agonizing. Fabiola shuddered. But with the aid of the gods, she had coped this far, endured. She breathed deeply and imagined the reception she would get. Gradually, Fabiola's mood changed to that of nervous excitement. She was about to see Brutus again. Nothing could be done about Romulus for the moment, and her deep-held worries about Caesar faded into the background. Her perilous journey was nearly over, and at last she would be able to relax a little. The prospect filled her with relief. They climbed the slope, reaching a number of checkpoints manned by exhausted-looking legionaries. Many had bandaged arms, legs, or heads. Their armor and shields were battered and blood-stained. To a man, though, their manner was alert and watchful. At each, Fabiola declared her status and her mission, which saw them ushered through with surprised but respectful salutes. As she passed, the soldiers' heads turned in lust and awe at her beauty, but no one dared say a word within earshot. Who wished to incur the displeasure of Decimus Brutus, key right-hand man of Julius Caesar? They came within range of the army's command post. This was also where the senior officers' quarters had been erected. Fabiola's pulse quickened. As well as the usual force of guards, messengers and trumpeters, there were men in gilded armor standing outside the largest tent, with a lithe, energetic figure gesticulating in their midst. It could only be Caesar, and where he was, Brutus would not be far away. She smiled, imagining her lover's response when he saw her.
"Caesar is the best general Rome has ever had," Secundus declared. "This is a victory like no other."
Remotely associated with Caesar through Fabiola and Brutus, Docilosa swelled with pride. After surviving great dangers and threats to their lives, this was just reward.
"Look, lady."
Secundus's words dragged Fabiola from her reverie. Her gaze followed his pointing arm. It was no surprise that Caesar had moved to this spot, she thought. The whole battlefield was laid out below them, allowing an appreciation of the scale of his achievement and the size of the force which must have opposed his 10 legions. The view to the northwest was obscured by the rock face, but the fortifications stretched as far as the eye could see to the southeast, facing both ways, with lethal killing grounds in front and behind. There were blocks of wood with iron hooks to drag at passing men's feet and clothing, pits with sharpened stakes at the bottom, and ditches filled with irregularly cut gravestones. Inside these were 2 deep trenches, one of which had been filled with water from a nearby river. Finally, there was the palisade itself, which was reinforced by a layer of spiked branches poking forward below the battlements. Regular towers along it provided excellent fields of fire. Stores of pila were still stacked along the walkways, the last remnants of the thousands which must have been hurled at the Gauls as they advanced slowly through the death traps. Fabiola could see that Caesar's defences had been tested to their limit. Corpses covered the ground between the circumvallation and Alesia, as well as on the other side. Many of the dead were clearly Roman, slain in counterattacks and missions to retrieve undamaged pila. But the vast majority were Gauls, warriors in the prime of life, younger men, youths, and even a few old men. Whole tribes lay here. Fabiola's fearful admiration for Caesar soared. Her knowledge of warfare was limited, but no one could fail to appreciate the immensity of the struggle which must have gone on here. To win, when so greatly outnumbered, was incredible. Fabiola was glad that she had not decided to stay with Marcus Betrayus. Even Pompey might not be capable of outwitting the general who had won this remarkable victory. If it came to it, was anyone? A tremor of fear ran through Fabiola. She suddenly felt very small and insignificant. Brutus had hitched his fate to a meteor, it seemed, and hers with it. Only time would tell if they both got burned.
"Fabiola? Is that you?"
The sound of the familiar voice made her stomach turn over. Fabiola turned her head and saw her lover walking towards them. Nervously she raised a hand.
"Brutus!"
With an excited cry, he broke into a run. Of average build, Brutus was clad in a typical senior officer's gilded breastplate, red cloak, and transverse crested helmet. He held on to the ornate hilt of his sword, but the studded leather straps which protected his groin and upper legs jingled to and fro as he ran. Fabiola longed to race to her lover, but in an effort to keep her composure she remained stationary. Smoothing down her plain dress, she wished there had been time to buy more clothes and some perfume. Stay calm, she thought. This is not Rome or Pompeii. There are no luxuries when on campaign. I am here, that is enough.
"By all the gods, it is you!"
shouted Brutus as he drew near. Fabiola gave him a radiant smile, the one she knew he loved. Petreius's legionaries saluted and pulled apart smartly, forming a corridor. Slowing, Brutus strode the last few paces, drinking in Fabiola's beauty as a thirsty man drains a cup of water. There was a tired grey sheen to his unshaven face, but he was unhurt. "How in the name of Hades?" he demanded, beaming and frowning by turns. "What are you doing in this god-forsaken spot?" She pouted. "Aren't you pleased to see me?" He took her hands in his and squeezed them hard. "Yes, it's as if Mars himself has answered my prayers." Fabiola leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Brutus met her passion with a burning intensity of his own, and enveloped her in his arms. Finally they parted, staring into each other's eyes, needing to say nothing. It was luxury for both to feel the other's body against their own. "Gods," Fabiola murmured at last. "I've missed you so much." Boyishly he grinned from ear to ear. "And are you, my darling? How many months has it been?" "Nearly 9, she replied sadly. "I'm sorry," Brutus said, clasping Fabiola's fingers as if he thought she would disappear if he let go. "This campaign has been like no other. We've done nothing but march and fight since the damn rebellion started. I couldn't leave Caesar's side." "Of course," said Fabiola understandingly. "I know." "How is it at the Latifundium?" Seeing her expression change, Brutus frowned. "Has something happened?" At once tears formed in the corners of Fabiola's eyes. Poor Corbulo, she thought guiltily. He died because of my rash behavior. So did the gladiators I hired. My slaves have been sold off to the highest bidder. And that poor boy, castrated, just to satisfy Scavola's pique. Brutus gazed into her eyes, full of concern. "Tell me," he said gently. It all poured out in a torrent of words. The runaway, Scavola and his fugitive Arii, her humiliation of him, how her slaves had appeared in the nick of time. "Crossing the fugitive Arius was not very wise, perhaps," said Brutus, "but I know how overbearing men like him can be." Nodding, Fabiola went on, relating how 2 slaves had been murdered in the fields. This had hastened her decision to travel to Rome, where she had met Secundus. She indicated the veteran to Brutus. No details were spared about Clodius Pulcher's death, the ensuing riots, and the dramatic burning of the Senate. "We heard about that even here." "Where's the respect for proper order gone?" muttered Brutus darkly. "Plebeian scum. They need the point of a sword shoved where it hurts." "That's probably already happened," said Fabiola, inclining her head towards the legionaries around them. "One of Pompey's legions will have reached Rome by now." The Optio grinned proudly. Understanding, Brutus did not ask more. "Thank Mars that you weren't there for that," he replied. "Go on." Without mentioning Scavola's powerful backer, Fabiola related the story of his street ambush and of what the fugitive Arius had done to Corbulo and the others on the Latifundium. Brutus's eyes bulged with anger, but he let her continue without interrupting. Upon hearing of Fabiola's near rape, however, he swelled with outrage. "What's his name again?" "Scavola." To deliver the thunderbolt, Fabiola placed her lips by Brutus's ear. "Apparently he's on Pompey's payroll, and we're not the first supporters of Caesar to be targeted." Brutus went icy calm. "I see," he said. "Well, he needs to be made an example of. Finding an arrogant son of a whore like that shouldn't be much problem. Scavola will pay for what he has done. Slowly, too." Relief filled Fabiola. Already the malevolent fugitive Arius felt like less of a threat. To be sure, though, she would have to stay by Brutus's side. "Are you finished?" she began. "Here?" Brutus indicated the heaped bodies below them. "Perhaps. Vercingetorix is in chains, and we have taken tens of thousands of his men as slaves." He frowned. "Many tribes may continue fighting, though. But we will not stop until Gaul is truly part of the Republic. Until Caesar has won completely." He raised his voice. "Victory to Julius Caesar!" The nearest of Caesar's legionaries cheered when they heard, while the soldiers who had accompanied Fabiola north looked distinctly uneasy. Brutus turned next to Docilosa, bestowing a broad smile on her. "Looking after your mistress well?" "She's a godsend," interrupted Fabiola. "I'd have been lost without her." Docilosa's face went beetroot with pride. "Your fealty will be rewarded," said Brutus kindly. "And who is this man here?" "Sextus, master," the slave replied, bowing low. "The last of the mistress's bodyguards." "He has the heart of a lion," Fabiola declared, "and fights like one too." "You have my thanks." Brutus clapped Sextus on the shoulder. "Master?" "And this is Secundus?" asked Brutus.
"I am, sir."
Secundus clenched his fist and thumped it off his chest in salute.
"A veteran of 13 years' service."
"He and his comrades saved us from Scaevola," said Fabiola. "They gave us shelter, and then guided us on our journey." Sextus nodded emphatically. Brutus threw a grateful look at Secundus. "Are these your men?" he asked with some confusion. Secundus's face turned sad.
"No, sir. My comrades were all killed by the fugitive Arii. 2 weeks or so north of Rome, they ambushed us again. Caught us napping like raw recruits."
"No!" cried Fabiola. "With Mithras' help, you got us out of there. No one else could have." Secundus dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Mithras, you say?" asked Brutus sharply. "Yes," Fabiola answered. Secundus and his men followed the path. For the moment, she said nothing about her own involvement. At once, Brutus leaned forward. With a laugh, Secundus did the same, and they shook hands firmly. It was Fabiola's turn to be surprised. "You worship Mithras too?" "For the last few months. A senior centurion who served in Asia Minor introduced me to the religion," Brutus explained with glee. "And now, under Secundus's protection, the god has brought you to me. This calls for a generous sacrifice." Fabiola was delighted. "So these legionaries," began Brutus, "whose are they?"
"We got them thanks to Mithras too, sir," said Secundus in a low voice. "The fugitive Arii fled when we encountered a Pompeian legion on its way to Rome. It was under the command of Marcus Betrayal, who turned out to be a believer too."
Fabiola beamed at him, overjoyed that a plausible explanation had been provided. She had been troubled about bypassing her involvement with Betrayal since leaving the legate's camp. Brutus's eyebrows rose. "Mithras has truly blessed you, my love. Fortuna too, I think." If only you knew it all, Fabiola thought, thinking of her Homer-induced vision. But that is best told in private, except for what happened in Betrayal's bedchamber. "Fabiola has been safely delivered," Brutus said to the Optio. "It was a job well done. Now, you'll need to be getting back to your unit, I expect. But all of you deserve a good rest before setting off." He whistled at the nearest of his men. "Take these soldiers down to the camp. Find them some hot food and a bed for the night. Quickly!" There were pleased grins all around as the Optio and his half-century were led away. Secundus accompanied them, but Sextus stayed by Fabiola's side. "Let's walk to my tent," said Brutus, taking Fabiola by the arm. "You can relax there. Tonight, a feast to celebrate our victory is being held, and I'm sure Caesar would want you present. He's heard all about you." The moment that Fabiola had desired for an age was nearly here, and it was almost too terrifying to contemplate. During all that she had endured, she had never actually dared to imagine it. But thanks to Mithras, it would come to pass, in the unlikely setting of a battlefield in Gaul. "Wonderful," said Fabiola, concealing her jangling nerves. "I will be honored to meet your general at last." Helped by Docilosa, Fabiola was dressing for the evening. A table, mirrors, some jewelry, and bottles of makeup and perfume had been produced from Elysia, as had a selection of dresses. Fabiola knew better than to ask where they came from. The clothing fitted her so well it could have been for her double, which felt poignant. Fabiola made a silent request of Mithras to protect the clothing's owner, whoever she was. "You look stunning," said Brutus, regarding Fabiola admiringly. He moved closer,
caressing her shoulders with the tips of his fingers. "Not trying to impress Caesar, are you?" Docilosa pursed her lips with disapproval. "If I do, it's for your benefit," Fabiola reproached. "You know that." "Of course," Brutus replied, embarrassed. "I'm sorry. If only you knew what I really want." "Do you want me to change it?" Brutus eyed her low-cut silk stola, which exposed large amounts of creamy skin. "Oh, no," he said with a lustful grin. "It looks good." Mollified, Fabiola sat down in front of the small bronze mirror on her table. Docilosa fussed behind her, tucking a few loose strands of hair behind her ears while Fabiola applied the finishing touches to her makeup. A small amount of ochre on her cheeks, and the faintest dusting of antimony did the trick. By religiously keeping out of the sun, Fabiola had so far avoided the need to whiten her complexion with lead. She had decided to feel pleased about meeting Caesar at the feast. No doubt his attention would be taken up by his officers, allowing Fabiola to study him at her leisure. The men she met would also be potential sources of information about the shrewd general. Once more, Fabiola determined to use all her wiles in her quest for her father. She looked Brutus up and down with a practiced eye. Her lover had shed his military dress and caligae for soft leather shoes and a brilliant white toga of the finest wool. Never happy, his vestiplicis, whose job it was to arrange the garment's complex folds, fussed and bothered around him. Finally Brutus could take no more and dismissed the fawning slave. Docilosa took the opportunity to fade into the background. "Well, very handsome, my love," Fabiola murmured, moving to his side and cupping his groin. They had spent the entire afternoon coupling like rabbits, but Brutus's response was instant. "Perhaps you could complain of a bad stomach," she suggested throatily. "Stop it!" he laughed. "We can't miss the feast." "I wouldn't want to," Fabiola replied, kissing him on the lips. Blithely unaware of her motives, Brutus smiled proudly. "Great Mithras," she prayed, "give me a sign. I need to know if Caesar is the one." A small guard of 4 legionaries and an optio brought them to Caesar's massive tent. Sextus watched the pair go, a worried expression on his face. He did not like letting Fabiola out of his sight. Ever. A balding majordomo was waiting for them at the entrance. "Welcome," he said, bowing from the waist. "Please follow me." Full of sudden apprehension, Fabiola froze. Was she mad? Even if her suspicion was correct, to dream of harming one of Rome's most famous sons was tantamount to committing suicide. A wry smile twisted her lips. What did that matter? Although she had survived terrible dangers, her twin brother had endured far worse. Without Romulus, my survival is unimportant, thought Fabiola. Death is nothing to be afraid of. Brutus had not noticed her reaction. He eagerly entered after the slave. Steeling herself, Fabiola hurried in too. Normally where Caesar met daily with his officers, the spacious yet Spartan chamber had been redecorated with dining furniture. In customary fashion, a large reclining couch was placed on 3 sides of each table, with the 4th left open. The couple were only 2 of more than 20 guests for dinner. Legates, tribunes, and senior staff officers relaxed in 3s on each couch, while numerous serving slaves moved to and fro between them. There was no sign of Caesar himself yet, but the lively hum of conversation filled the air. Heads turned, and appreciative murmurs were made as Brutus led Fabiola past the outer tables. He nodded and bowed to many of the officers, while Fabiola smiled hesitantly. Reaching the central table, Brutus greeted the 4 men who were already reclining around it. Fabiola was delighted. This was clearly where Caesar would sit, and to be invited to dine here was an honor of the highest kind. Marcus Antonius, Titus Labienus, Caius Trebonius, and Gaius Fabius. Good evening. The quartet murmured courteous replies, but all their eyes were on Brutus's companion. May I present Fabiola, my lover? To my utter surprise, she has risked her life through the wilds of Gaul just to come and see me. Antonius gave Fabiola a lingering, unpleasant stare, which she ignored. I'm not surprised, responded Labienus appreciatively. He was a thin, grey-haired man in late middle age. You're one of Caesar's best officers. A fine catch. Don't listen to him, my love, Brutus demurred. Along with Caesar and Fabius, this man won the final battle, and these two, he pointed at Antonius and Trebonius, saved our skins the night before with their cavalry. Antonius laughed at Brutus's comment. You did your bit, he drawled, rubbing a hand through his curly brown hair. That's why you're here. Now, sit. Brutus flushed and guided Fabiola to her seat at the end of the right-hand couch. He took the middle space, meaning they were separated by a bolster, and both faced Caesar's couch. It had been left empty for the general to occupy alone. Having learned the importance of the different places, Fabiola knew that only Labienus and Antonius were reclining in superior positions to her lover. Pride filled her. But she was also worried by the obvious animosity between Brutus and Antonius, Caesar's best friend, a man with a wild and dangerous reputation. Glasses of Mulsum were served at once, but Fabiola had scarcely swallowed a mouthful before loud cheering broke out. Officer after officer stood, and she realized that Caesar had entered the room. Getting to his feet, Brutus turned to Fabiola with a smile. See how they love him? She nodded. The legionaries are the same, he said. They would follow him to Hades and back. Why? She asked, trying to understand. Caesar always rewards his soldiers' bravery. For example, every single one who fought here at Elysia is to receive a slave as bounty, whispered Brutus. But it's not just that. Caesar is also courageous, so they greatly respect him. Whenever necessary, he leads from the front. Vercingetorix's warriors were very close to winning yesterday, but Caesar rode out from the palisade with our cavalry reserve and smashed into their rear. He thumped one fist into the other. All along the line, our men were hard-pressed and about to break, but when they saw Caesar, in his red cloak, galloping up and down, they counterattacked. The Gauls panicked and fled, and the battle was won. Soon the cheering and clapping had reached deafening proportions. The nearest officers parted, revealing Caesar for the first time. A lean whippet of a man, he had short, thinning hair, a narrow face with high cheekbones and an aquiline nose. While not traditionally handsome, something about him demanded attention. Fabiola could not put her finger on it. She noted that the toga Caesar was wearing had a narrow purple border. This was the mark of censors, magistrates, and dictators. Few could doubt which category Caesar fell into, she thought, in admiration. But was he responsible for raping her mother? A striking resemblance to Romulus provided new fuel for her suspicions. "Welcome, sir," said Antonius expansively. "You grace us with your presence." Caesar nodded at each of them in turn. He lingered most on Fabiola, who flushed and looked down at her shoes. Meeting one of the most powerful men in the Republic was intimidating. Brutus clicked his fingers, and a delicate goblet was placed in his general's hand. "This must be the beautiful Fabiola," said Caesar. His gaze was piercing and charismatic. "At last we meet." "Sir." She bowed deeply in response. "I am honored to be here at your victory feast." He smiled, putting Fabiola more at ease. "Please, be seated." They all obeyed, and Fabiola looked on politely as the men became engrossed in a lively discussion. Naturally enough, they talked first about the battle. Fabiola's interest was aroused, and soon she was listening to every word. Caesar led the conversation, analyzing every angle of their campaign. There was much to consider. His struggle against Vercingetorix might have ended at the walled city of Elysia, but the conflict had lasted for many months. It had begun with the besieging of a number of towns loyal to the rebel chieftain, including Sinabum and Avaricum. "I've heard of Sinabum before," said Fabiola. "Probably because the townspeople massacred Roman traders who were living there," explained Caesar. "Of course we wanted revenge, so the siege did not take long." "What happened?" asked Fabiola. "My forces set fire to the gates, burst into the town and sacked it." He smiled thinly at her horror.
Soldiers are wolves. They need the thrill of the hunt to stay keen. Fabiola nodded, remembering the adrenaline running through her veins as she fought alongside Sextus. She could also imagine the terror of the civilians inside Cenabum when the legionaries swarmed in. Besieging Avaricum was harder, though. It was winter still, and we ran very short of food, continued Brutus. Foraging parties were sent out daily, but the Gaulish cavalry played havoc with them. A dark few days, agreed Antonius. So I gave my legions the option of lifting the siege, said Caesar. Did they take it? Asked Fabiola curiously. They refused to a man, he replied proudly. Said it would be a disgrace not to finish what they had started. So, with no corn left to make bread, my legionaries lived on beef and nothing else for several days. At the same time, they were building an enormous embankment to fill the gully which protected the only way into the town, Brutus went on, his face alight. And the Gauls were hurling sharpened stakes, massive rocks, and boiling pitch down on us all the while. Even when the timber base of the embankment itself was set on fire, the men did not lose heart, said Caesar. The next day, despite heavy rain, they took the walls, and then the town. Fabiola gasped admiringly. With Mulsum coursing through her, she became more and more involved in the animated conversation between Caesar and his officers. Her desire to find out if he was her father became submerged beneath her fascination with the awe-inspiring details of the campaign. Losing her inhibitions, Fabiola even began asking detailed questions of Caesar himself. Alarmed, Brutus threw her an admonishing glance, but his general, appearing amused, tolerated this for some time. With her cheeks aglow, Fabiola did not notice when Caesar began to appear impatient. Brutus was reaching over to whisper in her ear when she made an uncharacteristic mistake. "If your men are so valiant, what went wrong at Gergovia?" she asked forcefully. A shocked silence fell across the table. Caesar's face froze. "Well?" Fabiola asked again. No one answered her. "Fabiola!" hissed Brutus. "You exceed yourself!" She had never seen him so angry. Suddenly, Fabiola felt very sober. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "It's none of my business, a mere woman." "What have I said?" Her mind was in complete turmoil. Discretion and stealth were her watchwords. Asking Caesar about a defeat, however rare, that he had suffered was downright foolish. "Mithras," Fabiola prayed, "forgive me. Do not let this affect Brutus's friendship with his general." There was a quiet chuckle. The sound was so unexpected that for a heartbeat Fabiola did not recognize it. Looking up, she saw Caesar was watching her and laughing. It was unnerving. Fabiola felt like a mouse caught between the front paws of a cat. What happened was that the men taking part in the surprise attack did not answer my recall, revealed Caesar coldly. While some scaled Gergovia's walls, others pressed home to the gates. Seeing the legionaries were isolated from my main force, the Gauls inside and out regrouped and enveloped them completely. "You soon came to the rescue with a 10th, sir," said Brutus hurriedly. "Not before we'd lost 700 men," replied Caesar. The regret in his voice was obvious. "And 46 centurions." Fabiola bent her head, wishing that the floor would open up and swallow her. It didn't. Brutus tried to make some small talk, but his attempt failed miserably. Sitting on the same couch, the three others began talking among themselves. It left Brutus and Fabiola facing Caesar, which was unnerving. "Your young lover is blessed with an inquiring mind," said Caesar loudly a few moments later. "An intelligent one for a former slave and whore." Their companions looked suitably surprised by this revelation. Brutus clenched his jaw but refrained from speaking. Fabiola burned with embarrassment and shame. Yet it was to be expected that Caesar knew everything about her. She waited, wishing with all her heart that time could be turned back. "Such ability is sometimes a good thing," Caesar went on, "but often it is not.
Combined with such beauty, a woman might achieve much, gain influence over powerful people.
I see, sir, Brutus replied, avoiding eye contact.
Keep the girl on a close leash,
Caesar said sourly. He turned his piercing gaze on Fabiola. She quailed, but did not look away.
Or I might be forced to.
With this he fell silent. His granite-hard expression revealed more than any words could.
Rome must beware of Caesar,
the Druid had warned. So must she. Chapter 22. News. More than 2 years pass. Cana, on the Arabian coast, winter 50 BC. The pirates were in pensive mood as the ship slipped between a pair of imposing towers and into Cana's imposing stone-walled harbour. The olibanum and tortoise shells they had plundered were hidden in the hold, and their weapons were concealed underneath rolls of spare canvas on the deck. Anything more than a cursory search, however, would discover their status. Although well able to fight, the 30 corsairs were vastly outnumbered by the soldiers patrolling the battlements above. Eyeing the vigilant sentries, Romulus also felt uneasy. His feelings weren't helped by the fact that, with one exception, neither he nor Tarquinius trusted a single one of their comrades. Mustafa, the greasy-haired giant who had nearly drowned by the dock in Barbaricum, was now his devoted follower. But the rest were hard-bitten sailors or murderous ex-slaves from India and the shores of the Erythraean Sea, every shade of brown and black under the sun. The toughest and most treacherous of all was Ahmed, the Nubian captain. Unfortunately, he also held their fate in his hands, yet, through a combination of guile and luck, they had survived thus far. Tarquinius nudged Romulus as they glided past the towers, and anxious muttering rippled among the crew. They all had good reason to be concerned. A row of men's heads, blooded and decaying, was prominently displayed on spikes above the nearby battlements. It was a very pointed warning by the ruling powers of Cana to all those who entered the port. "Pirates, probably," said the Haruspex in a low voice. "Us, in other words," replied Romulus, glancing his friend up and down, and imagining how he must look himself. The burning hot sun had turned any exposed skin a deep mahogany colour. Like the rest of the crew, Romulus went about the deck in nothing but a loincloth, his feet hard and calloused. His hair had grown long and unkempt, and lay in thick black waves framing his handsome face, which was largely covered by a beard. He was now a fully grown, mature man of 20. Powerful muscles rippled beneath his dark skin, revealing the scars of battle. On Romulus's upper right arm, covering the mark where his slave brand had been, was a tattoo of Mithras sacrificing the bull. During their time aboard, Tarquinius had revealed many details about the warrior religion. Its tenets of courage, honour, and truth appealed immensely to Romulus, as did the equality between devotees. He had taken to Mithraism with gusto, finding it helped with his grief for Brennus. Romulus prayed daily now. Having the tattoo was another way of showing his devotion, and if they ever reached Rome, it would hide the irregularly healed scar that had caused so much trouble in Margiana. "Rome," he thought longingly. "We need to keep a low profile here," said Tarquinius grimly, bringing Romulus back to Cana. Ahmed also looked concerned, but weeks of sailing off the barren Arabian coast meant that their stocks of food and water were running low. The risk they were taking was a necessary one. Dozens of dhows, similar to their own, were tied up side by side with larger merchant ships. Their sterns moved gently as they pulled on the anchors holding them to the sandy harbour floor. On a long quay, men scurried to and fro with bulging sacks, helping to load the vessels. Noises carried across the water, shouted orders from merchants, a woman laughing, mules braying with indignation. Sitting at one end of the harbour was a menacing fortress, bigger than any they had seen since Barbaricum. Its walls were patrolled by even more soldiers in conical helmets and armed with spears and recurved bows. "There must be plenty to protect here," said Ahmed, jerking his head at the imposing structure. His gold earrings shook with the movement. The broad-nosed, full-lipped Nubian had a muscular build, and his ebony skin was covered with a fine latticework of whitened scars. A wide-bladed cutlass was shoved into his belt, its blade spotted with rust and darker stains. "Cana is one of the main towns in southern Arabia," replied Tarquinius. "The olibanum grown for miles around is carried in by camel. Once sold, it is transported to Egypt." Egypt! Romulus struggled to contain the excitement bubbling up inside him. Reaching this port felt like a real milestone. They were nearer Rome now than at any time since Carrie. The Nubian's face also lit up. Plenty of vessels to take west of here, then. Tarquinius's dark eyes glinted with satisfaction at Ahmed's enthusiasm for continuing the voyage. "Thank you, Mithras. You have brought us this far," he thought. "Let our journey continue without mishap." Offered the chance to join the pirates after Romulus's rescue of Mustafa, the two friends had accepted with alacrity. It had seemed like a ticket home, and compared to the other option, execution, had not been difficult to accept. But the reality of life aboard the dhow had been very different, and its range extremely confined. While the merchantmen, their prey, sailed hundreds of miles to and from India, the corsairs preferred not to stray far from their base, a swampy island in the Indus Delta. Generally there was no need, with well-laden ships plying the seas around Barbaricum on a constant basis. After 2 long years, Ahmed had only sailed west with the monsoon, because the pickings near Barbaricum had grown lean. Romulus had been secretly ecstatic, and even the reticent Tarquinius was pleased. As they drew close to the jetty, a stout man clad in clean white robes took notice and began shouting in their direction. Clutching a tablet and stylus in his hands, he impatiently waved the dhow into a mooring place. "The harbour master," said Tarquinius. "A good source of information." "And lies," advised Ahmed, as they tied up alongside a broad-bellied merchant vessel. "Watch what you say in this town. That goes for all of you," he glared. The crew nodded. They had already seen the summary justice on offer here. "Once the harbour dues have been paid, the ship must be reprovisioned," said Ahmed. "I need 6 men for that." Reluctant to delay their excursion to shore, everyone looked at the deck. Unperturbed, the captain simply picked the pirates nearest him. Romulus, Tarquinius, and Mustafa were lucky enough to avoid the duty. "The rest of you can do as you wish, but I want no trouble. Take no swords ashore, only knives." Ahmed held up a warning finger. "Any man who isn't back 1 hour before nightfall will be left behind." Wide grins split the faces of those who were about to spend a day on dry land. It had been many weeks since they had drunk alcohol or visited a brothel. The fact that it was still early morning would not stop any of them. The pirates to be left on board looked suitably miserable. Romulus considered wearing the mail shirt he'd bought in Barbaricum, but settled for just his ragged military tunic. Too much attention would be drawn to the rusty armour. Feeling naked without a weapon, he attached his dagger to his belt. Tarquinius did likewise. After a bout of sunstroke the previous year, he had finally stopped wearing his hide breastplate, but, stubborn to the last, the aging haruspex still refused to exchange his leather-bordered skirt for a loincloth. Following the rest, the two friends pulled themselves on to the next boat and made their way towards the jetty. Like a faithful puppy, Mustafa followed. By now, Romulus did not even try and stop him. Endless varieties of goods were piled on the timber dock. Bales of purple fabric were stacked beside heaps of tortoise shells, large sheets of copper, and planks of hardwood. Rich smells wafted through the humid air from mounds of open-necked cloth bags. Prospective buyers dipped their hands in to taste and smell the spices and incense on offer. "Olibanum, and myrrh, and cinnabar," breathed Tarquinius, his eyes shining. "What is sitting right there would make us wealthy beyond our wildest dreams." "There are no guards," said Romulus in amazement. "They've got that." Tarquinius glanced at the fortress. And there was a chain at the harbour mouth that could be pulled up to stop ships leaving. Romulus felt his unease grow. The haruspex seemed comfortable, though, and he quickly forgot about it. After so long at sea, being in a town felt exhilarating. They pushed their way off the quay and onto Cana's narrow dirt streets, which were lined with primitively built 3- and 4-story high mud brick houses. The ground floors were occupied by shops, much as they were in Rome. Butchers plied their trade side by side with carpenters, barbers, metal workers, and sellers of meat, fruit, and other food. Except for half-dressed prostitutes beckoning suggestively from doorways, not many women were to be seen. The most numerous men were brown-skinned Arabs in their distinctive white robes, but there were many Indians in loincloths and turbans as well. There was a scattering of Judeans and Phoenicians, and also some black men, noticeable for their aristocratic faces and high cheekbones. Romulus nudged Tarquinius. They're very different looking to Ahmed. They are from Azania, far to the south of Egypt. Their women are said to be incredibly beautiful. "Let's find a whorehouse with some, then," growled Mustafa. "I haven't had a fuck in an age." "A tavern first," said Romulus, his thirst winning out. "Off the beaten track." Tarquinius nodded, and Mustafa did not argue. The trio made their way off the main streets, and the shop fronts soon became smaller and grimier. Brothels became plentiful, and Mustafa's eyes grew lustful. Urchins in dirty rags homed in, clamouring for coins. Keeping a hand on his purse, Romulus ignored them. Distastefully, he picked his way past the human waste thrown from the windows above. Tarquinius laughed. "It's just like Rome, eh?" Romulus curled his lip. "It smells the same, all right." A moment later, they stumbled upon a dingy, open-fronted inn which would meet their purpose. Sand was scattered on the floor to absorb spilt alcohol or blood. Small tables and rickety chairs were the only furniture. The dim light inside came from a few guttering lamps hanging from the low ceiling. Most of the customers were Arabs, although there was a smattering of other nationalities. Romulus fought his way to the wooden bar, while Tarquinius and Mustafa secured a table in the corner. There were many curious glances, but nobody addressed him, which suited Romulus. Sitting down soon after, however, with a jug and 3 clay cups, he could feel eyes burning holes in the back of his tunic. Unobtrusively, Romulus loosened his dagger in its sheath. Oblivious, Tarquinius tasted the wine. Instantly his face screwed up. "Tastes like horse piss mixed with poor quality acetum." "It's all they've got," retorted Romulus. "Expensive, too, so drink up." Mustafa laughed, and drained his beaker in a single swallow. "Finding a whore will be more productive. I'm going to check out those brothels," he said. "Be all right on your own?" "We'll be fine." Romulus glanced round the room, seeing no immediate danger. "See you back here." Mustafa bobbed his head and vanished. After a while, the wine began to taste a little better. Romulus raised his cup in a silent toast to Brennus. On the dhow, there had been plenty of time to relive the Gaul's last gift to him. Over the months, the pain had lessened, and while Romulus still felt regret, he also recognized the great debt he owed to Brennus. He would not be sitting here now if his friend hadn't sacrificed himself. Romulus was sure that Mithras would have approved of Brennus's actions. Thoughts of home also filled his mind. With a warm glow in his belly, Romulus imagined how he might feel at the sight of Rome, and of Fabiola, and even of Julia, the barmaid he'd met on that last fateful night in the capital. "Welcome to Cana," someone said in Latin. Romulus almost choked on a mouthful of wine. Red-faced, he looked up at the speaker. A tall, long-jawed man with short hair had approached from a nearby table. His companions, 3 heavily built men wearing swords, remained seated. "Do I know you?" Tarquinius asked coolly. "No, friend," said the stranger, raising his hands peaceably. "We've not met before. What do you want?" "A friendly chat," he said. "Romans are very rare here in Cana." Romulus had managed to regain his composure. "Who said we're Romans?" he growled. The newcomer pointed at Tarquinius's leather-bordered skirt and Romulus's faded russet tunic. Neither of the friends acknowledged his keen observation. But he was not to be put off. "My name is Lucius Varus, Optio and veteran of the 7th Legion," he explained. "I'm part owner of a merchant vessel now, though. Every year I sail between Egypt and Arabia, buying and selling." From the rich cut of his tunic, and the large emerald ring on one hand, it was obvious that Varus was doing very well. Romulus was curious now. What do you trade in? Here they like Italian wine, olive oil, Greek statues, and copper, Varus replied. And olibanum and myrrh are always in demand in Egypt and Italy. Tortoiseshell and hardwood, too. Rome, thought Romulus excitedly. This man has travelled recently from Rome. Are you not also traders? Varus inquired. He's fishing, thought Romulus. But surely there was no harm in a little conversation. No, replied Tarquinius, putting him at his ease. We're on our way back to Italy. How long have you been away? Romulus grimaced. 5 years. Really? Varus exclaimed. Even a journey to India takes less than 12 months each way. Romulus and Tarquinius looked at each other. We fought for Crassus, said Tarquinius slowly. Vulcan's balls. Varus's mouth opened and closed. Are you deserters? Watch your mouth, Romulus snarled, thumping the table with his fist. Peace, friend. I meant no insult, said Varus in a placatory tone. Alarmed, his companions stood, but he raised a hand and they sat back down. He then gave a knowing look to the barman, and a jug of wine quickly materialized. Varus drank half a beaker first, to show they had nothing to fear. Try some of this, he urged. It's the best Falernian. Brought it here myself. Suspiciously, Tarquinius tried it. His frown disappeared, replaced by a broad smile. Reassured, Romulus reached for the wine himself, pouring himself a generous measure. It had been years since he had drunk anything that tasted better than vinegar. Not all of Crassus's soldiers were killed at Carrhae, Tarquinius revealed. 10,000 of us were taken prisoner. Rome was full of the terrible news at the time, exclaimed Varus. It was soon forgotten by most, though. What happened to you? The Parthians marched us more than 1,500 miles into the east, said Romulus bitterly. To a place even the gods have forsaken. Where? Margiana. Varus looked intrigued. We served as border guards, Romulus continued, constantly fighting the Parthians' enemies, Sogdians, Scythians, and Indians. A hard fate, by Jupiter, muttered Varus, especially as many of Crassus's legionaries had almost completed their army service. He took a sip of wine. You two escaped, obviously. Romulus nodded sadly, remembering the cost of that escape. Varus noticed his face. An arduous journey, no doubt. Yes. Romulus wasn't about to explain more. But eventually we reached Barbaricum. Like all merchants, Varus had heard of the large trading city. And then? Joined a trader bound for Arabia with a cargo of spices and timber, lied Tarquinius smoothly. Here we are. By Jupiter. You've travelled the whole world, said Varus in amazement. I thought you were just guards from another merchant ship. Still upset by the memory of Brennus, Romulus drew his dagger and held it flat on the table. At this range he could stab Varus before his companions had even noticed. I don't like being accused of lying, he hissed. Tarquinius stared at Varus. We've been through a lot. You understand? Of course, he replied quickly. Your tale is remarkable. Think what you like, said Tarquinius mildly. It's true, and we're the lucky ones. If they're still alive, the other poor bastards are rotting in Margiana. Varus looked at them again. This time he saw the world-weary expressions, Romulus's threadbare military jerkin, and the holes in Tarquinius's leather-bordered skirt. Neither really looked like someone hired to protect a cargo of spices. I apologize, he said, filling both their beakers to the brim. He raised a toast. To those under the gods' protection. Romulus sheathed his knife, and they all drank. There was silence for a time. You won't know about the situation in Rome, then? Asked Varus at length. It's not good. We've heard nothing, Romulus replied eagerly. Tarquinius, too, gave Varus all his attention. Tell us, he requested. Things between Pompey and Caesar began to go sour about 4 years ago, said Varus. It started with the death of his wife Julia, Caesar's daughter. You heard about that? Romulus nodded. It had been news when Crassus's army was in Asia Minor. Then Crassus was killed, and the whole balance of the triumvirate disappeared. Varus frowned. But Caesar was busy campaigning in Gaul, so Pompey relaxed a little. It took a back seat for a while. Every politician on the Seven Hills jumped in, trying to get into office. They used intimidation, bribery, or even force. Crime soared, and there were regular riots. The blame for that can be laid at the feet of Clodius and Milo. Their gangs were clashing on a daily basis for control of the city. The streets became very unsafe, even in the middle of the day. Sounds terrible, Romulus said, hanging on to every word. Uneasy memories of his vision at the crucifix were beginning to surface. It was. Varus made a face. The worst violence was after Clodius was killed by gladiators working for Milo. Almost 3 years ago, that was. Milo had been hiring fighters for some time, hadn't he? Romulus could remember the external duty, which was much desired by those in the Ludus. Indeed, Varus replied, but they went too far by murdering Clodius. His followers went crazy afterwards. There was a huge battle in the Forum Romanum, and hundreds were killed. The fuckers even burned down the Senate House. Romulus paled. His vision had been accurate. He looked to Tarquinius, who gave him a tiny, reassuring smile. It did little for his nerves. Unnoticing, Varus warmed to his task. After that, the Senate had little choice. They made Pompey sole consul, with dictatorial powers. Under Marcus Betrayal, one of his legions was brought in to quell the trouble. Seeing their shock, he scowled. I know. Soldiers. In the capital. But it calmed things down. And after Milo was exiled to Massilia, everything went quiet for a few months. Romulus tried to relax. According to Tarquinius, Fabiola had survived the riot in the Forum, so hopefully she was safe. Mithras, he thought, and Jupiter, greatest and best, look after my sister. But Cato and the Optimates were still on the warpath. Varus continued. They wanted Caesar to return to Rome and stand trial for various things, using violence during his previous term as consul, exceeding his remit in the conquest of Gaul. Meanwhile, Caesar was eager to continue in office, didn't matter which one, to avoid prosecution. His campaigns had made him incredibly wealthy, so, to further his ends, he bought up every politician who'd take his money. Shrewd, said Tarquinius. Caesar's supporters repeatedly blocked the Optimates' attempts to corner him, agreed Varus. As a result, there was often stalemate in the Senate. And Pompey sat on the fence? Asked Romulus. Yes. He was often sick, or missed crucial debates. Varus shrugged. I think he was trying to stay out of trouble. Or he knew what might happen, added Tarquinius. You could be right, agreed Varus with a heavy sigh. But, for whatever reason, Pompey has finally joined the Optimates and all those who want Caesar's head on a plate. 9 months ago, it was only the veto of Curio, a tribune paid off by Caesar, which prevented the passing of a decree recalling him to face justice. More attempts have been made. It's just a matter of time before they succeed. They're pushing Caesar into a corner, said Romulus. It was all starting to make worrying sense. Things had changed dramatically in Rome since his departure, for the worse. If he did manage to return, what would happen to him, and to Fabiola? Suddenly there was more to worry about than just revenge. Varus nodded resignedly. If they force the issue, he won't lay down his command meekly either. You think it'll come to war? Queried Romulus. Who knows? Varus replied. Yet that was all the talk on the street and in the bathhouses when I left. Romulus could not explain why, but he wanted Caesar to come out on top. Was it because of the cruel mass combat, sponsored by Pompey, that he and Brennus had taken part in? Unusually required to fight to the death, scores of gladiators had died that day. No. It was more than that, he decided. Unlike Crassus, Caesar sounded like an inspiring leader, a man to follow. And Romulus did not like lots of people ganging up on another. That was what had happened to him in the Ludus and in Margiana. In contrast to Romulus, Tarquinius felt some pleasure at the Republic's plight. The state, which had crushed that of the Etruscans, his people, was in danger of collapsing. Then he frowned. Although he hated Rome, perhaps this anarchic situation was not desirable. If the Republic fell, what would replace it? Olinus's voice rang in Tarquinius's head, clear as a bell, and a chill ran down his spine. Caesar must remember he is mortal. Your son must tell him that. He glanced sidelong at Romulus. Was this why Mithras had preserved them thus far? A blinding realization struck Tarquinius. Why had he not thought of it before? He stared again at Romulus, who meant as much to him as a son. Then Tarquinius stiffened. There was danger nearby. "We're all better off out of the army, that's for sure," said Varus jovially. "Who wants to fight other Italians?" Neither of the others replied. Romulus was daydreaming again, lost in memories of Rome. Deep in concentration, Tarquinius's eyes were distant. Suddenly, Varus grinned. "Why don't you come and work for me? I'll pay you well." Tarquinius turned to regard him. "Thank you, but no." Disappointed, Romulus saw the faraway look on the Haraspex's face, which often presaged a prophecy. His protest died in his throat. Something was up. Tarquinius drained his cup and stood. "My thanks for the wine," he said. "May your trip be profitable. We have to go." He jerked his head at Romulus. Leaving the bewildered Varus behind them, the pair headed outside. "What is it?" "I'm not sure," Tarquinius replied. "A threat of some kind." They had gone only a few paces before the slap of sandals reached their ears. Reaching a larger thoroughfare, they saw Zebulon, a Judean member of the crew, running past. One of the men chosen by Ahmed to help with the provisions, he beckoned to them urgently. "What is it?" cried Romulus. Zebulon slowed down, his chest heaving. "Back to the dhow!" "Why?" demanded Tarquinius. "What's wrong?" Zebulon sidled closer. "Customs," he whispered. "All the ships are being searched." No more needed to be said. Yet again Romulus was amazed by the Haraspex's ability. Then he remembered their companion. "Mustafa!" he cried. "Where is he?" "There were at least a dozen whorehouses," said Tarquinius. "You can't search them all." Instinctively, Romulus looked up at the narrow band of sky that was visible between the closely built buildings. Nothing. Frustrated, he turned to Tarquinius. "We can't just leave him." "There's no time," the Haraspex muttered, "and Mustafa is master of his own fate. He'll find a place on any vessel." Zebulon was showing no inclination to look for his crewmate either. Romulus nodded jerkily. It was not as if they were leaving Brennus behind. And after 5 years of hell, the last thing he wanted was to be caught as a pirate. Yet, if the Olibanum taken from the coastal villages was discovered, that is precisely what would happen. Then they would all be executed. The knowledge gave Romulus extra speed, and he soon outstripped Zebulon and Tarquinius, pushing through the throng. At full tilt, they made their way through the maze of streets. Raised voices and shouts were coming from the quay, where a large crowd had gathered. Like people the world over, the denizens of Cana were happy to relieve the daily boredom of making a living by watching someone else's misfortune. Halfway along the dock, Romulus saw the harbour master, accompanied by a number of officials and a group of heavily armed soldiers. The stout figure was gesticulating furiously at a man on a large ship tied up near the merchants' stalls. At his signal, his men notched arrows to their bowstrings. Unhappy at the prospect of being searched, the captain stood his ground. The harbour master pointed angrily. At once, the bows were aimed at the sailors on the ship. Loud gasps rose from the crowd. Finally, the captain spat into the sea, acknowledging defeat. With a furious wave, he beckoned the officials on board. Full of self-importance, the harbour master clambered down first. Several soldiers followed. Still covering the crew, the others watched. "Now's our chance," Romulus urged, "while they're busy with that one." Sauntering casually onto the quay, he began to weave his way between the onlookers. Tarquinius and Zebulon were close on his heels. Few people glanced at the trio as they passed by. The goings-on were far more interesting. They found Ahmed uneasily pacing the dhow's deck. "Seen any of the others?" he barked. Romulus and Tarquinius shook their heads. "Just the ones I sent back," said Zebulon, "and these two." "Gods above!" spat Ahmed. "3 are still missing." It was hardly the crew members' fault, thought Romulus resentfully. They had been given permission to stay ashore until an hour before sunset. Zebulon had done well to find so many. The stocky Nubian stamped up and down as the crew quietly prepared to leave. By the time the soldiers had finished checking the first vessel, he was growing increasingly nervous. Although there were 2 more ships to be searched before his own, Ahmed could take the pressure no longer. Losing 3 crew members was of less concern than the alternative. "Cast off." His muttered order was immediately obeyed by the worried pirates. Romulus could not help himself. "What about Mustafa?" He tried one more time. "He's a fool," snapped Ahmed, "and so are the others. They can fend for themselves." Romulus looked away, still feeling quite guilty about leaving the long-haired hulk behind. He sent up a swift prayer to the gods, asking them to watch over Mustafa, who had been a comrade of sorts for over 2 years. Then he glanced at the rows of heads on the battlements above. Eyeless, nearly fleshless, and with grinning teeth, they resembled demons of the underworld. Once they had been men, though. Lawbreakers, criminals, pirates. A whiff of rotting flesh reached Romulus's nostrils. Stomach turning, he moved his gaze to the open sea. Chapter 23. The Rubicon. Ravenna, northern Italy, winter 5049 BC. Fabiola shivered miserably and moved closer to the fire. Hot wine, thick clothes, underfloor heating, even staying in bed didn't help. Nothing she did could get her warm. Snow lay thick on the ground outside, and a biting north wind was rattling the red tiles on the roof, as it had all week. Fabiola's lips tightened. The new year might have begun, but the weather gave little sign of improving. Neither did her mood. Naturally, there was more to Fabiola's bad humor than the cold. Yet there was much to be grateful for. She acknowledged that. She was still here, close to one of the men shaping the future of Rome. Despite this, she felt hollow inside. Fabiola reflected on the 2 years which had passed since her reunion with Brutus. Her fond memory of falling into his arms would always be soured by what she had said at the feast a few hours later. The foolish gaffe had offended Caesar, shaken her confidence, and deeply angered her lover. Brutus was extremely loyal to his general, and it had taken Fabiola an age to repair the damage she had done. But, coaxed, pampered, and tantalized, Brutus had eventually succumbed to her charms once more. Meanwhile, Fabiola determined never to repeat such a public embarrassment. After Caesar's thinly veiled threat, she kept a low profile, placing her quest to discover her father's identity on indefinite hold. In the security of Brutus's quarters, she did not have to worry about Caesar or Scaevola or anyone else. Confused and scared, Fabiola buried her head in the sand. For a time, that was enough. Outside, though, events were moving on. After Alesia, Gaul belonged to Rome in all but name, and in response to Caesar's stunning victory, the Senate had voted 20 days of public thanksgiving. It also awarded him the rare privilege of standing for consul while still in Gaul, rather than being present in Rome, as was the norm. Ushered in by Caesar's allies, this new law crystallized the issue which most troubled Cato and the Optimates. If Caesar moved seamlessly from the proconsulship of Gaul, his current position, to the consulship of the Republic, he would at no stage be a private citizen, open to prosecution. While this concerned the adoring public not at all, it enraged Caesar's enemies. Since the general's illegal actions during his first term as consul, when intimidation and violence were used against his co-consul and other politicians, they had been waiting for their chance to strike. Now it was to be denied them. The intrigue thickened. Plots were hatched, deals struck, and impassioned speeches made. One thing was for certain. Cato would not take this lying down. If it took him the rest of his life, Caesar would face justice in Rome. Camped in Gaul, Caesar heard all the news from the capital. Frustrated, he could do little about it. War beckoned once more. Despite Vercingetorix's overwhelming defeat at Alesia, some tribes had refused to submit to Roman rule. 12 months of campaigning followed as the final reduction of Gaul took place. Accompanying Brutus and his general, Fabiola knew how angered Caesar was by the Optimates' attempts to disgrace and punish him. Her curiosity and interest had been aroused as she listened nightly to her lover's rants. Focusing again now on his arguments, although unassuming, Brutus was a convincing speaker, finally lifted Fabiola's black mood. "Did the Senate not know what Caesar had done for Rome?" Brutus had exclaimed. "The dangers he had endured in its name, the glory he had heaped upon its people. Was he supposed just to lay down his command and walk into the lion's den while Pompey retained all his legions?" It was not surprising that Caesar refused to submit to the Optimates' demands, thought Fabiola. Placed in the same situation, she would not. She doubted that Pompey, his rival, would either. But, like a dog shaking a rat, Cato had not given up. Months passed, and session after session of the Senate was taken up with endless debates about Caesar's command, the number of legions he should keep, how many legates he was to be allowed, when exactly he should give up his post. Many senators were won over to the Optimates by these arguments, but liberal donations of Caesar's Gaulish gold ensured that an equal number remained loyal to him. Curio, Caesar's paid-off and eloquent tribune, also vetoed every attempt to bring Caesar to bay in the Senate. With a dreadful inevitability, the House began to split down the middle. In the face of the Optimates' increasingly bitter campaign, staying neutral had become well-nigh impossible. Yet, for his own reasons, Pompey managed to do just that, appearing to agree first with one side and then the other. Worked on relentlessly by Cato and his allies, though, he finally gave in. His comments started as veiled threats, but over the months became more hard-line. Fabiola looked out at the flurries of snow scudding past the window, and a chill struck her heart. She had imagined this day, but never thought it would truly come to pass. Over a month before, guided cleverly by Curio, the Senate had passed a motion decreeing that Pompey's commands in Italy and Hispania should not be allowed to run on beyond those of Caesar. It was a neat example of skilled diplomacy in the face of looming conflict, and fair enough, thought Fabiola. But the unhappy extremists then succeeded in pressuring Pompey to declare his hand. Visited the very next day by one of the consuls, he was handed a sword and asked to march against Caesar to rescue the Republic. Whether they realized the significance of their actions or not, the Optimates were requesting the services of the only other man in Italy with a huge private army, and he had accepted. "I will do so," Pompey answered after a moment's hesitation, "if no other way can be found." This inflammatory remark was followed by the immediate mobilization of his troops. Caesar's response to this illegal action was typically fast. 2 legions were summoned from Gaul to Ravenna, just 25 miles from the frontier, the river Rubicon. For the first time in 2 generations, the Republic was on the brink of civil war. Fabiola found herself firmly in Caesar's camp. As Brutus's lover, it was not altogether surprising. Her old, deep-rooted suspicion and more recent fear of Caesar had been submerged beneath a wave of resentful admiration. A consummate military leader, he had also acted intelligently throughout the political storm which had raged since. Even now, at this late hour, Caesar was offering diplomatic solutions to his impasse with the Senate. But the Optimates were having none of it. An offer by Caesar to surrender Transalpine Gaul immediately, and his other provinces on the day of his election to a second consulship, was rejected. So was a revived proposal to disarm at the same time as Pompey. Even Cicero's attempt to open negotiations had been stamped down. 3 days before, a motion demanding that Caesar disband his legions by March or be considered a traitor had only been halted by the vetoes of Marcus Antonius and Cassius Longinus, the new tribunes. Both were Caesar's men, through and through. As Brutus said, Caesar was being boxed in from all sides. It was a bad place to put such a skilled general. Utilizing her only resource, Fabiola prayed daily to Mithras, asking for protection for herself and Brutus. And although she found herself supporting Caesar, Fabiola could not include him in her requests for divine help. Part of her just held back. Was it because of the Druid's warning which regularly returned to her? Fabiola wasn't sure. Besides, the man acted as if he did not care what the gods thought. Caesar chose his own fate. Time would tell what that would be. There was a clatter of hobnails along the corridor. Then the door opened, bringing with it a blast of cold air, and Brutus. His usually jovial face was thunderous. "My love," Fabiola exclaimed, rising to meet him. "What is it?" "The Optimates brought that damn motion before the Senate again," Brutus replied indignantly, "demanding that Caesar relinquish his legions by March." Fabiola took his arm. "But Antonius and Longinus have their vetoes." He barked a short, angry laugh. "They weren't there!" Her brow wrinkled. "I don't understand." "The bastards warned both tribunes not to attend, for the good of their health. They were forced to flee the city with Curio disguised as slaves. The motion was passed without opposition." Brutus swelled with outrage. "And they accuse Caesar of acting illegally!" He broke away and paced the room like a caged animal. Fabiola watched him for a moment. "What will Caesar do?" she asked, knowing the answer. "What do you think?" Brutus snapped back. Fabiola flinched, only half acting. Instantly his face gentled. "I'm sorry, my love, but Caesar has been declared an enemy of the Republic. He is ordered to surrender to the Senate and accept the consequences." "He won't do that, surely?" she asked. Brutus shook his head emphatically. Fabiola hardly dared say it. "To the Rubicon, then?" "Yes," cried Brutus. "Tonight. The 13th Legion is already on the near bank. They only await Caesar's arrival before crossing." "So soon?" Startled, Fabiola glanced at her lover. But he was not joking. "What about Pompey's forces?" His lips parted in a wolfish smile. "The fool has none in the area. And the garrisons of Araminium and other nearby towns have been bribed well." Fabiola was relieved. There would be no immediate bloodshed. What are his plans? "You know Caesar," Brutus replied with a wink. "Never happy unless he goes for the jugular." She paled. "Rome?" He grinned in acknowledgement. Fabiola felt faint. This was far more than she had expected. Although it was not all here in Ravenna, Caesar's battle-hardened army was the most powerful ever controlled by one man in the Republic's history. Yet, once assembled, Pompey's would be far larger. The impending clash over which of the two had ultimate power boded ill for the future of democracy and the rights of the ordinary citizen. How had things come to such a pass? "And us?" she asked. "This is when Caesar most needs support," he smiled fiercely. "We go with him." Fabiola's heart began to pound. Fear and dread blended with a strange excitement. She would witness a Roman leader commit the most treasonous act possible, crossing the Rubicon under arms. Awe filled Fabiola. The Druid had been right. If only he had revealed more about Romulus, she thought with a pang of anguish. "You'll hear about it later," Brutus revealed. Fabiola looked at him inquiringly. "Caesar's holding a banquet. We're invited." "Is he not meeting with you and the other officers?" she asked, confused. "Quite the opposite. Relaxation before a battle is the best policy." Brutus laughed. "Just remember not to ask him about Jagovia." Fabiola giggled. Then her face turned serious. "Don't worry, my love. I won't ever let you down again like that." "I know." Stepping closer, Brutus looked into her eyes. "You, I can rely on more than anyone else." This comment lit up Fabiola's heart. It confirmed that Brutus was hers more than Caesar's. An important battle had already been won. To Fabiola, that was more important than any of the ones to follow. Fabiola had long ago lost her embarrassment when being introduced to nobility. But now most, if not all, of Brutus's colleagues knew her history. Unknown to her lover, one or two had even been clients in the Lupanar. Often, though, Romans were quite accepting of slaves who had been freed, which made her life much easier. As far as the military officers Fabiola encountered were concerned, she was a beautiful, intelligent young woman whom Brutus valued considerably. She suspected that many were somewhat jealous and would have liked her for themselves. At the feast that night, Fabiola was grateful for her acquired poise when introduced to Longinus, one of the new tribunes. Meeting him made Fabiola so nervous that she wanted to vomit, yet she controlled herself adroitly. Together with Antonius and Curio, Longinus had brought the news of the Senate's actions to Ravenna just a few hours before. But that was not what interested Fabiola most. This was the officer who had escaped from Carrhae with his honor and the survivors of his legion intact. He had also brought news of the terrible defeat to Rome. While it was like reopening an old wound, Fabiola could not help wanting to pick Longinus's brains, asking him not about his role in the impending civil war, but his experiences in Parthia. All her hopes about Romulus had resurfaced with a vengeance the instant he appeared. Longinus was surprised. "Why would you want to know about that burning hell?" he asked, his scarred face confused. "I try never to think about it." A quick glance over her shoulder told Fabiola that Brutus was not watching. She turned coy, a policy which rarely failed with men. "Don't be modest, General," she purred. "I'm told that if you had been in charge at Carrhae, the outcome might have been quite different." Flattered, Longinus's grizzled features softened. "I don't know about that," he protested. "But Crassus certainly wouldn't listen to my advice that day." She nodded understandingly. "How bad was it?" Longinus scowled. "Beyond your imagination, lady. Nothing but sand as far as the eye could see. Temperatures hotter than Hades. Scant food and no water." He sighed. "And the damn Parthians. Little men for the most part, but by all the gods they can ride and shoot arrows. Ordinary legionaries just can't fight them." His face darkened. "And thanks to the treachery of our so-called Nabatean allies, we had precious few cavalry." "They say that was Crassus's greatest mistake," Fabiola threw in, "not having reliable cavalry." She was pleased to see respect appear in his face. Longinus did not know it, but the sentiment was one Fabiola had heard Brutus utter before. "True enough," Longinus agreed. "When our Gaulish horsemen were killed with Publius, Crassus's son, the rest simply fled. There we were on a flat, burning plain. 30,000 infantry, facing 10,000 horses, most of them mounted archers with an unlimited supply of arrows. You can imagine what happened next." He fell into a grim silence. While Fabiola had heard plenty of snippets and gossip about Carrhae, Longinus had painted a far more terrifying picture. A lump formed in her throat at the thought of Romulus being there. The horror was incalculable. Fabiola swallowed, taking consolation from her vision in the Mithraeum. To be present at the battle she had seen, her brother had somehow survived the devastation of Crassus's army. It had to be the gods who had saved Romulus, Fabiola thought desperately, and they would continue to look after him. "My lady, what is it?" Some of her inner turmoil must have shown, Fabiola realized. She was about to lie, and then saw that there was no point. Longinus knew of her origins. "My brother was there," she said simply. "I see. Was he also a—" Longinus paused, looking uncomfortable. "Slave, yes, he was. And a gladiator," Fabiola answered without batting an eyelid. "I think he joined a mercenary cohort as an ordinary soldier." Longinus failed to conceal his surprise. "Their recruitment policies are, shall we say, a little more relaxed than the legions. Yet most of them fought very well. At one stage during the battle, 20 brave mercenaries who had been isolated with Publius were allowed to return unharmed to our lines. Not that it did them much good, probably. Rome lost so many good soldiers that day." He looked her in the eyes. "A few irregulars retreated to the Euphrates with my legion. Was your brother among them?" Fabiola shook her head. "I don't think so." He patted her arm. "Romulus survived, though," she said stoutly. Longinus gave her a disbelieving look. "I'm sure of it." "I see. If he did, then—" Longinus flashed a false grin. "Who knows?" Fabiola smiled brightly at him. The grizzled tribune was trying to protect her from the brutal reality of the Roman survivor's fates. But he had not seen what she had after drinking the Homa, nor heard the Druid's dying words. They had been cut short, which meant that there was still hope. While her fortunes continued to soar, Fabiola had to believe that those of Romulus stayed on an even keel at least. It was either that or go mad. "Fabiola?" It was Brutus's voice. "Caesar has personally requested that we attend him." Longinus inclined his head and stood aside. Murmuring her thanks, Fabiola followed Brutus, who seemed delighted. "What does he want?" she asked nervously. Since Alesia, there had not been a private face-to-face meeting. In public, with other people around, yes, but like this, no. "He's already done it with Antonius and a couple of the others," replied Brutus. "I think it's to toast our good fortune in the days ahead." At the entrance to a side chamber stood 4 smartly turned-out, tough-looking veterans. As the couple drew near, they stiffened to attention. Anoptio, the most senior, slapped a fist off his mail shirt and saluted. Brutus languidly acknowledged the gesture. They passed inside, into Caesar's personal quarters. The man himself was alone, bent over a detailed map of Italy laid out on a nearby desk. Still unaware of their presence, he stabbed a finger down onto the parchment. "Rome," he muttered. Brutus grinned. Not for the first time, Fabiola was struck by how alike Caesar and Romulus were. She herself bore the same fair complexion, aquiline nose, and piercing eyes, and while their stations in life were worlds apart, Fabiola felt the burning drive to succeed that she saw in Caesar. Here he was, unafraid to take on the entire institution of the Republic. A similar stubborn courage had burned in Romulus's heart. It did in hers too. And while Fabiola's task might be less ambitious than Caesar's, she would not stop until she discovered who had raped her mother and taken revenge upon him. "Even if it is Caesar," thought Fabiola fiercely, "I owe it to Mother and Romulus." At once doubt filled her. Is he really my father? How in the name of all the gods can I know? Finally Caesar sensed their presence. Straightening, he gave them both a warm smile. "Thank you for coming." "My pleasure, sir," replied Brutus. "And mine." Fabiola bowed deeply. He offered them both mulsum. "To a swift victory," said Caesar, raising his glass, "or to the Senate seeing sense." Smiling, they drank. "This is a sad day for the Republic," commented Caesar. His voice changed, growing angry. "But they leave me no option. The most successful general in our history should not be treated like a dog." "Of course not, sir," agreed Brutus indignantly. Pompey will not lay down his commands or disband his legions, so why should you?" Fabiola murmured in agreement. "Pompey is no raw recruit," warned Caesar. "I hope that he and the Optimates decide to negotiate. Or this could be a long struggle." "Gaul only took 7 years, sir," said Brutus with a grin. "What's another few?" Caesar threw back his head and laughed before regarding Brutus steadily. "My success has a lot to do with good men like you," he said. "I do not forget these things." "Thank you, sir," replied Brutus. Fabiola was delighted by this show of affection. They made polite conversation for some time. Then Caesar reached into a drawer on his desk. "I need you to do something important for me," he said conspiratorially to Brutus. "It won't take long." "Anything, sir." Brutus looked eager. A rolled parchment appeared in Caesar's hand. "These are fresh orders for the troops in Ariminium." He saw Fabiola's confusion and explained. "I sent some there yesterday, dressed in civilian clothing." "You want me to travel on ahead, sir?" asked Brutus. "No, just deliver it to the Optio who's waiting outside by my carriage. He knows where to go." Taking the parchment, Brutus hurried from the room. Left alone with Caesar, Fabiola smiled uneasily. Had this been planned? For a short time her worries seemed unfounded, as Caesar asked solicitously about her well-being and hopes for the future. "Will you bear him children?" he asked. Fabiola coloured. "If the gods will it, yes." Using her knowledge of herbs from the Lupanar, she had avoided pregnancy this far. Consolidating her new position was far more important. Naturally, Brutus knew nothing of this. Trying not to look nervous, she fiddled with one of her gold and carnelian earrings. Seemingly satisfied, Caesar took Fabiola into another chamber, where he showed off his gilded breastplate and red general's cloak. "That's what I'll be wearing later," he said, "at the Rubicon." "You will look magnificent," gushed Fabiola, listening out anxiously for Brutus. What was taking him so long? Quite the conquering hero. "You certainly know how to compliment a man," said Caesar, leaning in close. "Brutus is very lucky to have a woman like you." "Thank you, General." There was a soft clunk, and Fabiola looked down. Something glittered in the carpet. It was her earring, which had now fallen off. Fabiola bent to pick it up, revealing rather more cleavage than she intended. When she stood, Caesar was eyeing her flesh greedily. Terrified, Fabiola froze. "So young," he murmured. "So perfect." There was a new, predatory look in Caesar's eyes which made Fabiola feel very uncomfortable. She backed away a step, her fist clenching on the earring until it hurt. He followed, silently. Retreating further, scared now, Fabiola collided with the wall. There was nowhere else to go. She tried not to panic. Where was Brutus? Caesar stepped forward. Wine fumes filled her nostrils. "You're a real beauty." Fabiola looked down, praying that he would go away. Instead, he reached out and cupped her breasts. Next, he began to lick her neck. Terrified and disgusted, Fabiola did not dare react. This was one of the 2 most important men in the Republic, while she was just a nobleman's mistress. A nobody. At length, Caesar paused. "You were a slave before?" She nodded. "Then you should be used to this," Caesar hissed, lifting her dress. Silent tears of fury ran down Fabiola's cheeks. Breathing heavily, he pulled aside her underclothes and fumbled with her. "Mithras and Jupiter," she thought, "help me!" But there was no divine intervention, nor any sign of Brutus. Caesar's efforts grew more frantic, and Fabiola felt his erection pressing forward against her thigh. "No!" she cried. "Please!" One of the legionaries outside laughed, instantly arousing Fabiola's suspicions. Perhaps this was not the first time Caesar had assaulted a woman. Hearing the noise, he stopped for a moment, listening. Fabiola's heart leapt. But it was a false alarm. Instead of releasing her, Caesar twisted Fabiola's arm and forced her onto her knees with him. She moaned with fear. Be quiet, or I'll hurt you." Fabiola was unsure why, but the words struck a deep chord. Suddenly she knew. She just knew. Caesar was the rapist. He was her father. "Take off your dress," he ordered. "I'm going to fuck you on the floor." An image of Velvina flashed before her eyes, naked, helpless, alone. 21 years before, this man had done the same thing to her mother. Burning fury consumed Fabiola. "No," she snarled, "I won't." Caesar drew back his hand to strike her, and she prepared to fight back with all her strength. "Fabiola!" Brutus's voice was not far away. "Caesar? Where are they?" There was an awkward silence. "Answer me!" Brutus shouted. "In the other room," one of the sentries reluctantly muttered. "Stand aside!" Caesar cursed under his breath. Hastily rearranging his clothing, he got to his feet. Fabiola was quick to do so as well. Brutus must not suspect anything. She knew his temper. Brutus was liable to lash out at anyone who had assaulted Fabiola in such a manner, even Caesar, his general. The consequences, if he did that, were far too grave to even consider, for both of them. She had to act as if everything were normal. Inspiration hit, and Fabiola opened the throbbing palm of her right hand. On it lay her gold and carnelian earring, now crushed. Overcome by terror, she had been unaware of her actions until that moment. Brutus appeared in the doorway. "There you are," he said, relieved. His brow creased at the sight of Caesar and his lover standing so close together. "What's going on?" Caesar self-consciously cleared his throat. "Nothing, my darling. The general was showing me his armor. Then I lost this," answered Fabiola brightly, holding out her hand. Lamplight flashed off the mangled piece of jewelry, and she prayed he would not peer too closely at it. "We were just looking for it." "I see," Brutus answered, looking suspicious. "The Optio has left, sir." "Good." "Time to make my excuses to the guests," Caesar announced briskly. "You should do so too. We need to reach the Rubicon by dawn at the latest." "Of course, sir," Brutus replied. "Until the next time." Caesar bowed to Fabiola, an arrogant half-smile curving his lips at the double meaning only they understood. His secret was safe with her. A former slave, Fabiola would never dare say anything to Brutus. If she did, he would simply deny it. Fabiola graciously inclined her head in response, but her thoughts were all of bloody revenge. Brutus led her outside. "You look tired, my love," he said, stroking her arm. "You can sleep on the journey. I'll wake you when we get to the ford." Barely able to conceal her anger, Fabiola nodded. "Rome awaits us," called Caesar from behind them. "The die has been cast." "And may Fortuna grant that it falls on a 6, answered Brutus, grinning. Fabiola wasn't listening. "You would even rape your own daughter," she thought furiously. Filthy bastard. A boiling rage consumed her, renewing all her energy. She would not rest again until Caesar had paid for his crime, and whether he knew it or not, Brutus would be the tool. Fabiola would work on the flash of suspicion that she had seen, until it was a roaring flame of resentment and jealousy. She would take her time. "Mithras," she prayed fervently, "and Jupiter, greatest and best, grant me just one more thing in my life: the death of my father." Chapter 24. The Erythraean Sea. Nearly 18 months pass. Off the Arabian coast, summer 48 BC. Ahmed and his pirates survived because they lived carefully. The Nubian captain kept the dhow in the waters around the Horn of Arabia, which all ships rounded on the way to and from India. By day, they sailed along the coastline, searching for vessels that were small enough to overwhelm easily. Then, before dark every evening, Ahmed would seek out secluded coves and bays to anchor in. Wary since Cana of his crew being recognized as corsairs, he avoided any inlets with villages or towns unless absolutely necessary. In quiet anchorages, No prying eyes could watch them. And there they found brackish water in shallow streams, trickling down from the mountains that formed the backbone of southern Arabia. The pirates' solitary lifestyle meant that for much of the time their diet consisted solely of fish caught with handlines. This was monotonous in the extreme, and at every opportunity Romulus would go hunting with his bow, often returning with a small desert antelope. His comrades were delighted by his skills. They won no favours with Ahmed, however. From the first day on board, neither party had trusted the other in the slightest, but it suited both for the relationship to continue. Tarquinius had the Periplus, the ancient map which guided their voyage, and Romulus could fight like 3 men. Meanwhile, Ahmed kept sailing west, which took the friends closer to Egypt. The area had proved to have plenty of passing ships, the majority heading west. Plying the lucrative route to the towns far to the north, most were large and carrying well-armed crew. These the Nubian steered well clear of. There was no benefit in pointlessly wasting his valuable men. From time to time, though, they would come across smaller, vulnerable merchantmen. Then they would strike. The corsairs' tactics were simple. When a prospective prey was sighted, they would sail as close to it as possible. Pretending they had not noticed, the crew busied themselves about the deck with the old fishing nets kept for this purpose. Ahmed relied on the fact that his double-ended dhow with its triangular sail looked like any other of Arabia and Persia. Of course, every captain knew that pirates were nearly as numerous as fishermen, and his approach rarely worked for long. Their victims would set off on a different course, keeping plenty of distance between them and the dhow. As soon as their ruse began to fail, Ahmed would roar for the specially fitted oars to be manned. With 10 men rowing on each side, the dhow could quickly catch slower merchant vessels over a short distance. After a short but bloody battle, the corsairs were inevitably victorious. Unless fresh crew members were needed, they took no prisoners. Romulus and Tarquinius took part in the attacks, they had to, but left the executions to other pirates. This restraint went unnoticed, thanks to their comrades' bloodthirsty natures. After more than a year, they had taken a dozen ships, and the hold was bulging with the proceeds, even though only the smallest, most valuable goods were kept, mostly indigo, tortoiseshell, and spices. What was now below decks was worth a huge fortune. In addition, they captured a number of unfortunate slave women, whom Ahmed ordered left alive to service the men's physical needs. On such a long voyage, it was important to keep morale high. Romulus found it very hard to ignore the abused women's constant weeping, but there was little he could do. Inevitably, perhaps, the Nubian began to get edgy. Journeying so far from India was an experiment that had paid off royally. It had been done thanks to his daring and Tarquinius's map, and the gods had been smiling upon his dhow. Like most men, Ahmed believed that the latter was something that would not last forever. He began to talk about sailing home. It was an alarming development. Egypt was so near, and yet still so far. The friends' worries about Ahmed's desire to return to India grew considerably in the days that followed. Bizarrely, fewer small ships seemed to be travelling through. 3 weeks went by without a successful attack. In frustration, the pirate captain led his men on an assault on a large dhow with 2 large lateen sails like their own. But the merchant ship's crew were tough, experienced Egyptians who fought like men possessed, and the empty-handed corsairs limped away from the engagement with 4 dead and several wounded. Tarquinius was lucky not to lose an eye when an enemy arrow grazed his left cheekbone and glanced away into the sea. While he laughed it off, Romulus saw it as a sign of the Haruspex' mortality. The losses greatly reduced Ahmed's ability to attack any vessel at all. The captain's foul temper was not helped by the discovery a day later of a minor leak in the hold, which had ruined some of the olibanum. This was the final straw. "The gods are angry," Ahmed said, pacing up and down like a caged beast. "We must be grateful that the damn wind will change soon. It's time to set sail for India." The crew looked pleased. After this long away from their base, they were thoroughly homesick. Only Romulus and Tarquinius were dismayed by the captain's decision, and all their attempts to convince the Nubian to change his mind failed miserably. They were beginning to contemplate deserting the dhow when Mithras smiled on them once more. Anchoring for supplies at a tiny fly-ridden settlement, the Nubian heard exciting news. Adulis and Ptolemais, a pair of towns on the opposite shore of the Erythraean Sea, were good places to buy ivory. It was from these locations that the Egyptians set out to hunt elephants and other wild creatures. This fortunate discovery rekindled Ahmed's greed. There was still a short time before the southwest monsoon began, and it might as well be spent in pursuit of more riches. Following his orders, the dhow turned and set sail on a westward course. A day later, it negotiated the passage into the narrow waterway which divided Arabia from Africa. In the cool light of dusk, Romulus saw the Ethiopian coast for the first time. He had never felt so happy. While he was pleased for Romulus, Tarquinius's emotions were mixed. The possibility of making landfall in Africa could soon become reality. Old memories welled up, but he did not let himself utter the name that Olenus had given Egypt so many years earlier, so it gnawed away at his mind constantly. The Mother of Terror. The very thought made Tarquinius feel uneasy. After more than 2 decades, Olenus's prophecy was being fulfilled. He said nothing to Romulus. The waters off the southern coast of Arabia had been calm, and the crew had stopped the normal routine of changing the heavy daytime sail for a lighter one every night. That evening was no different, as the dhow moved through the water, scarcely making a sound. Phosphorescence sparkled in the bow wave. It was an effect that fascinated and confounded Romulus, and which he never tired of watching. Even Tarquinius had no explanation for the phenomenon, making the young soldier wonder if it was made by the gods themselves. A myriad of stars filled the sky, illuminating the sea so well that the steersman's task was made easy. Covered by a rough blanket, Romulus lay on the deck, unable to sleep. He wondered, for the 1000th time, who might have killed Rufus Caelius, the noble outside the Lupanar, whose death had precipitated all his travels. After long consideration, Romulus was utterly convinced that it had not been him. He sighed. What chance was there of ever discovering the real culprit? Romulus's frustration at this could not dampen his spirits, though. His situation now was better than it ever had been. After 5 long years of constant warfare and captivity, he was nearing a country where Rome's influence would be noticeable. This previously unthinkable situation filled Romulus with exultation. "I am a free man," he thought fiercely. "A slave no longer. And no one except Gemellus or Memor knows any different. With Mithras's help, his tattoo would suffice to protect him against men like Novius. I am a Roman, first and foremost." Romulus smiled. What more proof did he need that the gods looked out for him? He stared up at the Perseus constellation, the symbol of Mithras, as it chased the stars that represented Taurus the bull across the sky. "Let us both reach home safely, Great One," he whispered, "even if there is a civil war going on." Tarquinius stirred, and Romulus looked over. Together with Brennus, the Haruspecs had shaped him into the man he was today. Loyal companions, the pair had become his 2 father figures, teaching and protecting him, always there to give advice when needed. Ultimately, Brennus had made the greatest sacrifice any man could for another. Now there was just Tarquinius, the enigmatic Etruscan who knew so much. Too much? For himself, Romulus was glad that the future was often uncertain. Anticipating what would happen was a heavy burden, and weariness swamped him at the idea of divining seriously again. The memory of what he had seen at the crucifix in Margiana haunted Romulus still, especially since the merchant Varus's news had backed it up. Romulus was sure of another thing. He did not want to know when or how either he or Tarquinius might die. Suddenly anxious, he found it difficult to let this disturbing idea go. Could it be soon? He scowled. Only the gods knew. In the dangerous world they inhabited, death was a daily possibility. Nothing could change that. To each his own fate, Romulus thought, and no man should interfere with another's path. Tarquinius twitched gently, deep in the throes of a dream. It was an unusual role reversal, Romulus reflected. Normally it was the haruspex who lay awake for hours on end watching him. An adult now, he smiled. As always, the rising sun woke him. Romulus opened his eyes to find Tarquinius sitting cross-legged on the deck beside him, chewing on some food. "The coast is in sight." Romulus rubbed the sleep from his eyes and clambered to his feet. Along the horizon he saw an unmistakable line of land emerging from the night mist. Other members of the crew were also lined up against the rails, pointing. Even at a distance, it was clearly much greener than the opposite shore. He turned to the haruspex with a smile. "It's not far. No more than 2 hours." Tarquinius felt cold. What had Olinus seen in the lamb's liver that day? He had never tried to ascertain the truth of it since. Although he occasionally predicted the deaths of others, Tarquinius was wary of doing the same for himself. "I'll offer to hunt again this evening." "We can just melt away into the bush," muttered Romulus. "They'll never find us once it gets dark." Concealing his unease, Tarquinius gave him a brief smile. "Good idea." The dhow sailed closer as the sun climbed into the sky, and the Ethiopian coastline became clearer to the eye. There weren't many trees, but there were far more signs of life than in the Arabian desert. Birds wheeled in great circles above, while a herd of unfamiliar-looking antelope drank from a stream a little way inland. Following the breeze, Ahmed ordered the steersman to set a course north. The sight of greenery had put the Nubian in good temper. Where there was vegetation, there were animals, and the men who hunted them. Hopefully they might encounter a vessel full of ivory in these waters. Romulus's mind was devising their escape when he heard a shout. "Ship ahead!" He glanced around idly, and his heart leapt into his mouth. About 1/4 of a mile ahead lay a prominent headland. Emerging from behind it was the square sail and distinctive predatory shape of a trireme. He stared again. There was no mistaking the curved stern, the 3 banks of oars, and the enormous eye painted on the side of the prow to threaten the enemies it approached. Its decks were lined with marines, armed similarly to legionaries. 4 deck catapults were already being loaded with massive arrows and stone balls. Tarquinius also looked amazed. Romans? On this sea? "Ship dead ahead!" came the cry again. Romulus didn't know what to think. Previously, the Republic had always confined its naval presence to the Mediterranean. This new departure had to be an attempt to protect the valuable trade that the corsairs had been preying on. He grimaced. There was every chance that the dhow would not be viewed in a friendly manner, which did not bode well for them. Ahmed pointed in alarm. "What in the name of all the gods is that?" "It's a Roman fighting ship," replied Tarquinius. "A trireme. Is it fast?" "Very," answered Romulus grimly. The unmistakable sound of a drum carried across the waves. Its rhythm was rapid, triggering memories of the voyage to Asia Minor. They had been seen. The rowers at the oars responded to the booming command, and the trireme speed began to pick up. It surged forward, creating a large bow wave. The top of the bronze ram at its prow became visible, and even those who had never seen one could guess what the huge mass of metal would do to another vessel. "Come about!" yelled Ahmed. "Quickly!" The 2 steersmen needed little encouragement. Frantically they leaned on the heavy steering oars, slowing the dhow in the water and beginning a wide turning circle. Romulus clenched his jaw. It was slow. Far too slow. He stared at the trireme's low-slung shape with morbid fascination. Even faster drumbeats filled the air. The Roman vessel was now in red-hot pursuit. By trying to flee, Ahmed had probably sealed their fate. There was little chance of escape. From the look on the Nubian's face, he was thinking the same thing. "It's time to leave," Romulus whispered to Tarquinius, who was muttering a prayer. "Ready?" "Of course." Hastily, the 2 friends donned their armor and tightened their belts. Although Romulus's mail shirt and Tarquinius's hide breastplate were heavy, the protection they granted would be needed in the days to come, and it was only a few hundred paces to shore. That distance was nothing to worry about. After 4 years at sea, Romulus had learned to swim well, and Tarquinius was a natural. The Haruspex shoved a water bottle into his hands, and together they moved to the side of the ship. They had to act instantly. The trireme was already moving significantly faster than their dhow, and over such a short distance it posed a lethal danger. 120 disciplined oarsmen, rowing in unison, could rapidly bring it to the speed of a running man. If the pirate ship did not complete its turn soon, it would be run down and sunk.
"You miserable bastard, Tarquinius! Look what you have guided us to!" shouted Ahmed.
He spun round to deliver more abuse.
"Trying to escape now!" he screeched, drawing his sword. "Kill them both!"
Men's heads turned, and their faces twisted with fury as they saw 2 of their erstwhile comrades about to jump ship.
"Come on!"
urged Romulus, swinging himself up onto the wooden side rail. The Nubian sprinted across the deck, waving his cutlass and screaming with rage. He was aiming straight for the Haruspex, who tripped and fell awkwardly to one knee.
"Jump!"
shouted Tarquinius. As Romulus turned back to help his friend, he lost his balance and tumbled backwards into the sea. Chapter 25. Pharsalus. Eastern Greece, summer 48 BC. Brutus reined in his bay horse, which was growing tetchy in the heat. The flies buzzing around its head were no help. "Steady," he whispered, patting its neck. "It will soon begin." Around him were 6 cohorts of legionaries. Like all Caesar's units, they were under strength, but these were supremely fit crack troops. Their obliquely angled position to the rear of Caesar's triplex arcies formation belied the importance of their task, Brutus thought proudly. Hidden away, he and his men were Caesar's secret weapon. After nearly a week of standoff on the plain of Thessaly, Pompey had finally decided to give battle. Moving away from the foothills to the north that morning, his 11 legions had formed up in 3 lines, the classic configuration. This was copied at once by Caesar's 9. Although Caesar's army matched the width of his enemies, the difference in their sizes was already obvious. Weakened by their heavy losses in Gaul, his veteran cohorts were stretched painfully thin. In contrast, Pompey's were at full complement, meaning he had about 45,000 infantry, to his opponent's 22. His cavalry, swelled by volunteers from all over the east, outnumbered Caesar's by nearly 7 to 1. The figures were daunting, but Brutus's general was not about to avoid confrontation. While his army was much smaller than Pompey's, all Caesar's legionaries were seasoned fighters. In contrast, many of their opponents were raw recruits. It was an interesting, yet potentially disastrous situation, thought Brutus nervously. Would Caesar's gamble pay off? Only the gods knew, he reflected, asking Mithras for his aid while there was still time. For battle would shortly commence. Both sides were ready now. Pompey's right flank was protected by the river Inipius, which ran roughly west-east, while nearly all his superior horse was massed on the left. Today there was to be no classic pincer movement, using cavalry to encircle the enemy on both flanks. Like any military officer with wits, Brutus knew what was about to unfold instead. As the opposing legionaries went head-to-head, the Republican horsemen would drive through Caesar's small numbers of cavalry, opening up his rear. There, they would wreak havoc, cause widespread panic, and potentially win the battle. Unless Caesar's risky venture paid off. Still, nothing happened. The summer sun was climbing in the sky, and although the air was warm, it was nowhere near what it would be by midday. Almost unwilling to fight, the 2 armies watched each other in silence. When they finally met, Roman would face Roman in unprecedented numbers. Armed and dressed similarly, attacking in the same formations, brothers would fall upon each other while neighbors fought to the death. The momentousness of this confrontation was obvious to even the lowliest foot soldier. Yet it was time that things were resolved, thought Brutus impatiently. More than 18 months after Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon, the two generals had still not fought a decisive battle. Italy was not to be the battlefield either. Shocked, unprepared for Caesar's daring, Pompey and most of the Senate had fled from Rome, foolishly leaving the treasury contents in the Temple of Saturn. They convened at Brundisium, the main jumping point to Greece, where, furiously pursued by the newly enriched Caesar, they were nearly caught in March. But after an attempt to blockade the port failed, Pompey, his entourage and entire army had made the short crossing without harm. Brutus smiled. As ever, his leader had not sat around for long. Keen to secure his rear from the 7 Pompeian legions in Hispania, Caesar marched north and west, besieging Massilia and its Republican garrison on the way. The city did not fall quickly, so, leaving Brutus and Caius Trebonius to finish the job, he had continued to Hispania. After a frustrating campaign of 4 months, Pompey's forces there were finally defeated and assimilated into Caesar's own. Marcus Petreius and Lucius Afrianus, their leaders, had been pardoned on the condition that they did not take up arms against him again. Brutus scowled. He would not have been so merciful. "Great Mithras, let me meet those treacherous dogs today," he muttered. It was unlikely on a battlefield this large, Brutus thought, but he could hope. Petreius and Afrianus were here. The instant they had been released, the pair had gathered what troops they could and sailed to join their master. 2 other men whom Brutus badly wanted to meet were Cassius Longinus, the tribune and ex-army officer, and Titus Labienus, Caesar's former trusted cavalry commander. In a surprise move, they had both switched sides to join the Republicans and were present on the field too. Traitors all, he thought. Pompey, in turn, had not been idle while the conflict in Hispania went on, assembling 9 legions of Roman citizens in Greece. Added to these were the 2 veteran legions from Syria, and allied troops numbering 3,000 archers from Crete and Sparta, 1,200 slingers, and a polyglot force of 7,000 cavalry. Every city-state ruler and minor prince within 500 miles had sent a contingent to join the Republican forces. When Caesar had returned to Italy in December, he received the news of this, the host that was awaiting him in Greece. Keen to prevent further bloodshed, he made several attempts to open negotiations with Pompey. All were swiftly rebuffed. The Republicans had decided that they would settle for nothing less than their enemy's total defeat. Caesar's response was to carry the war to Greece without delay. Now Brutus laughed out loud, uncaring that his men looked at him strangely. Caesar had ignored all his officers' advice and set sail from Brundisium. At the time, it seemed like utter madness. 7 understrength legions sailing at night, in the middle of winter, across a strait controlled entirely by the Pompeian navy. Like so many of Caesar's daring tactics, though, it had worked. The next day, his entire host landed unopposed on the western coast of Greece. Caught napping by this, the wily Pompey then avoided battle for months, knowing that his supply situation was far superior to that of Caesar's. With limitless ships to provide food and equipment to his army, he could afford to march up and down the land while his opponent could not. Boring the tactic might seem, but Pompey knew that Caesar's men could not live on fresh air. They needed grain and meat. It was during this lean time that Brutus really grew to respect their opponent. If the rumors were to be believed, Pompey was under constant pressure from the numerous senators and politicians he had in tow. The optimates, Brutus thought scornfully. There isn't a real soldier among them. Already resentful of Pompey's position as supreme Republican commander, these hangers-on wanted a pitched battle and a quick victory. So did Caesar. And when Pompey would not give it to him, he attempted to force the issue at Dyrrachium. Although by then his forces had been augmented by 4 more legions, it was a painful memory. The attempt to recreate Caesar's victory at Alesia had seemed promising initially. More than 15 miles of fortifications hemmed Pompey against the coast, while dams were built to block the streams. A similar length of opposing defences prevented Caesar from advancing, but the combined constructions deprived the Republican army of water for its soldiers and fodder for its horses. By July, the bodies of hundreds of pack animals lay rotting in the sun, increasing the risk of disease among Pompey's troops. If something wasn't done, men would begin to die of cholera and dysentery. Meanwhile, Caesar's legionaries, who were short of supplies, ground up Carax vegetable roots and mixed them with milk. The resultant dough was baked into loaves, and in a measured taunt of Pompey's men, some of this bitter-tasting food was tossed into the enemy lines. Fortunately for Pompey, it was then that two of Caesar's Gaulish cavalry commanders defected. Discovering from them that parts of his enemy's southern fortifications were incomplete, Pompey launched a daring attack at dawn the next day. 6 legions took part in the massive assault. Uncharacteristically, Caesar refused to admit that his blockade was failing and launched a counterattack, which failed miserably. Outnumbered and demoralized, his legionaries had fled the field en masse. Not even the presence of their legendary commander could stop the rout. One signifer was so panicked that when confronted by Caesar, he actually inverted his standard and menaced the general with its butt end. Only the timely intervention of one of Caesar's Germanic bodyguards, who sliced off the man's arm, prevented him from coming to serious injury. The same could not be said of Caesar's army, which lost 1,000 legionaries and more than 30 centurions. Strangely, Pompey had soon called off his pursuit, allowing his opponent's battered legions to escape the field. "The fools could have won the war that day, if they but possessed a general who knew how to win," Caesar had sneered. Brutus knew it was true. A month passed. Again the two sides faced each other, but on an open plain this time. Caesar's army had been depleted by injuries and the garrisoning of towns to 9 legions, while Pompey still had 11. Superstitiously, Brutus prayed that Dyrrhachium would not be repeated here today at Pharsalus, that he would survive and be reunited later with Fabiola. With 7 cohorts as protection, she, Docilosa, and Sextus were safe in Caesar's camp nearly 3 miles to the rear. If the battle was lost, the senior centurion in charge had orders to retreat to the south. It was best not to think of that eventuality, he reflected, hastily burying the thought. Then Brutus grinned, remembering Fabiola's demand to march out onto the plain and watch the struggle. She was a lioness, he thought proudly. Fabiola had accompanied him everywhere since Alesia, and now felt like his good luck talisman. Discovering that she was also a devotee of Mithras had reinforced this feeling. They had prayed together for victory at dawn before his departure. In that department, Brutus reflected, everything was going well. Almost everything. He sighed, thinking of Fabiola's unexplained reticence towards Caesar. Still, it was rarely a problem. Plenty of other officers had used the excuse of the prolonged campaign to bring their mistresses along, diluting Fabiola into the mix. "Sir!" shouted one of Brutus's centurions. "It's begun. Listen." Brutus sat up in the saddle, cupping his right hand to his ear. The sound started as a low thunder, but quickly intensified until the ground shook. Without doubt, it was the noise of hooves. Pompey's cavalry was attacking, and in response, Caesar's German and Gaulish horsemen trotted forward to the northwest. There were 1,000 of the experienced warriors, with a similar number of specially trained light infantry interspersed between. Yet their task was hopeless. Against more than 3 times their number, all they could do was slow the speed of the enemy attack, a delaying tactic. Brutus's pulse increased, and he looked around, checking that his men were ready. They were, he saw proudly. 2,000 of Caesar's finest troops, who would follow him wherever he led. The clarion sound of bucinae ripped through the air all along the host. Vexilla, red flags, were also raised and lowered, repeating Caesar's orders to ensure accuracy. Instantly, the rhythmic tread of Caligae upon the hard ground added to the noise. 2 of the 3 lines in front of Brutus were advancing. Only one, the third, remained to hold their position. He grinned. Undeterred by the cavalry charge, Caesar was taking the battle to Pompey. Brutus and his men waited, watching and listening to the battle commence. Impatient, nervous, none of them enjoyed holding back while their comrades began fighting and dying. Yet this was different. They had to stay put because their mission was all important. The first to meet were the two forces of cavalry. Brutus could see the clash in the distance. Sunlight glittered off polished helmets and spear tips. Clouds of dust rose, and battle cries rang out. Brutus knew what it was like. He had done it before. Within moments of hitting the enemy, all semblance of formation would be lost. The struggle would immediately become a mass of confusing individual fights, rider against rider, foot soldiers against horsemen, hack, slash, bend in the saddle, reassure the horse, wipe sweat from your eyes, look around, check where one's comrades are, dodge a spear thrust, move forward. He turned to look west, wondering why the infantry had not yet met. Roman soldiers advanced towards each other in total silence, but there would still be an enormous crash of weapons against shields when it happened. A legionary messenger came from Caesar's position to the rear of the third line. "Pompey hasn't allowed his men to advance, sir," he panted. "They're just standing there, waiting." "What did you say?" Brutus demanded. No general ever held his troops back like that. Grinning, the messenger repeated himself. "When our lot realized, they stopped and reformed." Brutus swelled with pride. With his first and second lines already committed, Caesar would not have been able to give such a command. With astonishing initiative, his soldiers had shown their top quality by regrouping before the combat began. A whistling sound filled the air. Pila, thought Brutus. A volley from each side at 20 or 30 paces, and they'll hit. Screams and cries began ringing out as the javelins landed. A few moments passed, and then, with a noise like thunder, 50,000 men smashed into each other. "Caesar orders you to prepare yourself, sir," said the messenger, darting off again. "All his trust is in you, but do not advance until his flag signals." "Do you hear that, boys?" Brutus cried to his men. "Caesar trusts us completely, and we will repay that confidence. Venus Victrix, bringer of victory," he roared out the password given to them that morning. A great sound of approval met his words, swelling as it moved along the cohorts. Brutus smiled. His legionaries' morale was high, but that could not rid him of the anxious feeling in the pit of his stomach. Even if Caesar's hardened veterans in the front two lines won the day against Pompey's less experienced soldiers, it would all mean nothing when the enemy horse swarmed around their right flank. There were no men on earth who could withstand a cavalry charge from behind. Everything depended on him and his 6 cohorts. "Great Mithras," Brutus thought fervently, "give me courage. Grant me success." Dismounting, he had a legionary take his mount to the rear. This task was for foot soldiers only, and Brutus wanted to be in the middle of it. He was no officer to lead from the back. Handed a pilum and a spare scutum, he took his place in the front line, nodding encouragingly to his men. They waited in silence, baking in the hot sun. An ominous feeling soon took hold of Brutus, and he peered into the distance. Covered by the Gauls and Germans, Caesar's light infantry were beginning to retreat. Without this protection, they would be run down and killed to a man. But the cavalry's discipline was good, Brutus saw with relief. Wheeling and turning to confuse the enemy, the tribesmen hurled the last of their spears into the advancing mass of Republican cavalry. Aware that their mounted comrades could not do this for long, the infantry broke into a sprint towards the side of Caesar's right flank. They were aiming to pass to the side of Brutus's position. The Republican horsemen surged forward, pushing ever harder. Lightly armed with spears and swords, few bore shields or wore armor. They were Thracians, Cappadocians, Galatians, and a dozen other nationalities, all vying for the honor of turning the tide in Pompey's favor. Behind them charged thousands of archers and slingers, the next attack wave. Brutus chewed a fingernail. This was the most critical point of the battle. Losing more and more men, still the Gauls and Germans did not break. The light infantry tore around Brutus's cohorts and headed east. If everything went to plan, they would reform with their mounted comrades in a few moments. The battered cavalry were perhaps 300 paces away, Still much too far for an attacking foot soldier to run at a horseman, thought Brutus. Mithras, bring them nearer.
"Close order!"
he shouted at the nearest centurion.
"Shields up! Ready, Pila!"
His order was obeyed at once. Scuta clattered off each other, forming an impenetrable wall. Angled up in the position to throw, his men's javelins poked forward over the shield wall. Ranks of determined faces peered into the dust cloud before them. 150 paces separated the remnants of the Gauls and Germans from Brutus's 6 cohorts. They could hear the excited shouts and cries of the pursuing Republicans. Faces began to grow nervous, and the officers looked to Brutus for orders. In turn, Brutus glanced anxiously at Caesar's location. He could just see his general's red cloak amidst the mass of senior officers and bodyguards, but no damn flag. "Come on," Brutus thought, his heart thumping in his chest. "Give us the command." Less than 100 paces. Their cavalry were close enough now for Brutus to see the sweat lathered on their tired mounts, the wounded men barely upright in the saddle, the numerous horses without riders. Respect filled him at the heavy sacrifice the tribesmen had made. Protected by the horses' height, the 6 cohorts were still hidden from the enemy. This was precisely Caesar's purpose. 70 paces. 50. At the last moment, the Gauls and Germans turned their mounts' heads and rode across the front of the shield wall. Now, thought Brutus. By Mithras, it has to be now. Again he looked for the vexillum. This time it was there, a piece of scarlet cloth urgently bobbing up and down. Typically, Caesar had waited until the last possible moment.
"At the double!"
Brutus screamed, pointing his javelin.
"Charge!"
With an inarticulate roar, his men obeyed. Trained relentlessly as new recruits to keep their shields together when running, they presented a fearsome sight to any enemy, particularly to horsemen, who were never charged by infantry. And for the previous few weeks, Brutus had taught the 6 cohorts to stab their pila at enemy riders' eyes and faces. The legionaries were delighted by this novel tactic. As everyone knew, cavalrymen were dandies who thought themselves better than any other soldier. Shouting at the top of their lungs, they pelted forward, emerging from the dust like grey, avenging ghosts. The Republican cavalry did not know what had hit them. As expected, they had driven off Caesar's horse and light infantry, causing heavy losses. Now the entire enemy rear was exposed, and they could break into smaller squadrons, free to ride along it at will. Pompey's inexperienced soldiers were holding up well, so Caesar's legions were trapped between a hammer and an anvil. Very soon they would be crushed. Whooping exultantly at the thought of victory, the Republicans trotted forward, and were met by a shield wall over 1,100 paces wide. Stunned, they came to an abrupt halt. Brutus's men slammed into them at full tilt. Hundreds of pila stabbed upwards in unison, biting deep into the Republicans' open mouths, eyes, and unarmored flesh. Plenty of horses were struck too, suffering painful wounds which made them rear up in terror. Keen to cause as much distress to the mounts as possible, the legionaries screamed fierce battle cries. Keeping their scuta locked together, they ripped out the barbed javelin heads and thrust at their enemies again and again. The shocked cavalrymen quailed before the savage and totally unexpected attack. This was not what was supposed to happen. The 6 cohorts managed to move forward a step, then another. Brutus was like a hound which has just found the scent. They had to keep the advantage that their surprise had granted them. Considerably outnumbered by the enemy horse, causing panic was their main weapon.
"Forward!"
he screamed, the veins bulging in his neck.
"Push forward at will!"
The centurions and junior officers repeated his order. Seizing the opportunity, groups of legionaries shoved into the gaps between enemy horsemen. Protecting themselves with their scuta, they used their pila to strike terror into the Republicans' hearts. Here and there, a slashing sword cut down a soldier, but the impetus was all with Brutus's cohorts. And a few moments later, he saw the most welcome of sights in a battle. Men's heads turning to the rear, fearful expressions twisting faces, cries of alarm. "Turn and flee, you whoresons," Brutus thought fiercely. "Now!" It was like watching a flock of birds change direction. Entirely consumed by terror, the leading Republican cavalry wheeled and urged their horses away from the merciless javelins which offered nothing but death. Panicked, shouting incoherently, they collided with the squadrons behind, which were dividing up in preparation to assault Caesar's rear. Sick with tension, Brutus held his breath. If there were solid, disciplined officers in the enemy's ranks, this was the moment to pull back, regroup, and then charge them on the flanks and rear. If that happened, all his preparations and Caesar's hopes would be dashed, and the struggle lost. But faced with a retreating wave of terrified and injured comrades, the astonished riders did what most men would do in the circumstances. They turned and fled. In an instant, the Republican cavalry attack had become a rout. Trailing a huge cloud of dust, the horseman galloped away into the distance. Raising his bloodied pilum in the air, Brutus cheered. His cry was echoed by 2,000 exhilarated legionaries, but their task was not over, nor the battle won. The enemy cavalry's panic and cowardice completely exposed thousands of advancing archers and slingers who were there to support the mounted attack. Wails of fear rose up as they saw their protective screen vanish like so much morning mist. Ready for this exact moment, Caesar's regrouped cavalry and light infantry swept forward again, creating a bloody slaughter that scattered the terrified, lightly armed soldiers across the plain. The way to Pompey's left flank was wide open now, thought Brutus delightedly. Looking around, he saw that his men had realized the same thing. It was time to deliver a hammer blow of their own. "Come on!" Brutus shouted, trotting forward. "Let's show those fuckers what real soldiers can do!" It was half a mile at least to the Republican lines, but Brutus's men charged forward like hunting dogs let slip from the leash. As they ran, he was aware of the third line moving on his left side. Caesar was making his final play by committing all his troops to the fray. Its legionaries would provide a much-needed input of fresh energy to the two sections which had now been locked in battle for some time. Brutus's main worry now was Pompey's response to his attack. Like Caesar, he had probably held back his third line, which meant that his own cohort's advantage could be swiftly dispelled by Republican reinforcements. All the more reason for speed, Brutus thought, pushing himself into a sprint. Wearing a transverse-crested bronze helmet and mail shirt, and carrying a heavy scutum, it was an exhausting effort. The sun had been beating down on the dry plain since dawn, and was near its zenith now. The air was hot and still, difficult to breathe. Most men had not drunk for hours, and every throat was parched, yet no one held back. It was at moments like this that victory could be achieved, and Caesar had placed his trust in them. An hour later, and Brutus knew that the day was theirs. In a wonderful stroke of luck for Caesar, Pompey had committed all three lines of his army against his opponent's two. Presumably an effort to bolster his raw troops, the measured decision had left the Republican leader with no reserves to counter Brutus's wheeling attack. In addition, his cavalry was scattered to the four winds, and his missile troops butchered. Brutus and his 6 cohorts had fallen on Pompey's unsuspecting left flank like wolves on helpless sheep. Driving the soldiers in it sideways, they watched delightedly as the panic spread. When Caesar's third line had crashed against the Republican front a few moments later, the end was nigh. Brutus had to give the enemy legionaries credit. Holding their ranks, they fought on, refusing to run. It was a different story with Pompey's allies, however. When the fate of their cavalry was followed by these further setbacks, they turned tail and fled towards their camp. With renewed courage, Caesar's legions had pressed home their attack on the Republican legions. Step by step, they advanced, pushing their increasingly demoralized enemies backwards. Brutus grinned mercilessly. It always started at the rear, when men who could see that their comrades in front were losing looked back. Armed with long staffs, Optiones and other junior officers were positioned here to prevent any retreat without orders. Thinly spread out, though, they had no chance of stopping men from flight when the panic reached a critical mass. Inevitably, that was what happened. Preceded by their commander, Pompey's shattered legions had deserted the field as a disorganized rabble. Reaching the supposed safety of their fortified camp a short while later, they had been horrified when Caesar's men followed and placed them under siege. After a short, vicious encounter, the gates had been forced, requiring Pompey and his soldiers to go on the run again. Urged on now by Caesar himself, the exhausted legionaries were in hot pursuit of their defeated enemies, who were to be denied rest, water, and food. The victory, thought Brutus, would be nothing less than total. Once again, Caesar had stolen victory from the jaws of defeat, this time using one of the most inventive tactics in the history of warfare. Swallowing the warm dregs from his leather water carrier, Brutus grinned. All they needed was to capture Pompey, and the civil war was virtually over. In the event, that was not to happen. Although 24,000 soldiers were taken prisoner, with numerous high-ranking officers and senators among them, Pompey and many others made good their escape that night. Included in this number were Petreius, Afrianus, and Labienus, Caesar's former friend and ally on the Gaulish campaign. Early the next day, Brutus stood on a nearby hill studying the battlefield. Fabiola was by his side, silently aghast. While not as bloody as Alesia, the human cost of Pharsalus had been high. Over 6,000 Republican legionaries lay dead below them, while Caesar had lost more than 1,200. Uncounted numbers of Republican allied troops were strewn everywhere, worthless in death as they had been in life. Clouds of vultures, eagles, and other birds of prey already filled the air overhead. "Will they all just rot?" asked Fabiola, revolted at that thought. "No. Look," answered Brutus, pointing. Small groups of men could be seen stacking wood in rectangular piles all across the plain. "Funeral pyres," he said. Fabiola closed her eyes, imagining the smell of burning flesh. "Is it over, then?" Brutus sighed heavily. "I'm afraid not, my love. But this—" Fabiola pointed at the carnage below them. "Have enough men not died?" "The losses are terrible," he agreed. "Yet the Optimates will not give up this easily. Word has it that they will take ship for Africa, where the Republican cause is still strong." Fabiola nodded. About the only area where Caesar had suffered a setback so far was in the province of Africa. The year before, Curio, his former tribune, had made the foolish mistake of being lured away from the coast and into the barren hinterland. There, he and his army were annihilated by the cavalry of the king of Numidia, a Republican ally. "That will require another campaign," she said, wishing the bloodshed were already over. When it was, she could reactivate her plans to take revenge upon Caesar. "Won't it?" "Yes," Brutus replied simply. "But you can go back to Rome at any stage. I'll make sure you have enough protection." Pleased by this, Fabiola kissed his cheek. "I'll stay by you, my love," she said, still wary of the potential danger from Scaevola. "What of Pompey?" Brutus frowned. "The scouts say he headed east to the Aegean coast, unlike the others. From there, my guess is that he will sail for Parthia or Egypt." He saw her questioning look. "The man won't just give up. He needs more support for his cause. It will never end. Pompey still has 2 sons in Hispania. They've got to be untrustworthy too," cried Fabiola despairingly. "Africa, Egypt, Hispania. Can Caesar fight a war on 3 fronts?" "Of course," Brutus smiled. "And he will win. I know it in my heart." Fabiola did not answer, but despair filled her. If Caesar truly was capable of defeating so many foes, he would prove to be the most formidable general ever seen. How could she ever take revenge on someone so powerful? Brutus loved her. She was sure of it. But it seemed doubtful he would ever betray Caesar the way she wanted him to. What chance, therefore, had she of convincing anyone else? Disconsolate, Fabiola stared out over the plain, searching for a clue. For a long time there was nothing. At last she saw it. A single raven flying apart from the other birds, coasting on the warm currents of air which rose from the baking ground below. Rapt, Fabiola watched it for a long time. And then she knew. "Thank you, Mithras," she thought triumphantly. The worst enemies were always the ones within. So Brutus and his compatriots were still the key. "If he succeeds," Fabiola said calculatingly, "you cannot trust him ever again. Rome must beware of Caesar." "What do you mean?" asked Brutus, confused and a little angry. "The arrogance of a man with such ability knows no bounds," Fabiola answered. "Caesar will make himself king." King? The mere concept was now anathema to every citizen. Almost 500 years before, the people of Rome had committed their proudest act, overthrowing and then expelling the city's last monarch. Fabiola knew one more vital detail. An ancestor of Brutus had purportedly been the main instigator. Exulting, she watched the blood drain from Brutus's face. "That can never be," he muttered. Chapter 26. The Bestiarius. Off the coast of Ethiopia, summer-autumn, 48 BC. Romulus crashed into the sea on his back. At the last moment, he remembered to hold his breath. Disorientated, he panicked as his heavy chainmail immediately began to pull him into the depths. Soon his lungs felt as if they were about to burst, and it took all Romulus's effort not to let his reflexes take over. Yet he had no desire to die with a chest full of seawater, and his desperate desire to help Tarquinius gave him extra strength. Righting himself, Romulus kicked his legs vigorously and pushed upwards. To his relief, the salinity aided his buoyancy. Romulus burst through the surface, exhaling as he did so. Air had never tasted so sweet. Wiping his stinging eyes, he frantically scanned the sides of the dhow for his friend. All he could see was cursing pirates lining the rails. Some were shaking their fists, but others were stringing bows or aiming spears. "Quickly!" screamed Ahmed. "You fools, loose!" The danger was not over. Romulus cursed. What hope had he of climbing aboard, of rescuing Tarquinius before the trireme struck? Certain death from two directions awaited if he even tried. Yet he could not just swim away. "I'm here," said a voice from behind him. Romulus nearly jumped out of his skin. Tarquinius was bobbing a few paces away, a wide grin on his face. "How? There's no time for that," the haruspex replied. "Let's put some distance between us and the dhow." Right on cue, an arrow hit the water between them. It sank harmlessly, but another followed, and then a spear was launched. Romulus had no desire to linger. Taking a quick look around to establish which way the shore was, he pushed himself through the warm sea with strong strokes. "Fucking dogs!" Ahmed's voice echoed across the waves. "Curse you both to hell and gone!" More poorly aimed arrows splashed in nearby, but none of the crew had Romulus's skill with the bow, and the infuriated Nubian could not afford the time to pursue the pair. It had been a perfectly timed moment to flee. Their armor was not enough to stop them reaching dry land. Soon afterwards, they pulled themselves up an abandoned beach, which was covered in stones and pebbles. As one, they turned to see what had become of the dhow. They had a grandstand view of the unfolding drama, which was about to reach its climax. The pirate vessel had managed at last to come about, and was picking up speed towards Arabia, the wind bellying her sails. But it was too late. The dhow's poor tacking had proved to be its undoing. Before the corsairs could gain any ground eastwards, the trireme had reached ramming speed, and it showed no sign of slowing down. The drum was pounding out a thudding rhythm faster than a man's heartbeat, forcing the oarsmen to row at an exhausting pace. "There's been no signal to heave to," said Romulus. "They're going to ram them regardless." Poor bastards. Raised slightly from the water by the speed of the trireme, the bronze head of the ram became visible as they watched. Both were riveted to the spot. Extending 15 paces or more in front of the ship, it provided the Roman navy with one of its most devastating forms of attack. Yet Ahmed and his crew were unaware of this. All they could see was the trireme bearing down at an acute angle, aiming for a head-on collision. Cries of alarm carried across the water, intermingled with the screams of the captive women. With an incredible crash, the ram hit the dhow near its prow. Even though they were some distance away, it was possible to hear the cracking of timbers. The overwhelming impetus of the Roman vessel drove the smaller boat sharply to one side. Several pirates were thrown overboard from the sheer force of the impact. They flailed about in the water, helplessly watching their comrades, most of whom had been knocked off their feet. Shouts of terror and confusion rang out. The dhow had been dealt a mortal blow. To finish it off, The Triarch, the Roman captain, roared out a single command. As one, archers on the trireme peppered the other vessel with arrows. Falling among the stunned corsairs like a deadly rain, the volley was devastating. Undisciplined, panicked, the surviving pirates died where they stood or crouched. The unfortunate women fared no better. Remarkably, though, Ahmed was still uninjured. Courageous to the last, he shrieked orders in vain at his crew. The Triarch barked out another command, and the catapults twanged in unison. Stone balls swept through the air to crush men's rib cages. A huge arrow pinned Zebulon to the mast. Only a handful of pirates were left unwounded. Now there would be no need to risk the lives of any marines. This was Roman military efficiency at its brutal best. Romulus felt a pang of sorrow as he watched. The pirates were dying miserable deaths, unable to even close with the enemy and fight hand to hand. For all that they were bloodthirsty renegades, they had lived and fought together for nearly 4 years. Romulus felt some degree of kinship with them. And then there were the innocent women. He turned away from the sight, unwilling to watch any more. But a moment later he was compelled to look back. Using long poles, the Marines pushed the trireme away from the dhow, revealing the gaping hole that had been punched in its hull. Yet the maneuver was not being done to admire their handiwork. With the space empty of the ram's bronze head, sea water was now free to rush in, destroying the olibanum and spices the pirates had stolen, and sinking the pirates' vessel. Romulus had never seen how devastating the ramming of a ship could be. The dhow sank in a matter of moments. Soon, the only trace remaining was a few spars of wreckage floating on the sea, accompanied by the bobbing heads of 4 or 5 survivors. Among them, Romulus recognized Ahmed. But there was to be no mercy. In a final act of ruthlessness, archers on the trireme loosed another volley. Still the Nubian's head was visible. Above the noise and confusion, Romulus fancied that he could hear Ahmed's voice shouting curses. It was the way he would always remember the pirate captain. Dozens more arrows hissed down, ending the show. He was very glad now that Mustafa had been left behind in Cana. With luck, his fate would be different to the rest of the crew. As always, Romulus wondered if the Haruspecs had known what would happen. "Let's go," said Tarquinius. With a start, Romulus came to his senses. Before the Triarch sees us and sends some men ashore, of course. He had been so wrapped up watching the one-sided battle that he had forgotten about the hostile reception they too would get from the Romans. After what they had witnessed, it was unlikely that any time would be granted to explain their status. Opting for discretion, the two friends crouched down and beat a path away from the trireme's sleek shape. A gentle rocky slope led them up off the beach. Once over the crest, they were out of sight. The warm sun beat down, drying them fast, but all they had with them was their clothes, chainmail, and swords. Tarquinius also had his axe. There was one half-full water bag and no food. Neither had a bow, so hunting would be difficult. "We're alive," thought Romulus grimly. "That's what counts." "How did you get away?" he demanded. "I managed to grab one of Ahmed's legs and knock him over." "Without him splitting you in two?" Tarquinius shrugged eloquently. "You could make it in the arena," laughed Romulus, clapping him on the shoulder. The Haruspecs grimaced. "I'm getting too old for that," he said. Romulus ignored his answer. It was not something he wanted to consider. A confident and assured young man now, he still relied on the other for psychological support. "Africa," announced Tarquinius with a grand gesture. It was an amazing sight. Before them, rich grassland rolled off to the west and north. A range of smooth, undulating hills filled the southern horizon. Small trees and scrubby bushes were dotted here and there. Irregularly shaped termite mounds projected upwards, fat red fingers of packed earth. The bird life was richer here than anywhere Romulus had ever seen. As well as seabirds, there were honey guides, orioles, kingfishers, and countless other varieties. The animal life was no less varied. Several types of antelope, large and small, paced along, grazing as they went. Nearby, a group of magnificent horse-like creatures covered in wide black and white stripes was doing likewise, their tails flicking away flies. A herd of elephants stood around a waterhole, using their trunks to drink noisily and spray themselves with water. Elegant white birds walked along their backs, searching for parasites. If hit by a stream of water, they would indignantly fly away to alight upon another individual. The peaceful scene was a stark contrast to the last occasion that they had seen elephants. Romulus did not want to dwell on that thought. "Look," he said in amazement, pointing at the striped animals. "Zebras," came the reply. Tarquinius's knowledge never failed to surprise Romulus. "How in the name of Hades do you know that?" "I saw one presented at a triumph for Pompey in Rome," replied Tarquinius. "And those?" Romulus pointed at 3 strange-looking animals which were feeding off the branches on the upper reaches of the trees. Their short coats were sandy-coloured with dark brown patches of different shades, and they had immensely long necks and legs. A short, upright mane ran up their necks, and odd, stubby horns protruded from the tops of their heads. "Giraffes." "Are they dangerous?" "Not really," laughed the haruspex. "They're plant-eaters." Romulus flushed, embarrassed. There must be lions, though. He had seen close up what the large cats could do to a man. Meeting one in the wild was not something he particularly wished to do. "Those we must look out for," agreed the haruspex, "as well as rhinos, buffaloes, and leopards. It's a pity that we have no spears." "I've seen lions and leopards before, obviously," said Romulus, his eyes wide at the density of wildlife, "but not the others." This was an invitation for Tarquinius to begin one of his lessons. Naturally enough, he did not just mention the flora and fauna, but also the histories of Ethiopia and Egypt, and the details of their civilizations and peoples. When he had finished, Romulus felt more at home in this new and alien land, which had a much longer and richer past than his own. Like many others, however, it was gradually falling under Rome's influence. "How far is it to Alexandria?" "Many hundreds of miles." The scale of what faced them began to sink in. "Must we walk the whole way?" he asked. "Possibly. It is unclear." "Best make a start, eh?" sighed Romulus. They began to march north, towards Egypt. By the time they reached the waterhole, the elephants had gone. The shallow pool had been left muddied by the massive beasts, but there was nothing else on offer. Slaking their thirst and filling the leather water carrier, they moved on. Hunger was also gnawing at their bellies. In the circumstances, though, that could wait. Putting a good distance between themselves and the trireme just off the coast was far more important than searching for food. While there was no sign of pursuit, both were careful to keep glancing in the direction from which they had come. The morning passed without event, and Romulus began to relax. Keeping roughly parallel to the shore, they had covered perhaps 8 or 9 miles. They had escaped. Or so it seemed. The young soldier felt little elation, however. Travelling on foot through Ethiopia and then Egypt, without proper weapons or enough companions, would be a Herculean task. While a similar distance, their journey down the Indus had been easier because it was by boat. This, on the other hand, felt akin to the odyssey that the Forgotten Legion had endured after Carrhae. At least they had not been alone then. By late afternoon, the pair had walked a further 10 miles. Making their way to the sea again, they scanned the horizon for a long time. Nearly 2 decades younger, Romulus had the keener eyes. Happy that there was no sign of the trireme, he searched out a sheltered depression in the sand dunes which rolled back from the beach. Chopping the spiked lower branches from some nearby trees, the pair soon fashioned a high-sided, circular enclosure. It was large enough for them to lie down, and sleeping inside its protection would be safer than nothing at all. They did not risk a fire. It was still quite warm, and they had no food to cook. Any blaze would only attract unwanted attention anyway. Tarquinius offered to take the first watch. Gratefully accepting, Romulus fell asleep within moments. He dreamt of Rome. When he awoke, thoroughly chilled, Romulus was unsurprised to find Tarquinius keeping vigil beside him. A faint light on the horizon hinted that daybreak was not far away. His friend had let him rest uninterrupted for the whole night. Feeling guilty, Romulus was about to say something, but held back. Facing east, the haruspex did not seem aware of his presence. Sitting perfectly still with his arms folded, Tarquinius resembled a well-sculpted statue. "Forgive me, mighty Tinia," he whispered, "for what I have done." Romulus's ears pricked up at the mention of the Etruscans' most powerful god. As a Roman, he called him Jupiter. There was a long pause, during which Tarquinius sat watching the myriad stars above gradually fade away. His lips moved in silent prayer. Fascinated, Romulus lay still, doing his best not to shiver. "Great Mithras, accept my repentance," Tarquinius muttered. "I did what I thought was best. If mistakes have been made, then let me be punished as you see fit." Romulus was intrigued. What did his friend mean? Had it anything to do with their voyage? Although it had taken almost 4 years to reach Africa, the young soldier could not envisage how they could have got here more quickly. He held no grudge against the haruspex for this, for without his aid and the invaluable Periplus, Romulus would never have made it. For years now, his friend's wisdom, guidance, and prophetic ability had been as solid a support to Romulus as steering oars were to a ship. Or was it something else altogether? A feather of memory tickled the edge of Romulus's mind, but frustratingly he could not recall it. At last the cold betted him, and he shivered. Instantly Tarquinius's demeanor changed, and he became his usual calm self. "You're awake," he said. Romulus decided to be bold. "What were you saying?" "I was praying, that's all." The haruspex's face was an unreadable mask. It was more than that. Tarquinius did not answer. Sudden fear gripped Romulus's throat. "Have you seen something about Fabiola?" he demanded. "No," Tarquinius denied. "Are you sure?" "I swear it." Full of suspicion, Romulus studied his friend's face. Thin beams of orange sunlight crept over the edge of the nearest dunes. The temperature began to climb, which was a relief to both. Without blankets, their rest had not been the best quality. But before long it would be warm, uncomfortably so, and they needed to find food that day. Water alone could not sustain a man marching in this extreme environment. Then it came. Romulus had no idea what made him think of it. The most passing of comments by Tarquinius nearly 7 years earlier. "There was a reason that you fled Italy," he said softly. "You would not tell me before." "What was it?" Surprise registered in Tarquinius's dark eyes, and Romulus knew that he had hit the nail on the head. "I cannot say," replied the haruspex in a reluctant tone. "Yet." "Why not?" "Because you still feel guilty." The acute observation sank deep. "Partly," Tarquinius admitted. "And the time is not right." "Will it ever be?" Romulus demanded angrily. "Soon." A braying sound broke in on their conversation, and the pair looked around in surprise. It was some distance away, but only horns could be responsible for that level of noise. Horns blown by men. There was nowhere for them to run. It would be best to stay hidden. Dragging Tarquinius with him, Romulus crawled to the edge of the depression. Nothing could be seen yet. They waited, an awkward silence between them. Long moments passed until it was full daylight. Approaching from the south, the din grew louder and louder. Men's shouts mingled with the clamour from the drums and horns, but it was impossible to make out words. Over the nearest hill came a pack of hunting dogs in full cry. They were followed by an immensely wide line of figures walking shoulder to shoulder, beating drums and playing all manner of musical instruments as loudly as possible. "It's a hunt," guessed Romulus. Tarquinius's eyes narrowed. Of course, every animal within earshot immediately headed north or west. There was no escape in the east, where the sea lay. The two friends watched, engrossed. Antelope and giraffe, elephant and zebra stampeded alongside each other, uncaring. Bush pigs squealed in terror, raising their tails as they ran. A herd of buffalo thundered along, shaking the ground. Even predators such as lions and jackals were affected by the fear and fled for their lives. Romulus saw a solitary, terrified leopard leave the safety of its tree to join the throng. A group of zebra to the north was already lifting their heads at the noise. Seeing the approaching men, they twitched their tails and moved away. Instinctively, their companions began to do the same. A few moments later, all were on the hoof, galloping away with long, graceful strides. The friends' curiosity was up. Whether those they had seen were hunters, or bestiarii capturing animals for the arena in Rome, it was likely that they had come from the far north, which was where they wanted to go. The excitement allowed their previous disagreement to subside, but Romulus had not forgotten it. There would be another time to talk, and he would not let the Haruspecs avoid answering his question then. A sea change had just taken place in their relationship. Tarquinius peered into the distance. "They'll be heading for a narrow ravine." "We can follow the beaters once they've passed," said Romulus. "Should be easy enough." "If we're careful," warned Tarquinius. "Of course," Romulus growled, irritated. They squatted down on their haunches and waited. Romulus judged that the dogs and hunters would come within 200 paces of their position, but no nearer. Fortunately, the contour of the land angled away from them towards the north. This meant that the wild beasts passed well clear of them, and in turn their pursuers did too. The pair remained hidden, as the baying of hounds came closer and then died away. It was followed by the racket being made by the men, which also eventually faded into the distance. When there had been silence for a while, they stood up slowly. To the north, a large haze of dust was visible, driven up by the mass of fleeing animals. The passage of hundreds of hooves left an unmistakable trail. Romulus and Tarquinius followed it for a good mile. The plain gradually narrowed as its sides rose to form low hills. On the tops of these slopes, primitive wooden fences had been built to stop any animals escaping. "It's very clever," said Tarquinius, pointing. "Whoever is in charge has organized this well." Romulus understood. Although he had never seen a beast hunt, he had lived for tales of them as a child. "It leaves more men to be used as beaters and hunters. Or spearmen. At the bottleneck?" Tarquinius nodded. Carefully they made their way down the valley, seeing an occasional injured antelope or zebra lying stricken on the ground. Panicked by the noise and the other animals, some beasts had fallen and been trampled. They would be easy prey later, thought Romulus hungrily. Food for the pot. Neither had any real idea of whom or what they would find at the neck of the trap. The sight that greeted them moments later was most impressive. They reached a point where the ravine narrowed as it dropped down to a flat surface some 100 paces below. Instead of hunters' hides, the pair saw long nets strung in a line from one side of the valley floor to the other. Some distance in front of the thick mesh were rows of deep pits in the ground. Everywhere they looked, there were figures trapped in netting or the traps, struggling frantically to escape. It was a scene of pure chaos. Lone, uncaught animals darted here and there in blind panic, uncertain where to run. Loud neighs and cries mixed with the hunters' shouts. Groups of men were running to each successive animal in the nets, freeing them, but immediately binding their limbs with ropes. Their task was urgent and dangerous, and Romulus saw a number get badly injured. Kicked, stamped upon, or gored, they dropped to the ground, bleeding and screaming. No one came to their aid, and their comrades were so plentiful that the operation continued without interruption. Directing the proceedings from the center of the valley floor was a short figure in dark clothes, armed with a long staff. "This is no hunt," Romulus exclaimed. "It must be for the circus in Rome." "A possible way home," added the Haruspecs. Elated, Romulus's attention was suddenly drawn by loud brays of anger. Just below them, a huge zebra stallion had been trapped. In the ensuing struggle to free itself, its hindquarters had come free of the net. Now a ring of men surrounded the magnificent beast, trying without success to rope it and bring it to the ground. The enraged zebra kicked and bucked around in circles, swinging its head violently from side to side. In an effort to ensnare one of its back legs, one of the braver hunters stepped in too close. The stallion sensed the man's presence and whirled around, driving both hind feet into his face. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the figure crumpled to the ground and lay still. "Fool," said Tarquinius quietly. Romulus winced. No man could survive a blow like that. Unlike the one I delivered to Celius that night, he thought bitterly. It wasn't me. So who else could it have been? Terrified of suffering the same fate as their companion, none of the hunters would now approach the zebra. At length, it struggled free of the weighted mesh and galloped off through a gap in the traps. Romulus wanted to cheer. The promise of freedom was a powerful drug. "Let's go down," said Tarquinius. Romulus hesitated, but it made sense to make contact with the bestiarii. He didn't know what reception they might receive, but any risk was outweighed by the possibility of joining their party. That would greatly increase the two friends' chance of reaching Alexandria. There were few travelers in this empty land, and journeying on their own would be fraught with danger. For some time, the men wrestling with the animals did not notice them approaching. They were engrossed in subduing as many as possible before the beasts smothered in the netting, injured themselves, or escaped, as the zebra had just done. When they were quite near, Tarquinius called out in Latin, "Have you need for more men?" The nearest hunters turned round in surprise. Ill-fed, dressed in rough tunics and for the most part barefoot, they looked like slaves. In unison their mouths opened in surprise. "Where is your master?" None answered. Romulus was not surprised by their silence. With light brown skin, black hair and dark eyes, the cowed-looking men looked Egyptian, slaves to a man. Even when Tarquinius addressed them in Egyptian, they did not reply. A bulky, long-haired figure came striding over from a bull buffalo that had just been restrained. He was dressed similarly to the hunters, but the whip and dagger hilt protruding from his wide leather belt told a different story. Noticing Tarquinius and Romulus, the Villicus came to an abrupt halt. "Where the hell have you come from?" he demanded suspiciously in Egyptian. "From there," said Tarquinius, waving vaguely to the south. A little wrong-footed by the blonde newcomer's confidence, the Villicus scowled. "Your names?" "They call me Tarquinius, and this is Romulus, my friend," replied the Haruspex quietly. "We were hoping for some work." "This isn't the marketplace in Alexandria, or Jerusalem," the Villicus sneered. "We don't need any more labor." Romulus could not understand what was being said, but the Villicus's aggressive manner did not need translating. This fool is both stupid and bad-tempered, he thought. Yet they could not afford to antagonize him. There weren't many other options available. He kept his face impassive, while Tarquinius simply folded his arms, and waited. "Gracchus?" There was no mistaking the tone of command. "What's going on?" The man fell silent. A moment later, a short figure in dark brown robes arrived, the same the friends had seen earlier. He moved to confer with the Villicus. "These two just breezed out of nowhere, sir," Gracchus muttered. "They're looking for work." The deeply tanned newcomer had a mane of grey hair, a wild beard, and shrewd brown eyes. With its metal-shod tip, the well-worn staff in his hands looked more like a weapon than a crutch. A weighty purse dangled from his leather belt, while a number of thick gold rings adorned his fingers. This was a wealthy man. Romulus and Tarquinius waited patiently. At length the short man had heard enough. "I am hero of Phoenicia, a bestiarius," he said, speaking Egyptian in a sonorous tone. "And you are?" The Haruspex repeated their names slowly and calmly. Romulus racked his brains. He had heard of a man called Hero before. The bestiarius frowned at Tarquinius's accent. "You're Roman?" he asked, switching without effort to Latin. His men looked on uncomprehendingly. "We are," replied Tarquinius.
What are you doing here in the wilderness?" "We were guards on a merchant vessel," announced Romulus in a confident voice. "It was attacked by pirates south of here 2 days ago. When the ship was taken, the two of us managed to swim ashore. The others weren't so lucky." "Guards, eh?"
Hero's beady eyes lingered on Tarquinius's scarred face and Romulus's rusty mail shirt.
"Not pirates?"
"No," Romulus protested. "We are honest men."
"Curious,"
said the bestiarius.
"The local trireme only left its mooring near our camp yesterday.
Before he left, the triarch mentioned that he hadn't seen any pirates for a while." Romulus did not rise to the bait. Tarquinius intervened. "A trireme? On the Erythraean Sea?" he scoffed. "No such thing."
"There is now, my friend," replied Hero smugly. "We merchants complained so much that the Roman authorities in Berenice saw fit to commission 3 ships. They now patrol the seas south of Adulis, and piracy in the area has dropped, thank the gods."
"Excellent," cried Romulus. "With Jupiter's blessing they will find and punish the whoresons who killed our friends." The Haruspecs murmured in agreement. Clearly sceptical of their story, Hero stroked his beard. There was an uneasy pause.
"Why have you approached my men?" asked the bestiarius at length. "Do you need some water or food?"
It was patently obvious that the ragged-looking friends needed more than this. "Hero is playing with us," thought Romulus bitterly. "He wants to know if we can benefit him in any way. But we have no ruby now. Like the one Tarquinius had to buy the silk from Isaac. Nothing to buy our passage." "My thanks for your kind offer," murmured Tarquinius, bowing his head. Romulus was quick to emulate him. There was a small smile of recognition, but nothing more. "We had actually hoped to join your party," ventured Tarquinius. "As you know, the journey to Alexandria is long and dangerous, especially for 2 men travelling on their own." Hero pursed his lips.
"I have little need of more mouths to feed every day."
Tarquinius hung his head, waiting. It was time for Romulus to act on his own. Romulus's heart sank. No doubt the bestiarius had plenty of labourers and guards on his well-planned and well-funded expedition. He stared upwards, and a flock of small, brightly coloured birds caught his eye. Darting this way and that, their feathers shimmered brilliantly in the sun. Tarquinius watched him sidelong. "We are worth far more than the average man," Romulus thought angrily. Hero turned to go. "My friend here has some medical knowledge," Romulus volunteered. "He can clean and stitch wounds as well as an army surgeon. I can also, although not to the same level of proficiency." The bestiarius spun around, suddenly beaming from ear to ear. "Why didn't you say? Men with your abilities would be most welcome. There are many injured animals that will die without treatment," he laughed, "and some slaves." While exotic beasts were worth huge sums of money, Romulus found it chilling that their lives were more important than those of men. "Come, come!" Beckoning eagerly, Hero led the pair away from the nets and pits, leaving Gracchus staring suspiciously after them. Recounting the trials and tribulations of his trip, the old bestiarius walked half a mile to the rear. Here, over a large area, sprawled a large collection of wooden pens and cages. The enclosures were all made of rough-hewn timber planks, fashioned from the trees that stood nearby. Many held antelope, from delicate ones with a white belly and black stripe along the flank, to larger ones, with graceful spiral horns. All of them clustered together, milling fearfully about their enclosures, and sending clouds of dust into the air. Others contained buffalo or zebra. They paced to and fro, pawing the dirt and bellowing to register their distress. A single pen nearby had much taller sides than the others, and contained a pair of giraffes. "Strange, aren't they?" said Hero. "The first 2 I've ever managed to catch alive and unharmed. They usually break their legs in the nets or pits." "How will you get them on a ship?" asked Romulus curiously. "That is something I'm working on," cackled Hero. "But the money they'll fetch in Rome will keep me thinking of ways." An old memory surfaced, and Romulus knew why the name Hero was familiar. Shortly before he was sold into gladiator school, He had overheard Gemellus, his former master, having a conversation with his bookkeeper. They were talking about a venture to capture wild animals deep in the south of Egypt. Raising the necessary capital had been the only problem, and the expedition was to be led by a Phoenician bestiarius named Hero. Romulus stole a glance at the old man. It seemed utterly amazing that he might have dealt with Gemellus. Old rage flared in his heart, and he resolved to find out what he could. Angry roaring from a nearby cage drew Romulus's attention. Hero saw him glancing at the large crate, which was made of extra thick logs. "That's where I need your help most," confided the old bestiarius. "It contains a big lion we caught a few days ago. He tore open one of his front legs on a wooden spike, and the wound has become infected. It's getting worse by the day." Reaching the cage, Romulus peered between the bars. The smell of pungent urine from within was overpowering. Inside, he saw a male lion with a magnificent mane. It was pacing up and down, but with a heavy limp. When the beast turned to walk back, Romulus saw the injury Hero had mentioned. Deep, ugly, and infected, it extended in a ragged line all the way from the left elbow to the shoulder. Thick clusters of flies had been attracted by the smell, and they buzzed around the confined space, trying to land on the wound at every opportunity. The lion lashed his tail from side to side in frustration, unable to disperse the annoying insects for more than a moment at a time. Romulus moved closer for a better look. The wound looked awful, and would certainly prove to be fatal if left untreated. Noticing him, the huge male snarled angrily, and, despite the bars separating them, Romulus jumped back. Its canine teeth were as long as his fingers. "Well? Can you cure the beast?" demanded Hero. "It's worth a damn fortune, alive." "I'm not sure," Tarquinius replied. "First, we will have to restrain it." Romulus looked in at the lion once more, and was mesmerized by its deep amber eyes. He wondered if it felt the same as he had in the cells below the arena before a fight, trapped, alone, angry. How could it be right to capture the big cat for sport, as he had been forced to fight and kill other gladiators? Yet to satisfy the bloodthirsty Roman public, it and countless thousands of others were ensnared and then transported huge distances to be slaughtered in the amphitheatre. Hunting the lion in the wild was acceptable, but not this. Romulus was filled with revulsion, but there was nothing he could do. This was life. "And if my slaves manage to tie it down?" Hero's voice was insistent. "We can assess how bad the wound actually is," answered the haruspex. "That's before cleaning and stitching it." "Will your treatment work?" queried the bestiarius. His face turned crafty. "If it doesn't, I can offer you little more than a meal and a couple of full water bags." "I'm sure that my friend here will be up to the task," Tarquinius announced. Romulus's stomach turned over with shock. He had never operated on an injury this severe. What is he thinking? He threw an angry glance at Tarquinius. "Excellent," said Hero, now looking expectant. "I'll gather a dozen men." Chapter 27. Alexandria. 3 months pass. Lake Mariotis, near Alexandria, winter, 48 BC. Hero was ecstatic. The long, difficult journey from Ethiopia was drawing to an end. All that remained was a relatively short voyage to Italy, and then he would be able to sell every last damn animal in his caravan. Another year of hard work was almost over, and the bestiarius would be heartily relieved when it was, and his purse was bulging. After being trapped, the beasts had been transported hundreds of miles by ship and in cages on wagons drawn by mules. The process had not been without its problems. It was simply not possible to capture so many creatures and confine them without some losses. One of the giraffes had broken a hind leg in the bars of its enclosure and had to be killed. A number of antelope died without any apparent cause. Hero knew from long experience that stress was the probable reason. It was the loss of a valuable bull elephant which pained the bestiarius most, though. Panicking when his men tried to herd it onto one of the open, flat-bottomed transports, it had jumped into the sea, attracting attention of the worst kind. Even close to shore, there were always plenty of sharks about, hammerheads and other large types. Hero had grown used to their constant presence at certain times of the year. Everyone had watched in awe as one daring shark had swum in and attacked the elephant. Feeling the first bite, the trumpeting bull became even more terrified and swam out further. It was a fatal mistake. Attracted by the blood staining the sea, more sharks soon arrived. By the end there were more than 20, but it still took an age to kill the enormous creature. The piteous noises it made tore even at Hero's jaded heart. Eventually the elephant had succumbed, though, a small grey island that bobbed back and forth in the reddened water. But there were still reasons to be content, thought the bestiarius. Thanks to Romulus's ministrations, the lion with the terrible leg wound had completely recovered. Many other animals, as well as injured slaves, had benefited from his and Tarquinius's treatment. In truth, the expedition had been a resounding success. He had dozens of the more common animals like antelope and buffalo. As well as the big male, there were several other lions, 4 leopards, a giraffe, and 3 elephants. But the greatest prize of all was a great armoured beast with a horn on its nose, something that Hero had only ever heard of before. The rhinoceros had short legs for its size, but could run faster than a man. Its immensely thick skin resembled metal plates, making it almost invulnerable. Possessed of poor eyesight but a keen sense of smell, the bad-tempered creature had gored 2 of his slaves to death when being captured. Others had been severely injured since. That did not concern the bestiarius in the slightest. Such minor losses were all factored into his costs. If the gods continued to smile on him as they had up till now, his arrival at Alexandria would make him an even wealthier man. 1 or 2 more trips like this, and he would be able to retire. Hero stared surreptitiously at Romulus. Appearing out of the wilderness so unexpectedly, the young man and his quiet, scarred companion had been useful additions to his party. He had spent weeks trying to persuade them to stay on in his employ. While the pair had professed interest, the wily bestiarius had gathered that reaching Italy was their main aim. Still, he couldn't complain. The work they had done had more than paid for their food and transport costs. "Well," he asked, stepping onto the shore, "what do you think of that?" Romulus could scarcely believe his eyes. Beyond the far edge of the lake, the great walls stretched for miles. This, the capital founded almost 3 centuries earlier by Alexander of Macedon, was absolutely vast. It had been so long since Romulus had seen a large city. The last had been Barbaricum, and before that, Seleucia. Yet the metropolis which sprawled from east to west dwarfed both. Even Rome, the heart of the mighty republic, could not compare. Tarquinius was lost for words. For him, reaching Alexandria was the culmination of a lifetime's expectations. All those years before, Olinus had been correct. It was overwhelming and frightening. Tarquinius felt as if fate were rushing in on him. "A magnificent sight, eh?" cried Hero. "Practically every street is wider than the biggest in Rome, and the buildings are made of white marble. And then there's the lighthouse, 10 times taller than any house you've ever seen, yet it was built over 200 years ago. Don't forget the library," said the Haruspex. "It's the largest in the world." "And," the bestiarius waved a dismissive hand, "what do I need with all that ancient learning?" Tarquinius laughed. "You might not read it, but others do. Scholars come from far and wide to study here. There are books on mathematics, medicine, and geography which cannot be found anywhere else." Hero's eyebrows rose in surprise. The slight blonde-haired man was constantly revealing new qualities. He and Romulus were obviously well educated, which had made their company far more appealing than that of Gracchus or any of his other employees. It was part of the reason that the bestiarius found himself discussing what to do with 2 strangers. They had spent long hours together on the journey, during which a certain level of trust had developed between them. Hero had also come to fear Tarquinius a little, although he could not explain why. "Look," said Romulus. A fine stream of smoke was rising into the air above the center of the city. "That's no household fire," breathed the bestiarius. "A large funeral pyre, perhaps?" "No," answered Tarquinius. "There's a battle going on. Romulus stared in shock. This was most unexpected. "How could you know?" Hero demanded. He had seen no need to mention the civil war between Ptolemy and his sister Cleopatra, and his slaves knew little of such affairs. "It is written in the sky overhead," said the Haruspex. Unusually bereft of words, the old man's mouth opened and closed. Romulus hid a smile. "You're a soothsayer." Tarquinius inclined his head. Hero looked aggrieved. "You never mentioned it before." Tarquinius's dark eyes bored into the bestiarius. "I saw no need." Hero swallowed noisily. "As you say." "Who's fighting?" asked Romulus. "There's been trouble recently between the king and his sister," interrupted Hero, anxious to retain control. "It's probably just some rioting, nothing to worry about." Romulus studied the sky over the city. There was something there. A different air, was it? He wasn't sure. But a bad feeling entered his mind, and he looked away. "But foreign troops are involved," said Tarquinius. "Greek or Judean mercenaries," Hero responded triumphantly. "They're commonly used in Egypt." "No." Cowed by the Haruspex's ominous tone, Hero fell silent. "I see legionaries, thousands of them." His countrymen? Here? Romulus wanted to shout out loud with joy. "Romans fighting Egyptians?" he cried. Tarquinius nodded. "They are hard-pressed, too, badly outnumbered." Romulus was amazed by the strong urge to help that overcame him. Before, he would not have particularly cared what happened to Rome's citizens or its troops. After all, they cared little for slaves. But life had changed him. He was an adult now, bound to no one. Surviving constant and bloody combat as a gladiator, soldier, and pirate had given Romulus an unshakable belief in himself. "And helped me realize what I am," he thought proudly. "I am a Roman, not a slave, and my father is a nobleman." Beside him, unnoticed, Tarquinius looked on in approval. Romulus sighed. It was pointless thinking like that. Without proof of his status as a citizen, he would always be open to the charge of being a slave. The tattoo of Mithras on his upper right arm could not entirely conceal the scar where his brand had been. All it would take was an accusation from someone like Novius. No doubt there would be plenty of men like him among the beleaguered soldiers within the city. Romulus's newfound confidence soared. "What are they doing here?" he asked. "Could the Roman civil war have spread this far?" the bestiarius asked, stroking his beard. "Possibly," replied the Haruspex. "But there is no wind, so the smoke is rising in a straight line. I cannot tell much." There was a long silence as they pondered the significance of Tarquinius's words. Naturally, Hero was very unhappy. It was he who stood to lose out if normal port business had been affected by any trouble in the city. Yet the presence of Roman soldiers in Alexandria affected them all. Romulus and Tarquinius needed a vessel that would carry them to Italy. They didn't want to attract any untoward attention. His mind working overtime, the bestiarius spoke first. "Are they Pompey's men or Caesar's?" Tarquinius frowned. "Somehow I sense the presence of both men in the city." "The struggle is not over yet." "Who cares?" remarked Romulus angrily. "Let's wait here until it all calms down. We have supplies and water, and there's no need to rush in and get ourselves killed. Normal trading will resume as soon as the dust is settled." With plenty of maritime experience, the friends would have little problem finding a ship home. The fact that they had been part of the bestiarius's expedition would make them even more valuable as crew to any captain with intentions of carrying wild animals. And by concealing their armor and weapons, it would be easy enough to avoid unwanted scrutiny. At this, Hero grew agitated. "I can't sit here like a fool. Do you have any idea of how much food those beasts consume every day?" he demanded. "If Tarquinius is correct, the best policy might be to move on, journey to another port." "There is another option," said Tarquinius. They both turned to him. "Wait until it gets dark and then check it out for ourselves." Romulus began to feel uneasy, but Hero's face grew eager. "We could reconnoiter the situation. Talk to the locals." "That sounds risky," challenged Romulus. Relations between him and Tarquinius were still strained, thanks to the Haruspex' repeated refusals to explain why he had left Italy. "For 7 years we have lived and breathed constant danger," Tarquinius answered calmly, "and yet here we are." Romulus feared the faraway look in Tarquinius's eyes. "Carrie and Margiana just happened, though," he cried. "We had to deal with those situations as they happened. This can be avoided." "My destiny is to enter Alexandria, Romulus," said Tarquinius solemnly. "I cannot turn away now." Hero's gaze switched eagerly from one to the other, fascinated. Romulus felt unhappy at the prospect of walking into an unfamiliar city that was at war. And the air currents he had seen over Alexandria were full of dark possibilities. He stared at Tarquinius, whose face was set. It was futile to argue with him. Unwilling to look again at the sky over the city himself, Romulus hung his head. "Mithras, protect us," he prayed. "Jupiter, do not forget your faithful servants." Hero was oblivious to the deep emotions flowing between them. "Good," he proclaimed. "I can think of no better men for the job." Neither Tarquinius nor Romulus replied. The former had fallen deep into thought. The latter was struggling to control his fears. Alexandria awaited. The couple's rooms were large and airy, the floors covered with thick carpets, the furniture made of ebony and inlaid with silver. Long, column-filled and painted corridors led to a succession of similar chambers interspersed with courtyards and gardens. These last were filled with fountains and statues of the bizarre Egyptian gods. Everywhere the windows afforded stunning views of the pharaohs, the lighthouse. Even these could not make Fabiola like Alexandria. Egypt was an alien place, full of strange people and customs. The pale-skinned servants who bowed and scraped obsequiously were driving her to distraction, and luxurious surroundings could only do so much to dispel her claustrophobia. After weeks of being cooped up indoors, she was struggling not to despair, nor could she go on avoiding Caesar forever. Fabiola listened to the baying mob outside. Although the sound had grown familiar, it still chilled her blood. Sextus gave a reassuring look, which helped a little. Brutus also saw her glance at the shuttered window. "Don't worry, my darling," he said. "There are 4 cohorts just outside. The rabble can't get anywhere near us." Something inside Fabiola snapped. "No!" she cried. "But we can't get out either. We're trapped like rats in a sewer because Caesar bit off more than he can damn well chew." "Fabiola," Brutus began, his face strained. "I'm right, and you know it. Once he knew Pompey was dead, Caesar sauntered in here as if the place were his," she retorted hotly. "Is it any surprise that the Egyptians didn't like it?" Her lover fell silent. His general's habit of acting so fast that his enemies were caught off guard almost always worked. This time, Brutus had to admit, it had not. Fabiola grew even more indignant. "And to let his lictores clear the path before him, is Caesar the king of Egypt now?" Docilosa looked worried. This was dangerous. "Lower your voice," Brutus ordered, "and calm down." Fabiola did as he said. Other senior officers were billeted nearby and might overhear. It was pointless losing control, she thought, a waste of energy. Rather than take his entire army to Egypt, Caesar had split it into 3 unequal parts, sending the larger portions back to Italy and into Asia Minor, where their missions were to enforce the peace. Meanwhile, he himself was to pursue Pompey. This decision had not augured well for their arrival in Alexandria, and so it had proved. Sailing in, not long after Pharsalus, with about 3,000 men, Caesar had ordered his ships to anchor safely offshore until he knew what type of reception the Egyptians would offer him. When a pilot vessel emerged a short time later, its crew was instructed to carry the news of his arrival to Alexandria's ruling officials. Their reply was swift. As Caesar landed, he was greeted by a royal messenger who solemnly presented him with a package. In it were Pompey's signet ring and his head. Full of sorrow, Caesar promised revenge on those who had killed his former friend and ally. Ultimately, it might have served his purpose for Pompey to die. But Caesar was not the cold-blooded killer some Republicans made him out to be. His clemency towards the senior officers who had surrendered at Pharsalus had been remarkable, and his very public grief for Pompey was genuine. Perhaps it was this pain which led to his use of his lictores upon their arrival, thought Fabiola. But Caesar's move went down badly with the locals, and things had grown worse from there. Although the quarrelling Ptolemy XIII and Cleopatra were both absent, the city was no walkover for an invading force. The local population did not take kindly to foreign soldiers invading their streets, or to their royalties' palaces being seized. When Caesar had two of the ministers responsible for Pompey's murder executed in public, the simmering resentment created by his arrogance flared into open anger. Aided by the Alexandrian mob, the Ptolemaic garrison began to launch daring attacks on the foreign troops. It started with barrages of rocks and broken pottery, but soon progressed to more deadly violence. Using their intimate knowledge of the city, the Egyptians cut off and annihilated a number of Roman patrols over the space of a few days. Almost overnight, the entire place turned into a no-go area. In a humiliating climb-down, Caesar was forced to withdraw his outnumbered legionaries into one of the royal palaces near the docks. There, with all the approaches blocked by barricades, they remained. After 2 years of constant marching and fighting, their time in Alexandria was meant to be an opportunity to relax. Instead, confined by the unrest to their quarters, Fabiola had been brooding constantly about Caesar. In her mind, his sexual assault on her in Ravenna utterly proved his guilt, and her parentage. The latter discovery had not afforded her any of the joy that might be expected in such circumstances. In its place, Fabiola was filled with a dark, vicious satisfaction. After years of searching, she had been granted one of her most desired wishes. Now her revenge had to be plotted, but she wanted far more than to slip a sharp knife between Caesar's ribs one night. It was not that Fabiola cared whether she died in the attempt. She did not. With Romulus in all likelihood dead, what purpose was there in living? No. Her restraint was because Caesar did not deserve a swift end. Like her mother's in the salt mines, his had to be a lingering death, full of suffering, preferably at the hands of those he trusted most. Yet Fabiola had to be careful. Since Alesia, Caesar did not trust her, and keeping Brutus happy in the face of his master's disapproval was a task in itself. Currently, however, the most likely risk was that an Egyptian rabble would tear them all to pieces. For someone who wanted to engineer a man's death with precision, it was immensely frustrating. Here Fabiola could do nothing other than work on Brutus, and her resentment was reaching critical levels. Fierce street battles were still raging daily. While a type of status quo had been reached, Caesar and his small force were cut off from his triremes, their only way out of the situation. "Help is on its way from Pergamum and Judea," offered Brutus. "It will arrive in a matter of weeks." "Oh, really?" cried Fabiola. "That can't be certain, or there'd be no need for this pointless attack on the harbour. We have to regain access to our ships, and seizing Pharos Island will give us an advantage over the Egyptians," he replied, the colour rising in his cheeks. "You know that I cannot disobey a direct order." Tread carefully, thought Fabiola. Although he had been deeply affected by her words after Pharsalus, Brutus still loved Caesar. "I'm worried about you." She was not lying. Hand-to-hand combat at night was very dangerous, and the Roman casualties had been heavy. Brutus was dear to her, but he was also her sponsor and protector. Without him, Fabiola would lose all the security in her life. Prostitution would beckon again. It might only be for one client, but the reality would be no different. Fabiola did not allow herself even to contemplate this option. Brutus's face softened. "Mars will protect me," he said. "He always does." "And Mithras," replied Fabiola. She was gratified by his pleased nod. "Caesar plans to do more than just regain the harbour tonight. He's sending me back to Rome so I can take counsel with Marcus Antonius and assemble more reinforcements," Brutus revealed. A sudden scowl twisted his mouth. "He also ordered me to leave you here. Apparently you'll distract me from my duties." Fabiola stared at him aghast at that possibility. "What did you say?"
I stood up to him, argued the point, answered Brutus stoutly, politely, of course, and he wasn't too pleased, grinned Brutus. But I'm one of his best officers, so he gave in eventually. Happy now? Surprised and delighted, Fabiola hugged him fiercely. She had had enough of this hot foreign place. And if Caesar survived, she would be waiting for him, in Rome. By late afternoon, the caravan was encamped in a secure location by Lake Mariotis, which flowed right to the city walls. Donning their armor and weapons, the two friends readied themselves as best they could. They had made use of badly made shields and shoddy iron helmets while serving with Ahmed, but these had been left behind on the dhow. "I suppose we should be grateful," said Romulus, throwing a light woolen cloak over his shoulders. He felt naked at the prospect of meeting hostile troops without proper equipment. No one will take a second look at us. Exactly, that's the point, replied Tarquinius, who was wearing one as well. He pulled out a silver chain which always hung round his neck. On it was a small gold ring, which was finely decorated with a scarab beetle. For the first time that Romulus could remember, the Haruspecs put it on. "What's that for?" Tarquinius smiled. "It will bring us good luck." "We need plenty of that," said Romulus, casting his eyes at the heavens. Now prepared to interpret what he saw, Romulus could read nothing, and his friend would answer no questions at all. Once again he had to trust in the gods. It was a completely helpless feeling, but Romulus gritted his teeth and readied himself. There was no other way. Calling down the blessings of his own deities, Hero also provided them with a good description of the city layout. This would be invaluable. "Don't do anything stupid," the old bestiarius counseled. "Find out what you can and come back here safely." "We will," replied Tarquinius, his face impassive. They all gripped forearms in the Roman manner. It felt as if they would never see Hero again, and Romulus could bear it no longer. "Have you ever had dealings with Roman merchants?" The bestiarius looked surprised. "Of course," he said. "I've done business with them all, noblemen, merchants, Lanistae." "Anyone called Gemellus?" Hero scratched his head. "My memory is not what it was." "It's important," said Romulus, leaning closer. Curious, Hero decided not to ask why. There was a fierce, intimidating look in the other's eyes. He thought for a moment. "Gemellus." Romulus waited. "I remember," the bestiarius said at last. "From the Aventine?" A pulse hammered in Romulus's throat. "Yes," he whispered, "like me." Tarquinius frowned. "A friend of yours?" demanded Hero. "Not exactly," Romulus replied, keeping his tone neutral. "Merely an old acquaintance." The bestiarius did not react to the obvious lie. It was nothing to him. "Gemellus, yes. He invested a third share in a venture of mine nearly 10 years ago." "That's about right," agreed Romulus, feeling a pang of deep sadness. Fabiola had been there too, eavesdropping on Gemellus while he planned his involvement. "The whole affair was cursed from start to finish." Hero scowled at the memory. "Many animals seemed to know where the traps were, and those we did catch were poor specimens. I lost dozens of men to strange fevers and afflictions. Then the Nile flooded on the way back, so it took twice the normal time to reach Alexandria." He paused for effect. Romulus nodded in apparent sympathy. Inside, though, he was fuming. Even a few wild beasts would make a man's fortune. No doubt Gemellus was still enjoying the proceeds. "That's not all," sighed the old man. "Often I sell the animals on the dock at Alexandria, but Gemellus wrote demanding that we take them to Italy." Tarquinius sucked in a breath, feeling rather stupid. How could he have not realized before? A winter afternoon in Rome 8 years earlier. Gemellus, a merchant from the Aventine, desperately wanting a prophecy. The bad omens that resulted from it. Ships with their holds full of wild beasts crossing the sea. Romulus was so caught up in the bestiarius's tale that he did not notice. "That makes perfect sense. You'd get a far better price there." Hero nodded. "For that reason I foolishly agreed to his request. Thank the gods that I travelled on a lightly laden Liburnian, not one of the cargo vessels." "What do you mean?"
There were freak storms on the voyage across, revealed the bestiarius gloomily. Every last transport sank, and all the animals drowned. I lost an absolute fortune. Tarquinius brought back every possible detail of the merchant whom he had met outside Jupiter's temple on the Capitoline Hill. Ill-tempered, fat, and depressed, Gemellus had been crushed by his revelations. The last of these had been the most powerful. One day, there will be a knock on your door. At the time, there had been far more important things on the Harrispex's mind, and he had not really pondered the significance of what he had seen. An unknown stranger's worries were of little concern to him. Now, though, it made perfect sense. Gemellus had been Romulus's owner. Oblivious to Tarquinius, Romulus could barely conceal his exultation. And Gemellus? Hero shrugged. The same. His investment of 120,000 sestertii is still lying on the bottom of the Mediterranean. Gemellus is ruined? Laughing aloud, Romulus clapped the bestiarius on the shoulder. That's the best news I've had in years. Why? Hero looked confused. What's it to you? Guilt suffused Tarquinius that he had not made the connection before and told Romulus. It was a failing of his to focus entirely on grand issues when smaller ones, like this, could make such a difference. Yet he rarely told his protégé anything. I have become too secretive, he thought sadly. And I love him like a son. More remorse washed over Tarquinius. Deep down, the Harrispex knew that his fear of revealing why he had fled Italy was the cause of his reticence. Wary of letting this information slip, he had deprived Romulus of a possible source of hope. I have to tell him before it's too late. Hero's eyes narrowed. Did Gemellus owe you money? Something like that, said Romulus evasively. The old man waited to see if any more information would be forthcoming. It was not, and the two friends prepared to leave. The last piece of news had altered Romulus's black mood for the better. Tarquinius was pleased by this. Whatever the night held in store would be better faced in good humour. Ill fortune and the gods' displeasure were sometimes directed at those who entered dangerous situations fearing the worst. Chance and destiny favoured the bold, thought the Harrispex. Given what he had seen in the sky, it was the only way to think. More than 20 years after Olenus had done so, Tarquinius had read his own fate. If he was correct, the next few hours would reveal all. And somehow he would find the right time to tell Romulus. Night had finally fallen, and the temperature was dropping. Overhead, a clear sky promised at least some visibility in the dark streets. Wall-mounted torches illuminated the large colonnaded courtyard, which was packed with 4 strengthened cohorts of legionaries. Caesar was committing almost half of his forces in Alexandria to this maneuver. The general had lost none of his daring. Wrapped in a warm hooded cloak, Fabiola stared at the silver eagle. She had rarely been so close to one before, and was deeply stirred by it. Since her Homa-induced vision, the metal bird had come to represent not just Rome, but the last of her hopes that Romulus was still alive. Tears pricked the corners of Fabiola's eyes, but she wiped them away. This was her private grief, and she had no wish to share it again with Brutus. Thankfully her lover was out of earshot, conferring with Caesar and another staff officer. It was not long until they were ready. To light their way, every 4th man had been issued with a pitch-soaked torch. Marching in darkness might have attracted less attention, but soldiers needed to see enemies to kill them. Seeing each other's faces also helped to keep up morale. Caesar was well aware that the setbacks of the previous weeks had dented his legionaries' usual confidence. He gave a short but stirring speech, invoking Mars and Jupiter, and reminding his men how they had defeated far greater armies than faced them here. A cheer rose into the air, but was instantly quelled by the centurions. Without further ado, the gates were opened, and 2 cohorts marched out to clear the barricades on each side of the entrance. Following the blast from an officer's whistle to sound the all clear, the 3rd unit emerged, led by the Aquilifer carrying the eagle. This was followed by Caesar, Brutus, and Fabiola, the senior officers, and a hand-picked century of veterans. Also in their midst were Docilosa and the faithful Sextus. The 4th cohort was last to exit. At once the doors slammed shut behind them. Fabiola felt a tremor of fear. They were on their own. Beside her, Brutus's eyes were glinting in the dim light. Seeing her apprehension, he kissed her cheek reassuringly. "Courage, my darling," he whispered. "You'll be at sea within the hour." She nodded, keeping her gaze fixed on the silver eagle. Torchlight bounced and reflected off its polished wings, giving it a distinctly forbidding air. It was a powerful talisman, and Fabiola took strength from it. From the fervent looks being thrown in the eagle's direction, it was clear that many of the men did too. Even Docilosa was muttering a prayer to it. In close formation, the legionaries headed towards the harbour. Thanks to Alexandria's wide avenues, they were able to move at double pace. Impressive buildings passed by on either side, temples and government offices. They were constructed on a massive scale, greater than most similar structures in Rome. Rows of thick stone columns formed their porticos, each the height of many men. Even the doorways were enormous. The walls were inscribed with hieroglyphs from floor to ceiling, dramatic representations recounting the country's glorious past. Immense painted statues of the half-human, half-animal Egyptian gods stood before many buildings, their dark eyes blankly watching the passing soldiers. Fountains pattered to themselves, and the palm trees moved in a gentle breeze. Not a person was to be seen. All was silent. It felt too good to be true. It was. Rounding a corner onto the quayside, they found their path had been blocked by waiting lines of heavily armed enemy soldiers. Many were dressed similarly to Caesar's men, which felt disconcerting to Fabiola, yet the reason was simple, according to Brutus, her adviser on all things military. After a series of humiliating defeats a century before, Egypt had stopped using its Macedonian-like hoplites in favor of troops trained like legionaries. In addition, a Roman force which had arrived in Alexandria 7 years before had largely gone native. This meant that recent confrontations between the two sides were often evenly matched. If anything, it was the Egyptian soldiers who had had the advantage, fighting as they were to dislodge the Romans from their own city. And tonight, even more forces had been gathered. Behind the enemy legionaries stood rank upon rank of slingers, archers, and Nubian light skirmishers, their weapons ready. This was to be a crushing defeat upon the invaders. Caesar's lead cohort ground to a sudden halt, forcing the units behind to stop. Fabiola's first view was across the water to the lighthouse. It was a dramatic sight, one which never failed to impress. Built on a projecting spur of Pharos Island, the immense white marble tower was awe-inspiring. A single-story complex surrounded its great base, which was square. Statues of the Greek gods and mythical sea creatures decorated the whole outer surface of this building. Entrance to the lighthouse itself was gained by a wide ramp, which was visible above the outer complex. Even now, Fabiola could see laden mules toiling up it, carrying firewood for the huge fire which burned high above. Many floors up, the second section was octagonal, with the final part being circular. The room at the very apex was formed by supportive pillars, and contained vast polished bronze mirrors. These reflected sunlight during the day, and flames at night. On the roof of this chamber was a large statue of Zeus, greatest of the Greek deities. Fabiola eventually tore her eyes away. The blaze at the top of the Pharos illuminated the main harbour quite well. Grand buildings and warehouses lined the quayside. A dense forest of masts clustered together, belonging to the Egyptian fleet, which had been ferrying soldiers into the city. The water was so deep that even the largest vessel could moor here. Groups of sailors filled the ship's decks, shouting and gesticulating at the confrontation about to be played out before them. Craning his head from side to side, Brutus cursed loudly and vigorously. The Egyptians had chosen the site for their ambush well. Thanks to a high curtain wall on the right-hand side, there was only room for 2 cohorts on the dock. The others were trapped in the wide thoroughfare which opened onto the harbour. The instant that these men came to a halt, loud battle cries filled the air. From the rear came the familiar hissing sound of arrows, followed immediately by the screams of those who had been hit. "The bastards must have been hiding in a side street, sir," shouted Brutus. "To prevent us withdrawing," said Caesar calmly. "The fools. As if I would run away." What shall we do, sir?" Before he could answer, guttural orders from the Egyptian officers rang out. A volley of stones flew into the night sky, causing heavy casualties among the unprepared legionaries. Following close behind came a shower of javelins, invisibly arcing up and then scything down in a second torrent of death. Scores of men were hit, many fatally. Others had an eye taken out, or were simply knocked to the ground, wounded or concussed. 10 steps from Fabiola, a centurion collapsed. He kicked spasmodically and then lay still. She stared at him in horror. The officer had just taken off his horsehair-crested helmet to wipe the sweat from his brow. Now an egg-shaped depression visible through his short hair was leaking a mixture of blood and clear fluid. His skull had been smashed. "Shields up!" roared Caesar. Grabbing a discarded scutum, Brutus darted to Fabiola's side and drew her to him. With it over her head, she was able to witness the Roman legions in action at first hand. Although the volleys of missiles had caused many casualties, the other soldiers did not panic. The gaps in the ranks closed swiftly, and the next stream of stones and javelins clattered down harmlessly on their shields. "We can't stay here like this," said Fabiola. "They'll slaughter us." "Wait." Brutus smiled. "Watch." "Those with torches, hand them to the men behind, to the second cohort," ordered Caesar. "Quickly!" His command was obeyed at once. "Front ranks!" Caesar shouted. "Ready your pila! Aim long!" Hundreds of men drew their right arms back. "Loose!" The Roman response rose up in a steep trajectory, flying high over the Egyptian legionaries. As Fabiola watched, the metal-tipped rain landed among the unarmored slingers and skirmishers, striking them down in great swathes. Distracted by the screams of their comrades to the rear, the enemy troops' front ranks visibly wavered. They were given no chance to recover. "First cohort! Charge!" Caesar's order rang out crisp and clear. "Loose pila at will!" His men had followed their general for years, through thick and thin, from Gaul to Germania, Britannia to Hispania and Greece. He had never failed them. A swelling roar of anger left their throats, and the front ranks swarmed forward at the Egyptians. Javelins were hurled as they ran, lodging in enemy scooter and injuring scores more soldiers. Caesar was not finished. "Those in the second cohort, ready your torches!" Still Fabiola did not understand, but a huge smile was spreading across Brutus's face. "Aim at the ships! I want their sails to catch fire!" Caesar's men bellowed their approval. "Loose!" Turning end over end in graceful golden cartwheels of flame, dozens of torches flew through the darkness. It was one of the most beautiful things Fabiola had ever seen, and the most destructive. Loud screams rose from the ships and gilded barges as sailors were struck by the burning pieces of wood. There were muffled thumps as some torches landed on the vessel's decks, and hissing sounds as others fell into the water. Just a few caught in the tightly furled sails. It was enough. Dried out by the sunshine and sea breezes, the heavy fabric was bone dry. Lit for some time, the pitch on the torches was red hot. It was a perfect mix. Here and there, telltale yellow glowing patches appeared. They spread fast, reaching the masts within a matter of moments. Fabiola could not help but admire Caesar's ingenuity. Wails of dismay rose from the watching Egyptian soldiers. Their fleet was going to burn. And then the legionaries hit them. Reaching Alexandria had not proved difficult. After a long march in late afternoon sunshine, the two friends had arrived at the southern outer walls. Gaining entry was similarly easy. Plenty of guards were on duty, bored-looking Egyptians in Roman-style mail and helmets, but they showed little interest in a pair of dusty travellers. Closing the Gate of the Sun at sundown was of more concern. Although keen to find out what was going on, Romulus and Tarquinius had not asked any questions of the sentries. It was not worth the potential problems they might encounter if their own armour and weapons were discovered. They would have to find out what they could from ordinary citizens. But there had been little activity within the city. In fact, it was almost deserted. Even the Argius, the main street which ran north to south, was virtually empty. A few people scuttled here and there between the obelisks, fountains and palm trees on its central parade, but the usual stalls selling food, drink, pottery and metalwork were abandoned, their wooden surfaces bare. Even the huge temples were vacant of worshippers. It looked as if Tarquinius's predictions were right. There had been fighting. Their suspicions were raised further by the sight of Egyptian troops assembling outside what looked like a large barracks. Aware that they could be regarded as enemies, The pair ducked out of sight into an alleyway. More soldiers filled the next street as well. Using Hero's directions and the position of the sunlight, they worked their way through the rectangular grid of thoroughfares towards the centre. Romulus's uneasiness grew steadily as the distance from the southern gate increased, but they could find no one to talk to. And Tarquinius was like a man driven, his expression eager, his pace fast. By the time darkness fell, they had passed the tree-covered Paneum, a man-made hill dedicated to the god Pan, and the immense temple to Serapis, the god invented by the Ptolemies. Romulus was awestruck by Alexandria's architecture and layout. Unlike Rome, which had only 2 streets wider than an ordinary ox cart, this city had been built on a grand scale to an imaginative master plan. Rather than single, impressive buildings or shrines dotted here and there, whole avenues of them were laid out. Everywhere there were grand squares, splashing fountains, and well-designed gardens. Amazed by the Argeus, Romulus was bowled over by the Canopic Way, the main avenue which ran east to west straight across the city. At its intersection with the Argeus, he was able to appreciate its extraordinary length, thanks to Alexandria's flat terrain. The junction itself was dominated by a magnificent square filled with an obelisk and a huge fountain, which was decorated with marvellous statues of water creatures, real and mythical. Romulus had been especially thrilled to see the outside of the Sima, the huge walled enclosure that contained the tombs of all the Ptolemy kings, as well as that of Alexander the Great. According to Tarquinius, his body was still on view inside, encased in an alabaster sarcophagus. He would have dearly loved to pay his respects to the greatest general who had ever lived, in whose footsteps he and Tarquinius had marched with the Forgotten Legion. But Romulus had to content himself with just seeing the site of Alexander's final resting place. It helped him to feel that, in some way, his life had come full circle. Italy was not far away. What a pity Brennus was not with them too, Romulus thought sadly. But that had not been his fate. Like all the other public buildings, though, the Sima was shut, its tall wooden doors barred. As the sun set, its dying light turned the structure's white marble an ominous blood-red colour. At the same time, a bright yellow glow lit up the sky to the north. Romulus stared in shock. "The lighthouse," said Tarquinius. "It can be seen 30 miles out to sea." There was nothing like that in the whole Republic, thought Romulus in amazement. The Egyptians were obviously a people of great ability. Everything he had seen here today proved that. And now, as it had done with so many other civilizations, Rome had come to conquer. Except, as Romulus was shortly to discover, things were not going to plan. "How far is the harbour?" "A few blocks." Tarquinius grinned boyishly. "The library is near too. Tens of thousands of books all in one place. I have to see it." Romulus was momentarily infected by his friend's enthusiasm. But his fear soon returned as shouts and the clash of arms reached their ears. The noise was not far away, and it was coming from the direction that they were heading in. "Let's go back," he urged. "We've seen enough." Unslinging his battle-axe, the Haruspex kept walking. "Tarquinius, it's too dangerous!" There was no response. Romulus cursed and ran after him. His friend had been right so many times before. What could he do but follow? Each man's destiny was his own. It did not take long to reach the western edge of the main harbour, which was still peaceful. Here it was, separated from a smaller one by a raised, man-made causeway running out to Pharos Island. At each end was a bridge which allowed ships to pass on one side of the port to the other. "The Heptastadion," revealed Tarquinius. "It's almost a mile long." Romulus could not take his eyes off the lighthouse, which was taller and more magnificent than anything he had ever seen. "That's a marvel," he muttered. The Haruspex watched him indulgently for a moment, but then his face grew serious. "Look," he said. In the small anchorage to the left of the Heptastadion were nearly 20 triremes. A cohort of soldiers was on guard nearby, protection for the vulnerable docked vessels. Romulus gasped as the familiar sound of Latin carried through the cool air. There was no mistaking the troops' identity. They were Roman. "Caesar's men." "Are you sure?" Romulus asked, excitement running through him. Tarquinius nodded, sensing that something important was about to happen. Precisely what, he could not tell. Not that it mattered whom the legionaries served, thought Romulus. It made little difference to them which Roman general had a presence in Alexandria. Renewed sounds of combat came from their right, and they turned their heads. A few hundred paces away, past some warehouses, stood a large group of Egyptian soldiers. There were archers, slingers, and light infantry to the rear, with legionaries at the front. All of them were facing away from the two friends. As they watched, a volley of stones and javelins shot up into the air, disappearing beyond the front ranks. Loud screams erupted as they landed. "They've ambushed our lot," cried Romulus. His mind was telling him that they should escape, but his heart wanted to fight with his countrymen. "What's the point?" he thought. "This is not my war." "You will have a choice very soon," said Tarquinius. Startled, the young soldier looked around. "I sense a link between you and Caesar. Will you embrace or reject it?" Before he could respond, Romulus heard the words, "Ready, Pila!" above the din. His eyes were drawn back to the fighting. Roman javelins thrown in response to the Egyptian volley came showering down on the unprotected slingers and skirmishers. There was a moment's confusion, and then they heard the legionaries charge. At the same time, burning torches were tossed out into the harbour onto the ships tethered below. Within the space of 30 heartbeats, plenty of sails were aflame. Romulus admired Caesar's tactics, which caused instant panic in the Egyptian ranks. So there was a connection between them? He watched the fire spread in a kind of daze. "No," hissed Tarquinius, "not like that." "What's wrong?" "If it moves down here, those will burn." The haruspex pointed at the large warehouses nearby. Romulus did not understand. "That's the library," said Tarquinius, his face twisted in anguish. "The ancient books in there are totally irreplaceable." Horrified, Romulus turned back. Already a quarter of the Egyptian ships were on fire, and the blaze was spreading fast. It was easy to see how the library might burn, yet there was nothing they could do. Tarquinius studied the conflagration for a few heartbeats, and then his eyes opened wide with grief and awe. His faint hope that the Etruscan civilization would see a new ascendancy was a false one. When the civil war was over, Rome would grow bigger and even more powerful, suffering nothing else to grow in its shadow. And Caesar would play a major role in beginning this process. He sighed, thinking that was all there was to see. But as ever, there was more. It was now he must tell Romulus before it was too late. Romulus was getting anxious. It was time to go. "Come on!" he cried. "You asked why I left Italy in a hurry," the haruspex said suddenly. "Gods above!" muttered Romulus. "First the revelation about Caesar, then this. Don't tell me now. It can wait." "No, it can't," Tarquinius replied with a real sense of urgency. "I killed Rufus Caelius." "What?" Romulus spun around to look at the haruspex. "The nobleman outside the lupanar." All the background noise died away as Romulus struggled to take in the impossible. "You? How?" His voice trailed away. "It was me," Tarquinius hissed. "I was there, sitting near the doorway, waiting for him." Romulus's eyes widened with shock. There had been a small hooded and cloaked figure by the brothel. At the time he had presumed it was a leper or a beggar. "But when Caelius came out," Tarquinius went on, "you picked a fight with him. I held back for a moment, but the breeze told me that I had to act fast. So I stabbed him." Romulus could not even speak. His hunch had been correct all along. The crack on the head he had delivered had not killed Caelius. Instead, Tarquinius had delivered the fatal blow. Confusion mixed with rage, and Romulus's mind reeled with the enormity of it. He and Brennus need not have fled Italy at all. "Why?" he shouted. "Tell me why." "Caelius murdered the man who taught me haruspicy. Olinus, my mentor." Romulus wasn't listening. "You ruined my life that night," he retorted furiously. "And what about Brennus? Have you thought about that?" Tarquinius did not reply. His dark eyes were full of sorrow. "Making prophecies is one thing," Romulus went on, outraged now. "Men can choose to believe or disbelieve what you say, but committing murder and letting an innocent man take the blame, that's directly interfering with someone's life. Mithras above, did you have any idea of the effect you might have?" "Of course," replied Tarquinius quietly. "Then why did you do it?" Romulus screamed.
I might have earned the Rudis by now and found my family, and Brennus would be alive, damn you!
I'm sorry, faltered Tarquinius. Real sadness filled his face.
That's not nearly enough!
I should have told you long ago.
Why didn't you then?
Romulus shot back bitterly. How could I? Tarquinius replied. Would you have kept as a friend the man responsible for all your troubles? There was no answer to that. And then the gods turned their faces away. The heavy tramp of men marching in unison came from behind them. It was very close. Sprinting to the corner, Romulus risked a look around it. The street down which they had come was entirely filled with approaching Egyptian troops. He spat a curse. They were marching to the aid of their comrades or to attack the triremes. In the process, the soldiers had unknowingly blocked off their escape route. They had two choices: to flee over the bridge and along the Heptastadion and risk being completely trapped, or to take their chances along the waterfront, find a small alleyway to hide in until the battle had passed. Tarquinius materialized at his shoulder. Romulus clenched his jaw until it hurt. He wanted to throttle the haruspex, but this was no time to continue the feud. What shall we do? Head for the island, Tarquinius replied. We'll be safe there until dawn. Shedding their cloaks, they turned and ran for the Heptastadion some 200 paces away. Shouts rose from the triremes as they were spotted. Although they were illuminated against the light from the huge conflagration, Romulus was confident that they were beyond javelin range. They sprinted on. More cries rose from the Egyptian soldiers who had just reached the quayside. Romulus glanced over his shoulder and could see some of them pointing in their direction. "Don't stop!" yelled Tarquinius. "They've got more to worry about than us." 100 paces. Romulus began to think that they would make it. Then he saw the sentry picket. A squad of 10 Roman legionaries standing on the edge of the Heptastadion, their attention focused on the heavy fighting. He glanced over himself. Caesar's cohorts had smashed through the Egyptian lines and were pounding along the dock towards their triremes. The sentries cheered at the sight. "Mithras and Jupiter," Romulus thought frantically. "Let us pass unseen." Tarquinius's gaze rose to the heavens. His eyes widened at what he saw. 50 paces. The gravel crunched beneath their caligae. 30 paces. One of the legionaries half-turned, muttering something in a comrade's ear. He saw them. 20 paces. Now they were well within range of the sentries' javelins. Things happened very fast. A single pilum hummed through the air towards them, but landed harmlessly in the dirt. Another 5 followed, also falling short. The next 4, thrown by men eager to bring down potential enemies, flew too long. A pair per man, thought Romulus. 10 left, still too many. He cringed inwardly, knowing that the best shots always held on to their pila until the last moment. At this range, the legionaries could hardly miss, and that was before drawing their gladii and charging them down. They could not make it. Tarquinius realized the same thing. "Stop, you fools!" he shouted in Latin. "We're Romans!" He slowed to a stop and raised his hands in the air. Quickly, Romulus did the same. Remarkably, no more pila were launched. Instead, the centuries ran over, shields and swords at the ready. In the lead was a middle-aged Optio. Within a few heartbeats they were surrounded by a ring of scuta, the sharp points of gladii poking between them. Hard, unshaven faces suspiciously studied the two friends. "Deserters!" snarled the Optio, looking at Romulus's rusty chainmail and Tarquinius's leather-bordered skirt. "Explain yourselves fast!" "We work for a bestiarius, sir," Romulus explained smoothly. "Just got to Alexandria today, after being in the far south for months." "Why are you creeping around like spies, then?" he demanded. "Our boss sent us in to check out the situation. We're the only ones who can handle ourselves, see?" replied Romulus with a knowing look. "But we got trapped by the fighting." The Optio rubbed his chin for a moment. Romulus's explanation wasn't unreasonable. "And your weapons?" he barked. "They're Roman style, except for that thing." He pointed curiously at Tarquinius's double-headed axe. "How come?" Romulus panicked. He had no wish to call down the attention, or opprobrium, that admitting to being veterans of Crassus's campaign would bring on them. But what could he say? Keeping silent was not an option. To his relief, Tarquinius broke in. "Before the bestiarius, we served for a while in the Egyptian army, sir." "Mercenaries, eh?" growled the Optio. "For those bastards?" "We knew nothing of any trouble with Caesar," added Romulus quickly. "As I said, we've been gone from the city for more than 6 months." "Fair enough." His eyes flickered with satisfaction at their military appearance. "Right now, we need every damn sword we can get." "But," said Romulus, not quite believing what he was hearing, "we want to get back to Italy." "Well, don't we all?" asked the Optio, to roars of laughter from his men. "We're not in the army, though," protested Romulus, fighting a sinking feeling. "You are now," he snarled. "Welcome to the 28th Legion." His soldiers cheered. Romulus looked at Tarquinius, who gave a small, resigned shrug. Romulus scowled. The Haruspex' actions had led to this, had led to everything. There was no forgiveness in his heart, just a searing anger. "Don't try and run," warned the Optio. "These lads are free to kill you if you do." Romulus studied the circle of smirking faces. There was no mercy in any. "Remember, the penalty for desertion is crucifixion, understand?" "Yes, sir," they both replied quietly, miserably. "Cheer up," the Optio said with a cruel smile. "Survive 6 years or so, and you can leave." Bizarrely, Romulus took some heart at this. While the penalties for indiscipline in the military were savage, he was being treated like a Roman citizen, not a slave. Perhaps this way, in the legions, he could win acceptance, on his own, without Tarquinius. Something drew Romulus's eyes back to the dock. Gaining momentum, Caesar's legionaries had now pushed past the Egyptians whose arrival had caused the two friends to flee. While the first cohort pursued their demoralized enemies back into the city, the remainder were marching down to their triremes. Near the front marched an Aquilifer, holding the legion's silver eagle aloft. Romulus swelled with pride at the sight of it. Hurrying behind was a party of senior officers and centurions, recognizable by their transverse horsehair-crested helmets and red cloaks. One of them could be Caesar, Romulus thought. "There's our general," cried the Optio, confirming his suspicion. "Let him know we're here, boys." His men cheered. Romulus frowned. There were 2 women in their midst, too. Then a blinding flash of light seared his eyeballs, and he looked around. In the harbour, most of the Egyptian ships were burning. Long yellow tongues of flame were reaching across the narrow quay to lick hungrily at the library buildings. The immense conflagration lit up the whole scene. Curious, Romulus turned back to stare at the newly arrived Romans, who were now no more than 100 paces away. Along with some officers, the women had been helped onto the deck of the nearest ship, but other red-cloaked figures remained on the dock. Sailors were already loosening the triremes' moorings, preparing to cast off into the harbour. Caesar was sending for reinforcements, thought Romulus, and sending his mistress and her servant away to safety. Then one of the women pushed back the hood of her cloak. Romulus gasped. It had been 9 years, but there was no mistaking the features. She had grown up, but it was his twin sister. "Fabiola!" he shouted. No reaction. "Fabiola!" Romulus bellowed at the top of his voice. Her head turned, searching. Lunging forward, Romulus managed to run a few steps before 2 legionaries blocked his way. "You're going nowhere, scumbag," snarled one. "We're on sentry duty until dawn." "No, you don't understand," cried Romulus. "That's my sister over there. I have to speak to her." Derisive laughter filled his ears. "Really? I suppose Cleopatra's your cousin, too." Helplessly, Romulus screamed the same words over and over. "Fabiola, it's me! Romulus!" Incredibly, amidst the press and the confusion, she saw him. Long-haired, bearded, and in rusty chainmail, he could have been mistaken for a lunatic, but Fabiola knew her brother at once. "Romulus?" she yelled joyfully. "Is it you?" "Yes! I'm in the 28th Legion!" he shouted, giving Fabiola the only clue he could think of. His last 3 words were swallowed in the pandemonium around Fabiola. "What?" she cried. "I can't hear you!" It was pointless trying to speak. Officers' commands, sailors' cries, and the pounding drum filled the air in a cacophony of sound. Fabiola ran to Brutus's side and muttered in his ear, and an instant later he was beckoning to the triarch, shouting at him. Reluctantly, the captain ordered his men to stop what they were doing. All activity on the dock ceased. Romulus's heart thumped with joy. But then, waves of screaming Egyptians emerged from the nearby side streets, called by their defeated soldiers from every slum and dirt-bound hovel to help drive out the Roman invaders. The legionaries suddenly had a major battle on their hands. On the ship, Brutus looked helplessly at Fabiola. Sorrowfully. "We can't stay. Our mission is too important," he said, and turned to the triarch. "As you were." Fabiola felt her knees begin to shake. With a supreme effort, She held herself upright, forced down the faintness. Take courage, she thought. Romulus is alive, and in the legions. He will return to Rome one day. Mithras will protect him. She raised a quivering hand in farewell. For now. Cast off! Quickly! Hearing the shouted order, Romulus understood Fabiola's gesture. Utter wretchedness filled him. There was to be no joyful reunion. Pushed out into the harbour by long poles, the trireme turned ponderously. Slow drumbeats directed the sailors, and the 3 banks of oars dug alternately into the water, positioning the ship to leave. The triarch paced up and down, shouting rapid-fire commands. Other crew members unlashed and prepared the deck catapults, while the ship's marines readied their weapons. Nothing lay between them and the open sea to the west, but they would be ready all the same. The baying crowd of Egyptians was nearly at the dock. Moving fast, Caesar had marshalled his cohorts into a solid line across the heptastadion. Just a few moments remained before the 2 sides clashed. "Let's get over there! Every legionary will count against those whoresuns," shouted the Optio. "Draw swords!" A dozen gladii hissed from their scabbards, including, instinctively, those of Romulus and Tarquinius. "At the double!" Struggling to contain his emotions, Romulus glanced to the haruspex as they ran with the others. Fabiola's gone. Safely on her way back to Italy, Tarquinius found time to smile. "And your road there is clearer now." Italy, thought Romulus, readying himself for the fight. My road to Rome. The Silver Eagle is published by the Rand